up as she makes her way to the stage. Can you see how young she is? Isn't she the youngest person in this room? Karibu sana. Let's continue clapping jameni. Tusikuwe na kunyimana makofi mpaka afike, sio? Karibu sana. Shosh, tunataka kunyengua misuli kidogo. Unajua kuna kabaridi. Ama is it me alone that is feeling a bit cold? Nairobi right now is really cold. I'm telling you. Shosh, I want you to show us a bit of exercise to get our bodies warm as we get ready for today's deliberation. Siko sawa? Si atuonyeshe. Can we stand as she shows us what to do?
Hello? Here in front of you is Shosho Manyanga. Na anapenda wajukuu wake. Na alikuwa dansa muhimu. Na hiyo ndio legend anawachia wajukuu. Sasa wajukuu wangu watakuwa wakidance vile nilikuwa na dance. Nitaimba wimbo la Mungu. Na hope kila mtu atajua Kijaluo leo. Haya, tuwe tayari. Wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi, haleluya, wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi cha Mungu. Wanwadhi yako sana, wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi cha Mungu. Wanwadhi yako Yesu, wanwadhi, haleluya, wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi cha Mungu. Kakongo dong kodi kanyo, donga donga wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi cha Mungu. Kachodo dong kodi kanyo, donga donga wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi cha Mungu. Ma wanwadhi yako sana, haleluya. Wanwadhi yako baba, wanwadhi ka Yesu, wanwadhi cha kabayo dong kodi kanyo, baya baya kamero dong kodi kanyo, yo yende mbele injili yo, yende mbele injili ya Yesu, inaokoa injili yo, inaokoa injili ya Yesu. Ndio maana tunasema tuende mbele, ndio maana tunasema tuende yende mbele injili yo, yende mbele injili ya Yesu, yende mbele injili yo, yende mbele injili ya Yesu. Tumechoka. Sasa mtanipigia asante style yangu. Asante sana mwalimu yetu kusomesha. Asante. Sasa yetu ya enzi yetu, unanipigia asante ya enzi yetu. Hiyo unapiga na kila kuanzia mguu mpaka chini. Haya, tunaanza na mguu kipande hii. Twende 1 2 3. 1 2. Hey. Tena. Pande hii. Tena. Tena. Bega. Bega. Kichwa. Kichwa. Sindikiza.
Alafu tunaanguka na tunaanguka na Wasn't that lovely? Let's appreciate Shosh as she takes her seat. Karibuni sana once again. My name is Lawrence Gatenjwa from Youth Alive Kenya, which is supporting this particular activity this day. How many of us have heard about Youth Alive Kenya? How many of us? What do you know about Youth Alive Kenya? I want to hear from you. Today you are the ones who are going to introduce us. Eh? All the hands have gone down. Eh? What have you heard about Youth Alive Kenya?
Good morning. What I have heard about Youth Alive Kenya is an organization that deals with matters youth, to empower youth, and to be able to make youth contribute to matters that are of relevance to the nation building.
Oh, thank you. Let's appreciate her. And that is true. I can confirm 100%. Yes, I see another hand up.
Good morning. My name is Tilda. One of the agendas of Youth Alive Kenya is to ensure that they incorporate men in care work, and that is where they run the We Care project.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her. And that is true. We have the We Care project, which I am actually the project lead, and we actually support the male involvement in unpaid care and domestic work. Somebody else? What have you heard about Youth Alive Kenya? One last person, please. Yeah? This other side. Edmund, what have you heard about Youth Alive Kenya?
It works with young people.
That is true. That is a bit of a nutshell about Youth Alive Kenya. So we are a youth-led and youth-serving organization, and we work in 14 counties under the auspices of the working groups. I know we have some of our working group members in the house. If you come from any of our working groups, can you show us by a show of, raise your hand so that we can be able to see you. Wale ambao tunakuwa nao kwa grassroots. Yeah? Thank you so much. Those are some of the young people that we work with in the different counties that we are in. So once again, welcome to this wonderful celebration of our youth. And I would like especially to thank our partners who have really supported today's activities. Let me first of all start by thanking Global Affairs Canada. Can we appreciate Global Affairs Canada, who are supporting the Time to Care project through our wonderful partners, Oxfam. I would also like to recognize the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Denmark, which is supporting us through the Uraya project. I would also like to recognize Uraya, YSO, the Youth Serving Organization, Kudea, Emerging Leaders, VSO, Power 254, Siasa Place. Thank you so much. Can we appreciate those partners who are really supporting this activity? Asanteni sana and karibuni. Yes, karibuni, tuingie, we want to start together. Asante. And with that, I would like to introduce my co-MC, Michael, to take us through the next part of the program. Can we appreciate him with a hand clap as he comes?
Hi everyone, good morning. Wasee ni aje? Nifanyieni hivi, wasee ni aje? Happy International Youth Day. Happy International Youth Day. There is only one crime that you can have in this place. In an event hosted by Youth Alive, you can't afford to be bored, you can't afford to be low. Moral lazima iende wapi? Leo tunaanguka na? Leo si tuko na form ya International Youth Day. Yeah, but now today I want us to first start with the prayer of the nation. I would ask us to be all uprising as we do the national anthem in honor of our beautiful country. From there we have an opening prayer and we start with the program. DJ. As we still stand, I'll ask Wanjiko to come and open for us with a word of prayer.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts as we celebrate International Youth Day. We thank you for the energy, passion, and creativity of young people gathered here and across the world. Your word says in 1 Timothy 4:12, "Let no one despise your youth, but be an example to the believers in word, in conduct, in love, in spirit, in faith, in purity." Lord, we ask your guidance and wisdom to live out this verse, inspiring others by our actions and bring positive change to our communities. May this event move us from words to meaningful progress, reflecting your love in all we do. In Jesus Christ's name we pray.
Thank you so much. I'm still not letting you sit down. I want you to fish out your phone, your beautiful smartphone. Leo lazima tutese kwa mtandao. So I want you to take a beautiful selfie with the people you are sitting with. Give them your best smile. Is the phone out? Nataka tuzijipige hizo selfie kali. Leo lazima wajue tuko na form. Give it your best smile. You remember the smile you gave on your first date? Ile smile ya Sunday best. Sioni watu wakismile, and then we post it. The guy from West Pokot, I think, is having the best phone around. Umepiga selfie? Ilianza na ka selfie, To double tap, and then tuipeleke kwa Instagram, tuipeleke kwa X, tuipeleke FB. Yeah. As we do that, we can take our seats. Thank you so much. So today is a special day for our young people and all of us. All right. Today is a beautiful day. I think we are all very happy. And to start us off, leo nataka man tuchangamke. We are going to start us off with a beautiful spoken word by one of the best, the finest that we have. Wase Shesia, please help me welcome Shesia, who is the best that we have. Shesia, usikuje kaa wachi. Wase, wapi hizo mbinja pia? Short mbinja. Welcome.
Hi everyone. Happy International Youth Day. Is everyone happy? Maybe I'm not, but we will see why. They say we are the hope of tomorrow. So sad because we don't even know our tomorrow. We fear and shiver for the smallest thought of tomorrow. We lay in bed crying, hoping and begging for no tomorrow. Our will to live died so long for there to be a tomorrow. So sad. We are a generation that fears their tomorrow. A sad generation, I would say. One trying to heal wounds and trauma and their demons to slay. Teenagers trying to heal their inner child, so sad, they say. Children devoured of any emotion, so sad to say. Mommy issues, daddy issues, depression, suicidal, addiction, violence, and aggression, so much to say. A 7-year-old girl killed herself, so sad, they say. A 14-year-old mother's, such a shame, they say. A young man lost in addiction, what a waste, they say. A young lesbian just trying to be herself, the devil, they say. A sad generation, I say. Should I blame the old generation? For they killed the new generation, forced young souls into adulthood with no explanation. A gay being killed for coming out, what a sad generation. Burdened young souls with what they call their versions of a better generation. Broke our bodies, souls, and spirit for the same generation, a generation that bleeds, can it heal? A child abandoned and neglected, can he heal? A boy sodomized and a girl raped by their protectors, can they heal? A child that was never good enough, never belonged, can he heal? A child that never had a voice nor his tears seen, can he heal? One that lost hope in humanity when so young, can they heal? The one that wandered the streets, begged for a penny but a punch you threw, can he heal? A queer person denied by their family, can they heal? With tears in my eyes, I scream out loud, can they heal? Can these depressed and traumatized generations heal? Can they afford a genuine smile? Can they believe in humanity? Can they love and not be afraid? For the last time I ask, can they heal? We were young, but you broke us. Strong, we had to become. We built a wall you cannot break. Now you call us the sick generation. Sodom and Gomorrah, you say, but we are what you wanted. We are the new generation. Do you accept us now, a sad generation? Shesia, the poet.
Let's appreciate Seshamo. Let us give her a better clap. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that spoken word, which is very relevant to today's event for the International Youth Day, where we are celebrating us as young people. The young people of this country have spoken, and they have said in no uncertain terms that they really want to be in charge of their future. Gen Z, mko happy? Gen Z, eh? Gen Z, yeah. That's the generation that has said that indeed this is their country, and this country is not going to the dogs as they watch. We're so proud of our young people. I think it's the best time to be alive in Kenya. It's the best time to see real change being driven by young people. All right? So I would want to start this by introducing the first person who is going to give the opening remarks. This is a gentleman, I think, who has hands of gold. Whatever he touches actually blossoms, and it is evident in the organization that he runs. Dennis is the ED of Youth Alive Kenya, with over 10 years experience in the youth sector. Most of us have had an interaction with Dennis in one way or another, and his drive is actually to break the self-perpetuating cycle of exclusion of young people so that they can be able to uplift their lives. Hear this. This man is from West Pokot, but he has a bachelor's in laws from the University of London. Hello. He also has another bachelor's on information systems from the United States International University. Hello. And is currently pursuing his master's in public policy and administration. Please help me in welcoming the visionary executive director and the captain of Youth Alive Kenya and a former prison warden. Hello. That is the hand that Dennis up. Please help me in welcoming Dennis to the stage.
Hey, Michael. No, Michael was coming to me and asking me, had you used to be a prison officer? Huh? So anyway, Hamzamboni. How is everyone? Happy International Youth Day. Happy International Youth Day. Very happy for you to be able to join us, to have all of you here. Karibuni sana. You know, we were hoping to start at 9. Also apologies for the late start. Late kickoff, but we'll be on time. So I have a few remarks I'd want to make as we celebrate this day together. Distinguished guests, partners, fellow youth advocates, and our esteemed participants, good morning. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
It's with great honor that I stand before you as we commemorate International Youth Day 2024, a day that celebrates the spirit, the creativity, and potential of young people across the globe. This year, the theme, what's the theme for this year's? Mercy. Yeah? From clicks to progress. Youth digital pathways for sustainable development. It couldn't be more relevant to the aspirations and challenges we face as a nation and as a generation. I think we truly are clicks to progress. In Kenya, where over 70% of the population is under the age of 35, the youth are not just the future, they are the present. They are the architects of our economic, social, cultural, and political transformation. At Youth Alive, we have had the privilege of working with youth for over 25 years, empowering and mobilizing them to take their rightful place at the center of national development. Our strategic pillars, good governance, economic empowerment and livelihoods, and social well-being and gender equity, reflects our commitment to addressing the complex and interwoven challenges facing young people today. We believe that gender equality is at the forefront of a better future as a country and within our communities. Through our advocacy around care work, through the frameworks of reducing, redistributing, representing, rewarding, and recognizing unpaid care and domestic work, we believe that this work is often undervalued and is the backbone of our society. Today's Citizen Assembly is more than just an event. It's a powerful movement, a movement driven by a shared vision of a Kenya where the views of young people are heard and are integral in decision-making processes. We gather here to demand for transparency, for accountability, and for meaningful engagement in governance. Recent events in our country have reminded us all of the importance of eternal vigilance in safeguarding our democracy and ensuring that the voices of the youth are not just acknowledged, but are actioned upon. Michael said it is a wonderful time to be a Kenyan. I tell my friends, there is, like, when you could hear corruption cases and things were happening in this country, and everyone was just, like, you'd rather just block your ears because you don't want to listen. And you'd never think we'd get to this moment. So I'd want us to stand, because there are many people who also lost their lives in the fight for this better country. For a few moments of silence, just to honor them. Thank you. As we delve into today's discussions, I urge us all to remember that digital revolution presents us with unprecedented opportunities to amplify our voices and to drive change. We've seen the potential of how online discourse, what just started as Reject Finance Bill, and mobilizing, using emerging tech such as artificial intelligence, have the potential to shape our country's future and destiny, truly from clicks to progress. Yet, we must also confront the barriers that hinder full participation in this digital age. Barriers such as digital literacy gap, particularly in the rural and underserved areas, where we mostly work as an organization, which prevents many of our young people from realizing their potential in the digital economy. So today presents us with an opportunity to develop a comprehensive declaration that reflects the aspirations and demands of the Kenyan youth, a declaration that will serve as an advocacy tool and roadmap for future reforms that will amplify our collective voice on both national and global stages. A declaration that we will submit to our respective government officials. We wanted to mention that we were hoping that the Prime Cabinet Secretary would have been here. We had an invitation because we want them to come and listen to the young people, but also to see how can we be able to work towards what are the demands that ask from young people. As youth-serving organizations, we shall remain vigilant and committed to the cause of serving young people. and protecting our democracy, for it's only through sustained civic engagement that we'll achieve the ideals of Article 10 of our Constitution for our proud nation of Kenya. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the different partners who are here. And in no particular order, I am seeing Forum Civ, Titus. I am seeing National Democratic Institutes, Jackie, Action Aid, wave to the nation. Kenya ni home. How many people know this incredible lady? Yeah? Masses, Mama Bano, people would like to know you. How many people know her? Yeah? Yeah. I think she was the first person in the face of Gen Z standing up to leadership and calling for accountability. But we'll hear her story later. Have I said Action Aid? Oh. I also see UN Women. Say hi. Okay. Oxfam in Kenya. Oxfam, Blandina, Purity. Anyone else? Mercy. Can I just have that? Sorry. I've seen IFES. Is IFES here? Sorry, let me just recognize them real quick. Global Affairs Canada in absentia. Danida, I think also in absentia. Oraya Trust, I think they should be coming. I'm not sure if they're here already. We have Mondo. We work our partners also. But more importantly, the youth serving organization community. We have Run to Serve. Run to Serve. A big applause for Run to Serve. We have ELF, Emerging Leaders Foundation. Yay. We have VSO, Voluntary Services Organization, at the back. We have Siasa Place. We have BM, Bunge Machinery. We have Kudeya. Thank you so much for coming. Have with Abiti Africa. We have AWAC, Association of Women in Agriculture. We have Masterpiece. I know this is also a YSO. We have KSEN, Kiambu County Empowerment Network. Very good friends of Youth Alive. We have Young Urban Women. Also very good friends of Youth Alive. And sorry, if I haven't mentioned you, we'll definitely recognize you, but we recognize everyone. We have our representatives of women that we work with from Korogosho. Watu wa Kocho wako wapi? Muko. From Kiambu. Watu wa Kiambu wako wapi? Salamianeni bwana. Poro wako. From Majengo. Majengo wako. Asante sana. From Kawangware, Paris. Mpo. Asante sana. We have also domestic workers. I think they're represented here. Yeah. And also the employers of domestic workers. So, karibuni sana, feel most welcome. And let's have a very good day. We have a full day program, not just this event. As I said, it's a collaborative effort between Youth Alive as well as the Youth Serving Organizations Consortium. So we have this event being led by Youth Alive, but also afternoon sessions being led by Power 254 and VSO. So, tafadhalini, musibanduke, sawa sawa? Asanteni sana, thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for our ED. Thank you so much, Dennis. It's always an inspiration listening to you talking about young people and the way that Youth Alive has led in the way of making sure that the young people of this country are actually getting their space And a lot of appreciation for all our partners and our friends who have joined us for this particular event. Before we go to our next hype, I would want us to first get a keynote address from a lady who has a name that's not so Kenyan, but she always tells me she's as Kenyan can get. Blandina Bobson is the Director of Programs at Oxfam in Kenya, heading the Women Rights and Gender Justice, Governance and Accountability, and Natural Resource Program pillars, with over 13 years experience. I know some of us 13 years ago were just kids. Others, I think, were just ideas. I saw some high schoolers. So she has 13 years experience. She's a holder of BA in sociology, and she's a certified M&E practitioner and a Global Public Voices Fellow at Cornell University. Ms. Bobson is passionate about amplifying the voices of the most marginalized in our society, especially the young women. As I said, please don't be fooled by that name. Ms. Bobson is as Kenyan can get. So please help me in welcoming her the Kenyan way to the lovely Ms. Bobson as she comes and gives her keynote address. Welcome, welcome. Please have the stage and deliver your note.
Hujaniambia hapo kwa 13 years. So now everyone is calculating my age, but I usually tell the colleagues from Youth Alive, mimi ndio chairperson wa youth. I'm young at heart, you know. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Happy International Youth Day. So those of us who are not youthful, we're still part of you, you know, we're still young at heart and we are really supporting the cause. And as is, when I was told I was going to do this keynote speech, I kept thinking, what am I going to say? You know, considering that, first of all, we are the people who have been blamed, you know, the millennials, for not really engaging in governance-related issues. You know, we took a back step, and in our defense, we always say it's because of the life that we went through when we were growing up. We are not like you. You people have a voice. You people can ask questions, you can challenge, you know. We never had that opportunity, so we were traumatized from that time. And we just decided to kind of take a back step. But we are super proud of, you know, what has been happening in the country. So I thought I'm not going to I don't have a speech. I just have, you know, some thoughts, and I'm going to tell you a story about Oxfam. So Oxfam started its programs in Kenya in 1963. Do we know why 1963 is significant for this country? Independence, right? So we started our work back in 1963, and we went into Turkana County, which all of us know what happens in Turkana County. It's one of the most marginalized counties, one of the counties that is, you know, faced by recurrent disasters. If they are not in drought situation, it's resource-based conflict. If it is not resource-based conflict, it is floods. If it is not floods, it's human disease outbreaks. If it is not human disease outbreaks, it's livestock disease outbreaks. So they're always in that cycle. You know, there's something that is always happening. So we saw it befitting that we start our programs there as a humanitarian organization, responding to disasters faced by, you know, the affected communities. And over time, then, we scaled up to other arid and semi-arid land counties, offering humanitarian aid, but now progressively started getting into development programs, because emergency interventions are very expensive. But you also realize that the more you do it, the more you create dependency in the people that you're serving, and they're not able to actually, you know, cope with these disasters by themselves. So we integrated development programs. Fast forward 2014, the World Bank then declared Kenya as a low middle income status country. What this means is that the government is able to take care of its affairs, is able to manage any issues that this country experiences. But what also this means for civil society organizations like Oxfam is that there's going to be reduced foreign aid, to intervene. So we called ourselves into a meeting, tukajita mkutano, we sat and we asked, so for all these years, since 1963 that we have been in this country, what have we achieved? What impact have we had, in all these people that we have been serving? So of course we saved lives during emergency responses, but that was short-lived. You don't see that, going beyond a period when people need to get into development activities. We then asked ourselves, how comes we are in this situation that we have invested in billions, to sink boreholes in Turkana, but every time there's a drought, one of the biggest challenges is that people don't have access to clean and safe water. Of course, then we realized there are governance issues. You sink a borehole, you hand it over to the community, and of course, there's no investments in operation and maintenance. The wear and tear, the borehole breaks down, they move on to the next borehole. And then we have another drought, and it's a cycle. And this is when the realization, hit us that what we actually did when we came into the country, we took the power away from the people. We became the people. We represented Kenyans in different spaces. We represented their issues. We thought we knew what is needed for this country, and we spoke for them, but not really representing them in a manner that they would have represented them. And so a decision was made that as Oxfam, we are going to give back the power to the people. Let Kenyans take the lead in their own issues, and we will sit at the background and support and have them address their own issues. And so to do this, we closed all our field offices. We used to have field offices in Turkana and Wajir. They were all closed. We handed over all our assets, of course, typical NGOs, land cruisers, flags, everything. All these were handed over to our partners. We shrunk our staff from over 400 staff to now just about 35 people for the whole of the country program. And came up with this, vision for the organization, which is a transformed Kenyan society that challenges poverty and inequality to demand for its rights. And how we were going then to give the power to the people for us was to work through local organizations and national organizations, work through activists, musicians, influencers, people who are Kenyans, and not do direct service delivery. And that is how we started working then with Youth Alive Kenya as one of our key partners, addressing youth-related issues. And why am I telling you this story? Because that journey of Oxfam to date is aligned to why we are here today in this Citizens' Assembly. We realized then that the people have the power. And we're here today, or I'm here today again to re-emphasize on the same and say that the power is with the people. And the beautiful thing for Kenya is that these people are actually the youthful generation. We heard Dennis say over 70% of this population is made up of the youth. So the power in Kenya is actually with the youth. And if there's anyone that doubts this, I think we have seen it in the past couple of weeks, the significant changes that have been achieved in this country, just because the youth mobilized and came together and demanded for certain things. Things that civil society organizations have tried to push for years, I can tell you for a fact, like for Oxfam in Kenya, every other year we've made submissions on the finance bill and telling the government, you need to, reject this, adopt this, and sometimes we'll get small wins. They'll adopt a few recommendations, but most of the times there's nothing at all. But that is because they saw us as a foreign entity. But when the youth came together, they have nowhere to take you. They can't kick you out of the country. You're Kenyans at the end of the day. And they listened. So it's been, like he says, it's a beautiful time to be alive in Kenya and just witness this. The other thing that came of this movement, or a beautiful thing that came out of this, was crippling the politics of tribalism. And I say this because I come from one of the minority communities in Kenya, in one of the most marginalized counties. So when he says I'm Kenyan as Kenyan can get, I am Kenyan, I am a Pokomo. And I don't think you will ever meet many of us in different places. there's only about 150,000 of us, total population, all 11 sub-tribes combined. And what this means is that rarely will you see, high-level politicians fueling their choppers to go to Tana River to campaign, because we don't have the numbers to say anything. Why would they fuel their choppers, I went to school, I sat on, a floor that was not cemented, dusty floor, class 6 and class 7. And when I joined class 8, my dad had to buy me a desk. But this is not a function that my dad should be playing. Like, this is a public school, the government should be able to provide all these things. That is not the saddest part. The saddest part is that if I go back now home, there are schools that are still in the same situation. 4 governments later, we still have children learning under trees. And it's not just for Tana River County. Most of the arid and semi-arid lands counties like Turkana, you have children learning under trees. You have hospitals that are not equipped. So where did we go wrong as a country? But you guys, came together and you made people like us, the minorities, the marginalized groups, people with disabilities feel like they belong in this country, feel like we can speak with authority and demand for our rights, because then I forget at that point that I'm actually speaking for Pokomos, but I'm speaking for every other Kenyan that is out here, You've made us feel like we can be seen, we can be heard, and that is one of the most beautiful things that unfortunately our government doesn't know how to deal with. They had a script, when they do this, we do this, when they do this, we do this, and then boom, here's a situation where people are saying, we don't care about our tribes, we are one. How do you address that? Because they use that disintegration to actually now pursue their agendas. But now people are joined, they are one, and they're speaking one voice. And the other thing, the last thing that came off of this movement is also one other thing that civil society organizations have tried to address over the years: citizens' apathy. We go to that place where, we felt like as Kenyans, we can't influence anything, we are fine. Whatever they serve us, we will just accept, life continues. We don't care about the governance of this country. I've been participating in the X spaces, just listening, and I have never seen young people with so much hunger and passion for information like it is happening right now. People asking, what does the Constitution say about this? What is my right? What should I do? What does this law say about this? We've seen how you've utilized digital spaces to come up with ChatGPT for, is it the finance bill, for the status of, the leaders and their corruption, so that every time you want to elect someone, you actually go there and check what is their status as far as the integrity is concerned. And everyone wants to, be a part of it, which is, we struggle to get people there. Every time there's elections, CSOs will move around trying to do civic education. Please vote, please do this. Nobody wants to listen. But we have this organic movement that has brought this naturally, and everyone is hungry for information. So that's one of the key things that I felt that as a movement or as young people, you've been able to achieve for this country. So as I conclude, and on behalf of Oxfam, one of the key requests is that we need to see this continue. Don't stop. We are not there yet. We have a long way to go to achieve what we want for this country. And I know we're all eyeing the 2027 elections, but even before we get there, we have key moments in between. And one of those is the annual planning and budgeting cycles for the counties that have been taken over by, unfortunately, older men, where they go, where we're supposed to go and present our priorities as citizens. You have now men who go and, decide. It has always been infrastructure. And if you traverse these counties, the one thing that you will see that is common across all of them is hotels, very big hotels, schools, hospitals that are not equipped. And we know why. This is where the money is. You just say we need schools, and your relative gets a tender to construct a school. But we don't move forward to equip them. When you ask the women what they want, they say they want to see nurses in hospitals, clinical officers, they want maternity, wards in those hospitals, but those don't exist. It has always been buildings and buildings and roads, because this is where the money, can get lost. This is where people can make easy money. So we have an opportunity as young people to go into these spaces, to influence where the government should make its investments, And this is what we call gender-responsive budgeting, that the government will invest resources in sectors that address the unemployment that the youth is facing, that the government will invest resources in critical care sectors where women have to spend most of their time just doing unpaid care and domestic work and have no time to engage in other activities like going to school, getting formal employment, trainings, or even resting. It's just a cycle of just doing unpaid care and domestic work which no one recognizes. We have an opportunity to go and ensure that these resources, these taxes that we are paying are invested in sectors that actually serve us and address our needs. And no, it's not just about holding the government to account. There's so many other institutions that exist that we need to hold them to account, including the Oxfams of this world. We receive donor funding every time, but we have organizations that embezzle these funds and the money does not go to the people. So we as the youth have that opportunity to hold them to account and ensure that they do right by Kenyans. There's private sector companies that carry out a lot of developments where we come from. And what happens is that there's a lot of exploitation, and the revenue that is generated from these development activities is not shared fairly with the citizens. They get the most of it. There's a lot of exploitation, land grabbing, land acquisition, sexual and gender-based violence in these spaces. So when we're talking about governance, it's basically holding all institutions to account and ensuring that they deliver what will give Kenyans an opportunity to enjoy their rights as Kenyans and to enjoy their rights as humans. And so the cost of inaction sometimes is worse than the cost of taking action. So I urge you as young people to take up your rightful space, to speak up boldly, speak up with courage, speak up even when your voice shakes, because I know we have those instances where we're scared to speak up and you're like, oh, these people are seated here, are probably the who is who of this country. Even when your voice shakes, please speak up and speak truth to power. I will leave you with one quote of this guy called Wael Gonim. He's a computer engineer, he's also an internet activist. And he says, the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. Thank you.
I think she deserves a standing ovation. That was big. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow, that was deep. You've spoken to the young people. You've spoken to hearts. Thank you so much. You can have your seats. Thank you so much, Blandina. I think that was very powerful. It talks to the hearts of these young people, the hearts of Kenya. And there's always a paradox in this country, that in a country where 80% of the population is below 35 years, in a country where we are saying that the median age in terms of population is 19 years, that's a youthful country. And we are still talking about young people not participating in governance. We are still talking about a sense of hopelessness among young people. I think we can do better, and this is a call on this International Youth Day, that we can use our numbers to actually bring real change. We can actually occupy the public participation spaces, those spaces that have for so long been occupied by people who do not relate with the times that are changing now. Those spaces where those decisions are made about public participation on the budget. Those spaces where, and I always say, there is no donor, however well endowed they are, however lovely they feel to this country, that would have enough resources to be able to take to the counties the kind of resources that are already in these counties in terms of budgets. And these resources come every single year from the taxes that you pay, I pay. But when that goes to the county governments, for young people, we feel like it is not our business. But we are always very keen to run to our development partners telling them, this is what we want to do. I challenge you, and I want to tell you, young people, on this day, that we have to occupy these places where decisions are being made about the future of this country. So much money is there. I wish we were going to our development partners telling them, please help us to be able to raise awareness among the young people so that they can actually be able to tap into the county budget. And I think, to me, the theme for today is very relevant to this conversation of trying to occupy these spaces, of trying to redistribute unpaid care. You know, the burden is too high on our young women. I always say, when I look at my wife and the kind of work that she does, as opposed to what I am expected to do in that house, I feel like for sure I'm being unfair. And the moment I interacted with this program, I am a big example of a change and a real change, and it has been felt even in my house. I always smile at my wife and tell her, babe, I think it's sometimes good to share these responsibilities so that you also have time for you to be able to do productive things. When I was called for the first meeting on this project, I was like, hey, this is Africa. You're telling us that we should be sharing domestic work, but until I listened to what it means on the burden of unpaid care on young women, what it means for her not to be able to do her own things, that I actually got that Damascus moment. And I said, yes, this is a conversation that we need to have, and this is something that I want to do, and it was a very personal decision. So I know those figures can be very depressing, so Mose, I think I want to invite you to just come and just give us some hype. I know Nime was stressed, I've depressed you, but I think I have someone here who can be able to help me in hyping you up as we go to the next session where we are going to go deeper into talking about these issues. Most, take it up.
Asante sana. Tumpigieni makofi. Yes, my name is Moses and I love to have youthful energy. Sindio? So wherever you are, tusimame tu tafadhali tuingize hapa youthful energy. Thank you very much. The power of the people is stronger than the people in power. Hey, hatari. Hiyo ndio nayo nyumbani. Hata nikisahau kila kitu, I won't forget that. So, I want to teach us a very simple dance. Inaitwa chicken dance. So, si ndio tuko tayari? So, we do like this. Fanya hivi mikono. Si ndio? And then tufanye hivi mabawa. Si ndio? Alafu tufanye hivi ni kama twisty. Then we clap, pa, pa, pa. Sindio? Can we try? Najua si watu wa group of schools. So find some space. Find some space, sorry. You can have some space. Shikilia kwanza DJ. Shikilia, hapo tafuta nafasi. Find some space. Najua hapa tutakula nyanya, acha tuanze na kierere. Okay, the first step si hapa. Second, alafu third, fourth. Mko sawa. Wacha tuone kama tunaweza apply kwa exam. DJ, nipe kitu. Are we ready? Si. Asiuku swali watu. Clap. So we do like this, shikilia DJ. Asante sana, tuko sawa. So we do like this. The second step, we need to move a little bit, sawa? To try to show this, the youthful thing around the world. So tafanya hivi. 1, 2, and then we turn. 1, 2, and then we turn. Then we turn, sindio? Tena DJ. Are we ready? Let's do it. Very nice. Very good. Wow. And down. Yes. Yes, work a little bit. smile. Again. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Very nice. Asante sana DJ. We shall continue. Sindio? Welcome back. Asante sana. Tujipigie makofi for a good job.
Wow, thank you. Now you look like happier Kenyans. There is a time that the happiness survey put Kenyans as the happiest people in the globe. Do we still hold that title? Do we still hold that title of the happiest human beings on earth? But why? You people look so happy. All right, to unpack the issues that have come up from the keynote address and the opening remarks, to talk about issues of the space of young people in the development of this country, both politically, socially, and all that, all the issues that revolve around young people. We would want to go into a panel discussion. Please, I want this to be a very interactive panel. I want you to take all the notes that you would want to take, so that after this we have a very engaging session where we are going to talk about the issues that come out. And I wish to call my assistants, John Moshori and Helen. Please come so that you are able to assist me to welcome my guests. So the lady panelists are going to pass on the right. You know, ladies are always right. Hello? Always ladies are always on there. So the ladies will take the right and be escorted by John Moshori and the men. Nyinyi ni na huko. Sawa sawa? So you will look for your way up there, but I want you to get up here. So you will make your way, but Helen will be there to assist you. So the first person on the panel, will be Ruth. Ruth, I'll first tell you about Ruth before I invite her. Ruth is a program officer at Uraia and the chair of the domestic workers in Kenya. Her passion and drive in the Kudeya Union is actually inspired by her own experiences.
She's the program officer at Kudeya.
I'm told that that's a correction. She's the program officer at Kudeya and the chair of the domestic workers in Kenya. And her passion and drive in the movement in Kudeya is actually inspired by her own experiences, working as a domestic worker immediately after high school. Ruth also supports work along migration advocacy at Kudeya, and she also serves as the youth president for the International Trade Union Confederation. Currently, Ruth is a serving officer as the youth leader at KOTU. So please help welcoming me, the lovely Ruth, to the panel. And this is a case of grass to grace. So John, please show Ruth to the panel. Please clap for her until she gets to the panel. Wow, we are so proud of you, Ruth, and your achievements. And we value you. Please come and share your insights. Next on the panel will be, let me look for a gentleman now, Philbert. Philbert is a youth empowerment advocate and a mentor who supports youth self-awareness, preparedness, and inclusion at key policy and decision-making levels at society, not just in Kenya, but also in Africa. He is a team leader of the Religious for Peace Youth Media Team. Philbert is a holder of a bachelor's degree in political science and an alumni of the Young African Leaders Initiative, the prestigious YALI. He serves as the current national chairman of the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network. Who wouldn't love to have such a talented young man joining our panel today as we mark the International Day of Young People? Mark coffee kwa Philbert. Welcome, Philbert. Helen will show you on the panel. So please let us clap for him as he makes his way. Thank you. Rama is the next on panel. Rama is a good dancer, so as she walks to the podium, I think she will be dancing her way up there. So Rama is our program officer at Youth Alive Kenya. She's a gender justice advocate with vast experience in policy development. She leads the social well-being and gender equality pillar at Youth Alive Kenya. A very passionate lady about issues to do with young women and girls, and she has won a number of awards in her area of interest, including the Health Trailblazer and Align Maternal and Newborn Health Movement Maker. Please put your hands together as we welcome the award-winning program officer from Youth Alive Kenya as she dances her way to the stage. Please give me your clap as she makes her way. Yeah, thank you. Please have your seat. My next panelist will be Robert Juma. Robert is a fun-loving youth advocate who is invested in innovative ways of tackling social, political, and entrepreneurial issues. He is a youth advocate and a leader who empowers young people to be change makers and engages them in developing innovative ways of tackling issues, both political and economic problems. He has a background in development studies, and he has engaged young people in governance, gender mainstreaming, and social accountability over the last 7 years. And for that, he got a recognition from the National Gender Equality Commission for his work. Robert believes in the following: that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the matters that matters most to us. What a privilege to have Robert Juma on the panel today. Please help me in welcoming Robert to the stage, to the podium. Wow. Welcome. Hiyo suti tunajua ni ya Turkey. You are doing well in this life. Life has a way of giving back. So welcome. Next on stage, last but not the least, is Mercy Taros. Mercy is an educationist who strongly believes that education is truly the greatest equalizer. She has founded Kenya Ni Home Initiative, which is an initiative that seeks to sustain education through agriculture and entertainment. Mercy, through the Kenya Ni Home Initiative, is currently working on getting the Ministry of Education and the KICD to include constitutional studies to the primary school curriculum. Let's clap for that. Mercy will officially be launching the National Civic Education and Engagement Tour through Kenya Ni Home on 7th of September. We look forward to that. Please give me a round of applause for Mercy as she makes her way to the podium. Wow, thank you so much. Please take your seat, and you can also clap for your moderator as he makes his way. Wow, isn't this a beautiful panel? Isn't this a beautiful panel? You've heard the profile of my panelists. So we are going to start with the introduction. Please tell us about yourself. Please tell us about yourself, something also interesting about you that you didn't tell me to say, as we start with the introductions.
Happy International Youth Day. Come on, it's our day. Happy International Youth Day. Thank you so much. My name is Ruth Kakame, as he introduced me earlier on. I work for KUDEIHA, and maybe this might be a new name to some of you. So KUDEIHA is a trade union movement that advocates for workers' rights. So I lead the domestic workers unit within the trade union. We are a multi-sector, and we represent workers within the domestic sector, hotels, education institutions, and also health sector. So the category of workers that we represent are those that are of the lowest cadre. So, and not forgetting also migrant domestic workers, those who move outside the country to go and work, particularly in other destination countries. So briefly, that's who we are as an organization, and I support programs within the work that we do with domestic workers in the union. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please let us appreciate her.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rahma Issa. I work for Youth Alive Kenya, and I'm sure I've interacted with most of you. So I lead the social well-being and gender equity pillar as a program officer, also supporting Time to Care project. And something interesting about me, I look quiet, but I'm not quiet. I like to talk. So Youth Alive Kenya is a youth-led, youth-serving organization working with young people to make sure that they're able to articulate their issues, the key issues that concern them. That include issues around governance, issues around women economic empowerment, and also issues around their social well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate.
Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Yeah. Fantastic. Robert is my name. I work with Emerging Leaders Foundation. I'm running the Governance and Civic Engagement Department, where we are working in 8 counties, addressing issues to do with social accountability, gender responsive budgeting, and climate governance. I'm so happy to be here. One interesting thing, I love food. I love food. Yeah.
Wow, let's appreciate the foodie in the house. Yeah, welcome, Musi.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International.
More power to the youth, more power. More power to the youth, more power.
More power.
I am Mercy Tarus, an educationist, which has already been said. I truly believe, and I like to say that education is the greatest equalizer. And so anytime you get a chance to educate the Kenyan child or a child, you take it. Anytime you get a chance to educate the common mwananchi on the katiba and the rights and responsibilities, you take it, because that is actually what will help us make a difference for now and for the future. I believe that we are the difference that this country has been waiting for. So brace yourself for the marathon that is this journey. I know after the protests, we've kind of felt tired and thought, it's not even working, but it is a marathon. And once we appreciate that it is a marathon and not a sprint, then we will be the difference that we know we are. I am a poet. I have a book called If Tomorrow Comes Without Me. That is what has not been said. It is about mental health. So I am also a mental health advocate. I like to advocate for the rights of every human, despite their challenges. And in our society, especially when we talk about mental health, I feel like most of the time we want to shy away from that. Akona depression, ni suicidal, akona bipolar, huyu hata msimsikize, hata walipeleka mwende, So it is nice and it is good that we start talking about these things to make a difference. That's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let us appreciate Ruth for that. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. My name is Philbert Aganyo. I'll start with something interesting about me. I'm a really good singer, and I'm also a good dancer. Yeah, so don't you dare me. Now, the reason why I started with that is because of certain perceptions. I'm also a Seventh-day Adventist Christian. Now, if you know the SDA, especially the church and the young people, we are usually perceived to be a laid-back, very conservative denomination. But I look at myself as the rebel within that church, of course, still holding dear some of the values of that. I chair the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network. I have been in this. This was not an elective position. I know some people may have asked. This was more of being called to support the coordination of youth activities. I've done that since 2017, and throughout that, I've been able to build a number of other young people within the executive committee. I'm actually on my way out, so that somebody else is able to take that. Now, the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network is a functional organ of the Interreligious Council of Kenya, which was founded close to in 1983, thereabout. Now, one interesting thing about the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network platform is it mainstreams the voices of youth, religious youth. All of us actually belong, or rather ascribe to a particular faith. And so, by extension, all of us are part of that body. I serve there as the chair, just to coordinate the activities and the functions, to mainstream the voices of young people in the various programmatic areas of the Interreligious Council of Kenya. And it's a pleasure being here to share some of those perspectives. Asanteni sana, and I look forward to this conversation.
Wow, welcome. Let us appreciate Philbert for that. Thank you very much, my panelists, for creating time to be with us today on this very important day of the International Youth Day. It talks to how young people's issues are dear to your heart, that you found time to come and have this conversation. We appreciate your time, and we really look forward to having a conversation with you. And probably I would start with Ruth. Ruth, you have a very inspiring story. An inspiring story of what education, what exposure can do, and how as a young person you can be able to bring real change. If you look at the Time Use Survey of 2023, you realize that the biggest burden of unpaid care actually lies on young women, with women spend 5 times more time on unpaid care than men. If you go further and see on the burden on unmarried women, it is actually 16%, and 6 times for those women with young children. So in your own opinion, how does unpaid care work affect young people's ability to participate in the digital economic opportunities, and what policy changes are needed to address this as we celebrate this International Youth Day, where the theme is from clicks to progress?
Okay. Maybe first I'd start with unpacking care work as it sounds, so that we are together in this conversation. And just going simply by what care work entails, when we talk about care work, we look at those activities that speak into the cause that we normally interact with on a daily basis. You look at managing households. And I believe maybe to most of us, before we left our houses in the morning, there's something at least we did on care work, maybe directly or indirectly. It could be we offered that to someone else, or we did it for ourselves. So just general household cause, and getting deeper into it, the support that we offer to elderly We might be having sick persons in our households that we are looking after. We might be having people living with disabilities that we are looking after. We might be even, just having pets in your household that you have also to look after them before you leave, maybe for school, for employment, or to run your own errands. So generally looking at, even for those who have gardens at home, looking after, tending, just taking care of your flowers, watering them, all these services that we can't, live a day without putting some effort to it. So basically that's the care work that we are discussing about. But then again, how does that affect our physical well-being? How does that affect our emotional well-being and developmental needs of us as the people and young people in this case? And just coming back now to the question that you had asked, you look at ourselves as the youth, just resonating with, the definition of what care work is, looking at the opportunities that are out there for us. I am a young person. Before I left my home, I was going to work for someone else. But you could imagine where I do not access opportunities because I know I have 2 children in the house that I have to take care of them in absence of a domestic worker. I have a husband that I need to, to make sure that before I leave there's breakfast in the house, everything is well taken care of as a young woman. I also have to ensure that there's someone who's on standby in the home to also attend to the children in the house. Looking at all this, the burden of addressing the care needs in a household. So, and sometimes, we cannot work in exclusion of even participating in digital, tools that we have out there. And just coming back to the question, you find that for women, sometimes you might be engaging yourself in unpaid care work that is there's a lot of time constraints around it. Just being on standby to attend to all these needs that you are supposed to be there to attend to them. So you find that it also has a time issue within it that affects our participation and even our intention to further develop our skills as the youth, because now the focus and priority is on other burdens of care work, when the shift, and the divide around developing yourself as a young person, opportunities to even further education, how much do you concentrate, to just improving yourself in terms of, advancing your educational roles for a woman. That becomes one of the issues. Then as we also think about our participation in this, there's also the aspect of even economic dependency for young people, whereby we are talking about this, but you also have to relook into our future social security. Then how much are we contributing to the whole care needs? So you find that even prioritizing what really we need to put in the table, how much do we, go further to advance ourselves as women in terms of finances, in terms of, participating in even income generating activities and having all these barriers to enabling you as a woman forge ahead in terms of, economic development. There become some of the challenges that women face. And not forgetting that, how then do you do all this when there's you don't have internet, you don't even have digital, equipment to support you as a young person to do it. Something that also, and especially when I narrow it down to the young people that I interact with, the unemployed, looking at, those that do not have money to purchase some of this equipment. So you're just sitting there, you want to be a content creator, you want to be an influencer, you want to use, the digital platforms to advance yourself and try to do something, but you're limited because you do not have all these resources to purchase and acquire these materials. So you find that these are just among the few of the challenges that young people encounter, especially when when they have to deal with issues and the burdens and prioritizing care work and not using technology to leverage on personal development.
Thank you very much. Ruth, looking at you from face value, I can see an empowered woman. I can see a woman who has created a space and made quite some progress in terms of personal development. You are a Kenyan and you've walked the journey. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Mboch?
I feel so bad because first the label, Mboch, demeaning, devaluing, not recognizing the labor that is offered behind the name, just putting dignity in the face of the work that the domestic workers offer. Their country, for me to be here, I had to leave one at home. So just appreciating the value and the role that they play to enable, the system move. So I interact with that name, but first, what comes to my mind, we just deserve a decent name to the work that we do.
Wow, thank you very much, because I asked that question because as Kenyans, the young people especially have grown up with domestic workers in their homes, and there is always that, that connotation of Mboch, ama house girl, ama whatever. So I'm always very happy when we have these conversations and we can actually be able to put dignity to the valuable work that domestic workers make, and we can actually see that this is work like any other which contributes a lot to this society. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ruth, for that. I will want to go to Robert. Robert, you've talked about your engagement with young people and how you are able to interact with young people in the governance space. And survey after survey has actually shown that young people are either not interested in the civic space or are too aloof to go to these public participation spaces. But incidentally, this is where most of the decisions are being made. So maybe you can give us your insights on what strategies have the civil society as a sector. What strategies have civil society successfully used to bridge the gap between government and young people? Because it feels like it is us and them. So what are these strategies that you think have really worked, and what can we actually be able to leverage on in this space of closing that gap?
Thank you very much for that. And it's true that a lot of young people don't engage in public participations, and especially, let me focus on at the county level. We have the two levels of government. We have the national and the counties. A lot of decisions are made in these public participation forums, because if you don't show up to come and have your opinions and your views captured during that time, then it gets to miss even on the financing aspect. And I think there's a lot that still needs to go towards engaging young people. But as you have seen from the recent maandamano that we have had, young people have moved from keyboard warriors, as previously was being termed, keyboard warriors who just make noise online but don't take action. I think since the maandamano started and since we started occupying, we have been occupying the streets, and I know even after this, people will start occupying those public participation forums. Because you see what happens, the government has put those forums in such a way that young people are not interested to go. Because they will come, number one, you're given a 100-page document that is not simplified. It is sent late. So you'll be given the document today and you're asked to go for public participation tomorrow. And they expect that within this one day, I'll have gone through this 100-page document to come and give my views. So the government has been using some of these strategies to even make sure that these platforms are not meaningful. And that is where now the CSO comes in. And most times what we have been doing is access to information, pushing for access to information. Because you look at most of the websites, even county websites, this information is not there. But then the CSO plays a key role in terms of now being the bridge between the government and the young people and the citizenry by and large. And this now then helps to have meaningful conversations, because it is when CSOs and institutions and even individuals as well hold these people into account that then we are able to see change. Right now, I'm sure for most of the young people, they don't even understand basically the budget making process. And then what now happens is counties then take advantage. Because if you don't understand at what point can your views be taken, at what point can they be captured, then you're going to miss out. And then when you miss out at that point, the government then decides what is good for you. You see, ideally, what should happen is come and engage young people in such a forum. What do you young people want in this specific county for this financial year? But then what has been happening previously is the government basically comes with specific programs. And most times, even when you look at the financing, most of these developments are tournaments. You'll see a governor put up a tournament in the county, but who told you that young people want to just come and play football? Maybe we just want to come and have a meaningful engagement. We want a social hall where we can come and do our skits, our plays, and promote that. But then, if we don't meaningfully engage and take those initiatives, then we will continue being left out. But I'm so happy with what has been happening with the demos, and I'm urging all of us away from just Ruto must go, yeah, I agree, but away from that and away from the streets, let's also now go back to our specific counties. I loved what Mercy did in Uasin Gishu. There was a lot of conversation, some people saying she was rude when she was engaging the senator and all that. And people actually trolled her for some time online. But then she called the senator out because of what he had done, because that was mismanagement. And actually that was not just mismanagement of public funds, but also of individual funds, because they had also gone an extra mile of paying more money for them to get those scholarships. So we need to hold these people accountable. We need to have forums where we come and sit. And also for the young people, one thing I would like to encourage us is it is not always about the money. Because most times when it comes to issues of public participation, hakuna transport allowance, hakuna seating allowance. So most young people won't attend. But then what I would say is, let's show up, because it is through these public participation forums where we'll be able to have our views taken, we'll be able to articulate what we want for the county to do, and also we will have a roadmap of what we have said needs to be done. Therefore, we are able to hold them accountable for what they have done or not done.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is quite insightful. But when you talk to government will always tell you that we've done our bit. We have prepared a venue for public participation. We have called people for public participation, and we have provided the documents for that public participation. Young people, especially on the other side, will say, this is not our space. So there is clearly a gap between the viewpoints of government and the young people when it comes to public participation. So as civil society, how would we be able to amplify the voices of these young people so that the voice of young people is actually heard in development and in the agenda that matters the most to this country?
I'd say the major role for civil society would basically be getting to engage young people to understand devolution, to get to understand issues of governance, so that from a personal point, because if I get to understand why governance matters to me as an individual, I will then take it up. But then if, and for the longest this has happened, is issues of governance have been perceived to be for the elderly. Wamama waende public participation, waseme wanataka kujengewa soko, and all that and all that. And most young people, that is the notion that has been there. But then for us CSOs, it is high time that we get to mobilize. get to encourage young people to take part on issues of governance. And not only just public participation. Let us also encourage more young people to even vie for these elective positions. Because as much as we are going to change the rot in the system from outside, we also need to change it from within. So let's have more young people. Let us have a lot of young people vying for MCAs, for MPs, and all these seats. Because you can. If you believe you can, and we are going to change this country a step at a time. If you look at history, the likes of Kina Tom Mboya and all that, they were able to make changes that we enjoy to date. So today, we are the current Tom Mboyas, we are the current change that this country needs. And for the CSOs, let us continue engaging these young people. And let us not start at 25, Ukoju. Let us start even at school. By the time someone is, because if you look at, for example, 2027, right now a student who is in high school, depending on the age, is going to vote in 2027. If we don't start engaging them at such an early age, they will clear school in 2027 and then come to vote, but then they don't really have that understanding of why exactly am I voting and how does it affect me. So let us carry on these conversations and let us continue engaging young people. And also, let us call the government out as CSOs. I know one of the challenges has always been a lot of people want to work underwater, chini ya maji, because you're afraid the moment we start calling you out, calling the government out, then they are going to start coming after us and all that. Let us remain undeterred. Let us call them out. Let us have forums where we also approach them. And one of the things I'd like also to mention, I'm so happy that, and I know quite a number of organizations here are members of the Youth Serving Organization. We always have meetings as youth serving organizations where we get to discuss on issues that are affecting young people. And we are not doing this from a point of this is what the youth want. It is ideally the young people's voice, not us. The agency belongs to the young people, and it is just for us to give them that platform. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for those insights. I want to go to Rama. If you look at Youth Alive Kenya as an organization, there is serious brand recognition. Anytime you talk about Youth Alive, this is what comes to mind. That is the organization that is always talking about young people and issues to do with young people. When we were starting, quite a number of us rose up their hands when they were told whether they know Youth Alive. I don't know whether you've ever called people to a hall like this to tell them about your work, or they just know your work from the kind of work that we do on social media, all that branding. So there is brand recognition for your organization. As a program officer in Youth Alive, what steps have you taken in terms of programming to be able to ensure that young people are engaged in sustainable development in line with this year's theme of the International Youth Day?
Wow. Yeah, so first of all, as I said earlier, Youth Alive Kenya is a youth-led and youth-serving organization. We are all aware of the value that young people bring on the table when it comes to different issues across different sectors. So when you look at Youth Alive Kenya's areas of programming, they cut across different sectors. That includes economic empowerment and livelihood, good governance, and social well-being and gender equity pillar. So as an organization which thrive in building partnership and networking as one of the major approaches, we value the partners that we work with. And Youth Alive also is a membership organization, and we have presence in 14 counties. And all the organizations that we work with are youth-led organizations. So looking at the different projects that we implement, we've had a chance to bring key partners within our areas to interact, just to get to know how then best can we better our programming. The issues that we work on as an organization are not Youth Alive generated issues, but again, these are informed by the research that we conduct as an organization together with other partners that inform our area of programming. So major areas that we deal with, they're mostly responses in terms of the issues that young people face within the communities. To speak to the project, Time to Care, Youth Alive Kenya is implementing this project in 4 counties, that's Nairobi, Mombasa, Kiambu, and Nakuru. We work with different partners also. As I said, one of our major approach that we thrive in is building partnership and networking, and we work with different partners, including Kudeya and AWIC, together with Oxfam. So these 3 program areas, they look through in how best can we improve the care infrastructures within the country, with a major focus in recognizing the unpaid care and paid care work, reducing the burden that women and girls have to go through when it comes to conducting the unpaid care, and redistributing together with rewarding this work that women and girls do in Kenya. And we believe we can never achieve it alone. So we conduct capacity building sessions on different key areas, just apart from unpaid care work. So we have other projects that are supporting issues to do with organization system strengthening that build capacities for the member organizations that we work with to see how best can organization they can be able to resource mobilize so then they can go beyond to hold duty bearers accountable when it comes to different issues. We also have an avenue to support also our member organization when it comes to resource mobilizations, in that they are able to conduct resource mobilization independently, even beyond Youth Alive organization. So those are just some of the components that we do. And of course, in terms of our brand and visibility, we're key on social media, of course. We're key on social media, but again, also in traditional media. Because as an organization, during different budget making processes, our member organizations are always willing to participate in these decision-making processes. Just as my colleague has said, it is important for young people to have a voice in these processes. So then our capacity building session include a session of evidence-based advocacy, whereby we are training these people on how they can develop key advocacy and communication tools, including memoranda, and also highlight some of the key opportunities that the young people can engage to influence different decisions when it comes to issue priorities. So that is basically a brief of what we do as an organization.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Rama. And just looking at the branding in this room, I can see quite a number of organizations that have come to work together with Youth Alive in this youth agenda. And this is evidence that the development partners have really come out strongly to actually support the work that we are doing on young people. But there's one specific segment, and this is the private sector. I think private sector has not been as vibrant, as present as it should be in terms of the youth work and the work that you are doing. Is there, as the program officer, what do you think of the engagement of the private sector in this space? Or is it that we are not giving them value proposition to come and join us in this work? In 1 minute, please.
As Youth Alive, we believe we can never achieve sustainable development goal without strengthening the public-private partnership. And as an organization, through implementation of different projects, especially Time to Care project, we've done several research together with our partner Oxfam to see what are some of the roles that the private sector play when it comes to improving or rather strengthening the care work that women and girls do. And from that, we've noted that indeed private sector is a key player when it comes to both unpaid care jobs plus other jobs when it comes to both private sector and other jobs. And you see, for example, we have different organizations that are doing work around daycare infrastructure, and most of them are private sector. And for this, I want to mention the Kidogo. They've done a lot of work in making sure that they're setting up these daycare centers in place. So from the research that we did conduct as an organization, we've seen the work that private sector do when it comes to strengthening the care infrastructure. And actually, I want to apply the good work that the private sectors do, and it's a moment for everyone to look at what are some of different opportunities that the private sector brings to the table so that we can then be able to engage in a meaningful conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will want to engage my audience on the issues that are coming out. But before I do that, I will want to have some insights from Ruth. Sorry, Mercy. Mercy, you came out very strongly as a key figure and a young person who is able to talk truth to power without any fear. And I think just by your actions when you were having that conversation, you know, it really elicited this fire in the young people to be able to correct the things that have gone wrongly. And I think this is one of the moments that we are always very proud of young people like you. But I would like you to tell us, what are some of the challenges that young people face in governance, especially when they are engaging with government and how government perceives young people? And as you answer that, you can also tell us what is the role of the grassroots organizations, especially youth-led organizations and youth-serving organizations that are at Mashinani. What is their role in this movement and correcting these wrongs?
I'm going to start with a story. And in this story, I want you to see Kenya. So it's about a sequel known as Hunger Games, for those who have watched it. It's about 12 districts. Think of the 12 districts as the 47 counties of Kenya. What happens during this sequel is there was a time that there was an uprising, a revolution against the government. And so what the government decided to do to keep the masses in check was introduce the Hunger Games, where they would take 2 young people from these 12 districts every year to fight. And not just fight to the death. So until one person remained. So what they would do is select, put your names in a bowl and then take one name out, read it for one young woman, one young man. Train them for 4 days and then take them into an arena and let them fight until one survivor comes out. And the president of that place is called President Snow. And so every time, the first sequel was at the 74th editions. So every time the president would tell you, we salute your courage and sacrifice, happy Hunger Games, may the odds be ever in your favor. And so you see, when they tell you may the odds be ever in your favor, this game is designed in a way that you will die if you come from the poorest districts. Why? Because you are uneducated. You do not know how to survive. And so the things that will kill you are not even your fellow youth. The things that will kill you, number 1, infection, dehydration, because you do not know how to survive. You cannot build shelter. You don't know which water to drink and which water not to drink. And so every time they tell you, happy Hunger Games, may the odds be ever in your favor, we salute your courage and sacrifice, when in fact, you did not sacrifice yourself, you did not offer yourself up as tribute. Now what they do after this is they take that person that survived and let them stay in the capital. Take Nairobi, for example. So they have left their 12 districts at home, where they did not have food, they did not have education, getting water was an advantage, so you could die even when you were in those districts. And then they take you as an icon of hope, and then dress you really well, give you a house and a few things to look like you're doing well. Meanwhile, 23 others have died 74 times. And President Snow said something. He said, a little hope is good. A lot of hope is dangerous. And so someone asked him, why not just round them all up, the 23, and kill them, and then take one person and make him the token or the symbol of hope? It is because, again, hope, the only greatest thing, bigger than fear, is hope. And so he said about a certain lady called the Mockingjay, he said, a little, you see, a spark is good. A little spark is good as long as it is contained. So when you look at Kenya, what they do to the youth is look for the loudest, the strongest, take them, tokenize them, give them a good job, give them some 1 million shillings, which is not that much when you look at it, but give them that 1 million shillings. Someone who has never held 100,000 shillings in their hands will think, wow, that is so much money. And then leave the other youth, the 80%, because actually leave the 100% of the total population, which is 80%, in hunger, leave them uneducated, leave them without good health care. And so what they do is they actually bank on your selfishness, they bank on your greed, they bank on your survival instinct, which you say, sir, in fact, at Ajana, I did not have this 1 million. So why not take this money? Why not take this job? Because someone else is going to take it. And the good thing with this generation, as we have seen, is that no one wants it for themselves. Everyone wants it for everyone. No one came out and said, I want you to give me this job. No one came out and said, I want you to give me this amount of money and then I will now get into your course and forget what I was fighting for. When you look at what has happened, you will see that the finance bill was not it. It was not everything. It was just a spark to what has been ailing this country for so long. We had the keynote speaker, and she said in her home, she used to study on the floor. 4 governments later, kids still study on the floor. You go to hospitals, you don't get medicine, you do not get healthcare workers. And so when they bank on your greed, when they bank on your selfishness, they take away from you, they take away from the movement. Another challenge has been they want to infantilize the movement. And so anytime you see the leaders come out, they always say, you know, you guys are our sons, you're our daughters, you know, just come, let's talk, we're going to listen to you. You're my daughter. In fact, in my house, I have Gen Zs. And it just gets tiring, first of all. And it is a very tired story. In fact, as youth, I need you to get tired. You really need to get tired. Because during that time when I spoke, you said I spoke without fear. That's not it. I had fear. I was so afraid. In fact, I was sweating. It's just you can't see because the video quality is so poor. But I really was. I had fear. But apart from the fear, I was so tired. Because these are the people that you have put in power to represent your interests. And in the Hunger Games, there's a mentor that has been given to the people that go and fight. The 2 people, 1 mentor, 2 people, like that. And so this mentor told these 2 people, the Mockingjay and Peter, that you have to embrace the probability of your imminent death. Number 1. Number 2, know in your heart that there's nothing that I can do to save you. Take Kenya, for example. And so Katniss, Mockingjay asked the mentor, then why are you here? And the mentor said, the refreshments. And so as youth we sit, and the people that we have put there to put our interests out there, sit there for what? The refreshments. And we want to be silent and treat them with so much decorum and be afraid when they are in front of us and, you know, not call them by their first names all the time. It's Mheshimiwa, Honorable, you know, Your Excellency. And it is your tax that is being used to fund their lifestyle. So you need to get tired. You've asked the second question. What can grassroots initiatives do to help us, to enable the youth make a difference? It is not very hard. Now, the difference between now and then is that now people have information. You have information at the tip of your finger. When we were looking, during the finance bill protests, there was organizations that would say, sisi tutakuwa Jamia Mosque for health care purposes. If you need this, call this number. If you're caught, call the LSK for help. And then when you want to look at your leader, go and type their name in, and then you will see all the scandals and all the integrity issues that they have. And so sometimes we want to educate the youth, but I know that the youth are educated. So what you can do is, youth, do not come up with this, or do not come in front of the youth and tell them, I know what's good for you. Because you are not in my shoes. When I came here, you don't know what I left at home. When I went for the protests, you don't know whether I was beaten. You don't know whether I ate that day or whether I will eat the next day, because I went for the protests. And so you cannot come out and say, I know what's good for you, and you're not me. What you can do is, you can come and engage me. You can come and listen to me, like, Mercy, what is this that we can do as an organization? What is this that we can do as a people to enable your cause move forward? Secondly, enable or bring about the free flow of information. Right now we have X, we have TikTok, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, and if you're a youth, if you're a young person here, tafadhali, when you go home, take your parents' phone and uninstall Facebook. Because those guys are taking us backwards. Every time they will be given a message of, forward this to 10 people or you will die. And then there was, there was this propaganda of, the Illuminati is sponsoring the Gen Z, and then you look at your parent and your parent is telling, umeingia Illuminati, so tafadhali, do this generation, do our future a favor, and uninstall that, because we cannot be moving forward as we move backwards. If you are on X, you would see something called Aura for Aura, where they would text something, and then the youth would go and say, I will not quote, for safety reasons, but you can go and look at that. So they text something which is propaganda. The youth go, put their own propaganda and post it. And so there is so much free flow of information. We need to hop on that train. We need to know, what does the Constitution say about this? What are my rights? What are my privileges? What are my responsibilities? If this happens, like when the finance bill was happening, and we told this, well, when the votes were taking place, and we told these representatives, we have said no as a people. And they go on ahead and come to us and tell us, you have not even read the finance bill. I mean, these are people that have read the finance bill and have translated the finance bill into their mother tongues so that everyone can understand this. And so if you do not know your rights, which says, again in the Constitution, the people shall. And so the people may give you power to, represent them. But they shall, you are the sovereign. So wake up to the fact that I am sovereign. And last year, you would see it was only one voice. And so this voice, they would say, oh, she's a girl. Oh, she doesn't even know what she's talking about. Why is she not addressing the leaders with decorum? Why does she, But when you are many, when you are 1 million plus on the streets, and we are actually 18 million strong, as I complete, we are 18 million strong as at now. By 2027, we will be 20 million strong. And so you need to take up that act of, I am actually the sovereign, I am the difference. There is Auditor General reports, there is budget allocation reports. We have, again, we are educated. Take your time, go through that, read, see how your money is being used. Because there is so much corruption that is actually in the county level that even if we fix the national level and you have not fixed your home county, then we are doing good work, but it may be watered down because they will go back to the counties and continue taking money from that. So as grassroots initiatives, as grassroots organization, take time to engage with the youth, take time to give out this information, print these Auditor General reports. They said, the Auditor General at some point said, we lost 15.5 billion shillings on eCitizen. And someone in the village does not know because they have been told that the Gen Z protests have been sponsored by Illuminati. So do yourself a favor, have this information, read it, internalize it, and think about how you can make a difference. Yeah.
Wow. Mercy, that was profound. I wouldn't be able to stop you at any one point because the issues that you are raising are so important that we all have to hear about them. And as we go to the audience, Philbert, Occupy churches. You're sitting next to Mercy, who is making a very strong point of how the young people are trying as much as possible, despite all the challenges, to bring these particular conversations to life. Now, you're in the Interreligious Youth Network, and Mercy has told us the power of hope. Hope is even a stronger emotion than even fear. And it is the hope for a better future, for a better country, that is bringing the young people to the streets to talk about their country. On the other hand, if you look at the liberation struggles from 1992 all the way, the church had played a very central role in terms of supporting citizens to be able to bring positive change. This time, the church was, or the religious organizations, were actually pointed a finger of, you let us down. So as the young people in the Interreligious Youth Network, what do you think, or what do you think is the role of young people in these faith-based organizations in promoting youth engagement in governance and addressing these issues? And as you answer that, please tell us, are there any of your initiatives that have successfully engaged young people in advocacy, both at the national level, county level, and have actually brought change to this country?
Thank you so much. Those are actually very weighty questions, but I'll try and summarize them in the interest of time. Let me first of all paint a picture of what is, even as we go into what has been or what should be. Kenya, this is just quickly Google. You will find that 70% of Kenya's population is Christian. I want to just hit you with those facts. This is a Christian, the majority is Christian, the majority percentage of the population. Then we have about 25 who also subscribe to indigenous or African traditional, denominations or faith groupings. Then we also have 6% Muslim. This has significantly grown. I think it has grown to about 10%. So we have a country that is religious, for lack of a better term. And then the same religion preaches certain values. We have common values like peace, justice, equality, accountability. Then you ask yourself the obvious. If we are such a religious nation, how then do we find ourselves where we are? The second question is, in our meetings, I know, but let me just ask, how many of us on a Friday, on a Saturday, on a Sunday, or on any other day of the week, at least find our ways to a church, to a mosque, to a temple, to pray to God, or maybe to just consult God. Almost 80% of us here. But even then, COVID also taught us one thing, that you don't necessarily have to go to what? To church. You can actually use your own space, safe space to do what? To pray to God. Now, why am I painting this picture? I want us to ask ourselves, if we are so religious and we embody some of these religious values, then why are we where we are? The campaigns, unfortunately, the campaigns that led us to this government, it has been said, and it's actually there in the public domain, was 90% done in the churches. Why? Because people became smart, politicians became smart. They knew that if I cannot find people in the public fora, if I invite them to the public fora, then I will not find them. The best way to find them, the best place to find them is where? In the churches, in the mosques, and in those places of worship. And that's exactly what they did. It has actually been said that this regime prayed itself into power, in quotes. But then again, immediately after that, what did we see? We saw a complete shift in terms of policies, in terms of even engagement. And the same religious leaders who were in bed with the government were actually up in arms. Now, I'm painting this because we all know what should be. Religion, faith should be a neutral voice of reason in every dispensation. Now, the minute you declare that you want to support this and this, you lose your credibility and you lose your moral authority to even question some of the things that happen in the society. Now, with that in mind, you've asked about what is the role, where should we be? In our meetings, I wanted to just pose a question to Blandina and other development partners who are here. If maybe a church in Kawangware, the youth group in a church in Kawangware came together and they wrote a nice proposal and they brought to Oxfam, they brought to Danida and the Canadian aid agency, and they brought this to you. Would you consider this? That is the first question I want to ask, because previously that has not been the case. We look at churches have been looked, churches, religious groupings, Muslim youth have been looked as, nyinyi kazi yenu ni kanisa, fanyeni church, faith, preach and all that. But when it comes to development issues, there's something else, something extra that is required of us. Now that leads me to organizing. This is not a relatively new term, but organizing simply means young people, you need to organize yourself to be able to meet what the development partners are asking for. Now, the same development partners will always give room and opportunity and a platform for young people to organize and to co-create together programs that can be funded. I'm saying this because this is exactly what the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network has been able to do. And allow me to just mention a few others. The first thing that needs to be done is values, inculcation of values. This, I believe, the faith-based organizations and the faith institutions, churches, mosques, temples, need to take seriously. Now, inculcation of value simply means, what are some of the things that we value? Accountability, justice, social equity, and all this. How much have we talked about this from our pulpits? How much have we demonstrated this? Have we held Occupy churches? Have we held our religious leaders to account? Your pastor, your imam, have we held them to account to be able to also, practice or embody these values? Now, young people can, and the faith-based organizations have actually partnered with other development partners to ensure that these values are inculcated. The second thing is leadership development. When you develop leaders, There are platforms that churches, mosques, and other faith organizations have obviously provided for young people to be what? To be organized and to be developed into leadership. I'll mention just a few. The Young YMCA, YWCA, all these organizations have programs that build the leadership capacity of young people. And we've seen a number of young people in their respective churches. Casmuel is, I don't know what to speak for him, but he is a Seventh-day Adventist youth who is actually very vocal in youth activities. And we've sat with him in several other meetings of young people. And you hear even from the way they speak about, with passion, about some of the things that they yearn for, that they want to see. These are young people who come from the churches and they see the rot in the church and they say, no, we can do better than what is happening. Lastly is on religious teachings and civic education. Maybe let me just ask, when was the last time you heard your pastor preaching in church mention something that is deeply political? They tend to shy away from it. I asked I live in Athi River. When we were being swept away by the floods, my estate was almost swept away. And I remember asking that when the floods come, there's actually a text in the Bible that talks about that. When the floods come and the winds blow and beat upon houses and houses fall, does it say that, oh, because you are a very, very religious person, let us spare your house? Does it do that? When the rains come and floods actually sweeping people, they do not spare. It sweeps everyone. When there's a famine, when there is a policy issue that can plug a particular development agenda, are we spared because, oh, I'm a pastor, or I'm a religious person, I pray to God 3 times a day? So it does not spare you. Now, these common calamities should actually lead us to have what we call common goals or shared context. Now, when we have a shared concern as a religious people, as a religious nation, then and only then will we be able to take matters into our own hands. Let me just quickly mention something about some of the initiatives that need to be done. Interfaith dialogue is actually an approach that needs to be encouraged in our respective religious groupings, churches. I know the Interreligious Council of Kenya has championed this. We have worked closely with the Embakasi Interfaith Network in Nairobi. I'm only mentioning those that I know we have closely worked with. During the period before post-election, before the 2022 elections, this was key because there are certain hotspots that had been identified. Embakasi was one hotspot area that had been identified for potential violence. And so engagement and focus was put in there for us to have an interfaith dialogue conversation with the senior religious leaders. What are the ways that we can use to bar violence? And the number of young people who came there, we played sports, games, and we had a conversation around ceasing and desisting from doing what? From violence. There's also capacity building. Capacity building, this is an initiative that not just one person can do. All of us can actually do this in partnership with the rest. Lastly is an emergence of youth-led initiatives and youth groups. Let me say this. There are about 33 interfaith networks in Kenya currently. These 33 interfaith networks go along the counties. Now, what we have done, we have tried at the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network level is to challenge the Interreligious Council of Kenya that when you form an interfaith network, also form the Interfaith Youth Network, so that there is a platform for young people to be able to do what? To voice their opinions and concerns. And I can say that Isiolo, Mombasa, Baringo, Migori have very vibrant interfaith youth networks that have not yet been formally structured, but the engagements there are creating platforms for young people from the faith sector to be able to voice their opinions and to be able to take matters into their own hands insofar as development and governance are concerned. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much, Philbert. The issues that you've really brought out, I actually didn't know that in church you talk about these things. I am also one of those that think ni mambo ya tutendereze and all that, but I think these conversations must even be in churches. For the young people, for us to change this country, all hands have to be on deck. Those that are in church, those that are in this space, those that are at the grassroots. And so we value the work that you are doing. And now I want to turn my attention to the audience for any questions, any reactions to that. And Mose Akoapi, my hub DJ, please assist me with the mic so that we're able to take questions. And as we prepare, as I wait for Mose to assist me in that, I will just want to ask one thing before I let Ruth go. Because this issue of care work is so important a conversation that I want to ask one more question. How can young people, Ruth, be empowered to advocate for the recognition and redistribution of unpaid care work within our communities? In 2 minutes, please, as I wait for my audience to ask the questions.
I'd request to add me more minutes because it's very interesting. This morning, when I was coming, there's a Kenyan lady who was asking in one of the WhatsApp groups, do you know anyone in Dubai who can help me with some inquiries? Then I just randomly posted, inbox me so that I can try and see how I can assist because of our also other migration work. And when we were engaging, she was like, I haven't slept the whole night because I've been busy applying for jobs. I have this sick brother that I've been taking care of. And from the time I graduated, I've been focusing my energy on him, and I think it's time I release him so that I go look for other employment because I've been unable to get employment in the country. So we were engaging. I managed to connect her with a very close person in the other side. I'm not a recruitment agency, but just to respond to her inquiries, yes, just for her to be safe. As I also follow up. And you see, I remembered also an incident some time back of a young lady who also wanted to commit suicide because of looking after a sick brother. And this was a total orphan, just like the case today, yeah? And as we talk about care work and how it impacts the life of young people, we are looking at, a responsibility that has been bestowed to you as a person. And there's also the mental breakdown that you're undergoing as you're addressing the needs of this person. Yes, they need, they need to eat, they need to dress, they need to get medication, they need, they need to be shown love, and you're the person at the mercy of this other person that is depending on you. So, and you just think about this, and then you're like, what more do we need to do as young people, especially charged with all these responsibilities that may directly or indirectly impact us? So at Kudeiha, we work with Oxfam that is supporting our programs, and I appreciate the role that Oxfam has really gone further to ensure that there's a lot of awareness around to either quit employment the moment they give birth, or decide to go back to work even 3 weeks after giving birth, because yes, they need food to eat. They have a whole family that they have to look after, pay for fees and all that. And as we engage in this conversation as young people, the issues around even, having support systems as young workers is really key. How then do we ensure that as a young person, because you cannot afford a domestic worker, for instance, we have affordable childcare centers for you? To the scenarios that I just alluded to, this was a case of someone who cannot afford, because healthcare is expensive. They cannot afford advanced care for their kids. Then what then happens to this young person? So Oxfam has been supporting our work alongside policy changes and just engaging in research work that influence even our advocacy work around recognizing and valuing care work. But then just shifting our attitudes towards care work. If I ask maybe the men in the room, I encountered a scenario in one of the sessions we had in Mathare of a daycare that has made it mandatory for both spouses to come and, pick their children in the evening when they come, they come from work. And even our commitment into supporting our spouses, the parental responsibilities that we have at that household level. So how many of us will go an extra mile to just come in and support the work that we are charged to do as women in the household? So you find that even part of the work that we are doing is to create awareness to communities, and to communities we are factoring even the youth who are, they might have those indirect responsibilities or direct responsibilities within households that takes a toll even in their mental state, their financial, capacities, their educational, capacities, just limiting also their intention to look for employment. So all this and just your general well-being as a young person. And as we do this, we are also pushing the government to recognize care work in Kenya, because that is also another conversation that really needs to start from up there. Do we really value the role that care workers are offering in the country? And as we do that, we are also, looking at investing in care infrastructure. When we talk about childcare, as I said, is it affordable? When we are talking about elderly care, are we providing institutions where Ruth can freely walk in and leave my aged parent for me to go and, and it doesn't limit my future job prospects, yeah? It just allows me to continue engaging in my other roles as a young person. Even as we do this, are we also pushing for legislation to be enforced in the country, whereby we are saying we are taking our leaves? Does it apply to all workers? Or there are those that are also limited on how far they can go to just have their daily, their weekly, and their annual rest at workplaces, so that they can go back and be responsible in their families. And as we do this, we do education and just to create awareness through trainings, through workshops involving both domestic workers and community workers, to see how well we can move forward in this conversation. I know you gave me 2 minutes, but there's a lot that needs to be discussed under this topic.
Okay. Thank you so much. I want to turn to my audience. One of the things that we are always accused of as young people is that we will talk so many things, but it does not amount to action. So as we have these conversations around the discussions that we've had here, please let us keep it in mind that we really need to come up with something like, a communique, a statement, something that we can say during the International Day of Youth. These are the conversations that we had, and these are the issues that we would want addressed by the government. And once we have that communique, we can always take it to the right offices, to the duty bearers. So this will not just be a talk shop. We are going to collate all the information that we are having here and take it to the next level. So if anyone in the audience would like to have a question, a comment, reaction, yeah, I can see a hand there. Please, as you ask the question, if it is a question, please direct it to one of my panelists so that we are also able to respond to you.
Thank you. I really didn't want to be told, or maybe to be forced into selecting one of the panelists.
Nisiku advice?
Yeah. Because it is an open question to any of the panelists that is seated there. I believe they have the capacity to answer it. So we have, Kenya has witnessed, let me say, a great awakening in terms of accountability and advocacy that has been initiated by the Gen Z as they called for accountability among the leaders. And one of the most beautiful thing about this protest of Gen Z is that it was enormous, it was well planned, and it was well orchestrated, and the message reached home. At a point, I'm a millennial myself, but at a point, as I was going through the social media, I saw even we were able to reach the developed countries, the white people countries, and you'd see they'll say Ruto must go, and then they'll be asked. I think I saw a certain lady from Sweden, if I'm not wrong, and she said, why should Ruto go? And said, he has increased taxes on sanitary pads and all that, and so it really brought the message home. But as Madam Blandina Bobson spoke about the initiatives that were made by Oxfam when they first came to Kenya in 1963. And the greatest challenge when we are having anything that has to do with the development in any country or in any community is the great challenge of sustainability. And now the Gen Z pride themselves in that they are leaderless. But then, to me, I think therein lies the challenge. Because when you lack a leader, you lack a foresight. And then any person can awake and purport to be a leader, and like Tarus rightfully said, some will take credit and say, maybe they look for the more vocal people and say, maybe we need to settle this person so that we can water down the fire. But we've seen that the civil society has been at the forefront calling for accountability right from the 90s. And it has really done a good job. But then I believe now that we are celebrating the International Youth Day, and having that we have major players of the youth in this forum, given that the youth servicing organization, members of youth servicing organization that are in this platform, what are you people putting into perspective, or what are you people going to put into account so that this Gen Z or this generation that has brought about this awakening in accountability, that they are given the right direction, that they are at least given more information on how they can effectively carry out advocacy work? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next.
Thank you very much. I'm called Crispin Okia from Korogosho. I represent the PWD. Many a times you'll find that when this organization like Gen Z has come up, you'll find that people are very vibrant, and they say that we want a change. Now, it was from the other year, or about 2 months, that you are very strong. As the times goes, things are now coming to change. What has happened? Like last week, you had Nani Nani. It was not as vibrant as it was when it started. What has gone wrong? Or because you are not selected in the CS ministries. As the civil society, you talked about youth engagement. And you'll find out that when it is a time for employment, the government talked about 5 years experience, 3 years experience. Someone has just graduated the other day that needs employment. Can't he be given a time, or can she be given time to be employed, so that that experience that is needed, he can also get it, so that as he's doing the work, someone empowers him, instead of talking about we need 5 years experience. How will you get the experience when you are not employed? Number 2, we talked about corruption. It is the youth, the goons. You talk goons. Someone, maybe the politician, he has several people behind him. When you want to come up to talk about what is happening in the society, you will be taken as someone who is an enemy of progress. For example, maybe I, as a person living with disability, I come up maybe with something to talk about. Maybe we are being undermined in one way or the other. But you'll find out that when you talk about this one, when something happens the next day, you'll not be called because they are going to tell you, wana kuanga na mdomo. So you are going to be sidelined. How are these people are going to be empowered? Because you'll find that someone talks about education. Maybe for us as persons living with disability, for you to reach even class 8, it takes several years. Now that here you are talking about youths, I'm not a youth. I'm over 40 years. But because of the experience that now I have, because I associate with youths, it's now the things that I'm now getting that I would have gotten maybe 5 years behind or 5 years before. But you find out that for maybe someone with disability to go to school, you'll find that maybe someone got polio at the age of 14 or 10 years. He will go back, maybe he was in grade 2 or class 2, he will go back to bed. For him again to restart for education, it takes time. What is the way forward for these persons with disability who are also vibrant in the society? How are they going to be empowered so that as youths are going to be to do other things very good in a way that people see that youths are now doing it? How is these PWDs going to be empowered? You talk about employment. Someone, for you to finish high school as a PWD, maybe you are 24 years, 25 years, when things are almost gone. Maybe someone is getting married at age 24 or 26, is when you are finishing your education, maybe Form 4, you have not gone to college. For you to go to college, it's almost 30 years. How is this person to be incorporated in the society? Another thing you talked about, the sister talked about unpaid care work. We have a society where we have agenda and stereotypes. Someone knows very well from this community, men are not supposed to be carrying babies. Women are supposed to be cooking. Women are supposed to be fetching water. Women are supposed to be washing the clothes. How are you going to empower the society and to sensitize them about unpaid care work? Ingawa mama na akuna kazi, wewe pia unatakana uchote maji. This person is nursing the baby. This person is doing such and work. Have you just selected just a few people to empower, or you have empowered all the society? Maybe everyone will be able to know that I'm not doing it because, for example, we found out that there was a problem between the current national speaker. The current president told him, wewe ulipigwa makofi na muke usiongee. Is it bad for boys to cry when they are beaten by their wives? Is it bad, or that it is just women to be beaten? We are in a society where this equity and equality. What men can do, women can do better. What women can do, even men can do better, or the best. So, when you are talking about unpaid care work, these people should be told about stereotypes and gender. We have gender roles. Mimi siwezi jionyesha mtoto, sini mama. I cannot breastfeed my child. It is my wife. That I cannot even, there are things that I don't have ovulation. It is the wife. But now, how are we going to support them? When this person maybe during maternity leave? Is she given a period of healing? Is this man also given a period to support the wife during that process of after the childbirth? Ama ni 2-3 weeks, ama 2 weeks. Maybe this person had undergone operation which needs even several months. Are these things put into consideration? Because many people are here, let me put my case to rest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Crispin. Let me take 2 more, and then I'll come to my panel. We respond, and then I go back to the audience. Please let me take at the back there. Yes, the gentleman. All right. Now that you have the mic, you can.
Thank you for reminding me today is my day as a Kenyan youth, my motherland, and I'm very proud. My name is Lois Chege, a member of Kudea Union, and also a house manager, a proud one. We are taught by our chair lady there, we are house managers, sio mboch, and I'm proud of it. That's why I'm beautiful like this. I wish the CS could have been here. Niongee naye face to face. Mimi napendanga ku face shida mahali iko. Sipendangi shida yangu ipelekwe na mtu mwingine. One. I'm also a founder of Red Rose. My work. Yeah. Ulikuwa unasema mtu aseme kenye imeandikwa na aseme kenye watu wajui. Mimi ni founder by the way. Kitu ingine, ile kitu ilikuwa inafanya nichukue hii mic ni kusema violence against women. Nimework sana places mingi. Unapata kwa makampuni everywhere. Mahali government inatajwa, ikuwe ni government ama private companies. Mwanamke akienda kutafuta kazi, amesomeshwa na mama yake, ameenda university, amepitia. But before apate hiyo kazi, lazima kukuwe na sexual abuse. Ile nakataa kabisa na roho yangu moja, wenye wanakujia watu wanaweka kwa magunia ya here. I am really ashamed of Kenya as a country, mostly the politicians. Because before majenzi wasimame, hatukuwa tunaona watu wakirushwa kwa magunia. Watu wakuwa wanamiss. Unapata mama anatafuta mtoto wake akilia for months, for days. And who cares? No one. Lakini yeye mtoto wake akipotea for 1 day, 1 minute. Mtoto wake akionekana akiandamana, hiyo kitu inajazwa for all social medias. Mnaonesha huyu ni mtoto wa fulani. Sitamtaja, anajijua. Lakini wewe mtoto wako hata akioneshanwa live on TV akipigwa risasi, no one cares. Mimi I want to ask, wale walikufa, wale wamemiss, it's their right they were looking for. You don't have to pay it by blood. Sawa? Sio sisi tukuja ati tunaomba, ati tunalilia serikali, ati mtoto amepotea tusaidie. Demand for what is yours. It is your country. You pay taxes. Sawa, wewe ni domestic worker, wewe ni nani, you pay your taxes to be safe, to live in a good country. We even pay those politicians. So we are supposed to face them. I wish they were there. I really wish that. Mimi situmiangi barua kwa sababu hiyo maneno ya barua kitambo iliisha. Siku hizi tumechange. I can even face the president of my country. I pay him my dues. I pay taxes. I'm supposed to be safe. I'm not supposed to be threatened. I am a Kenyan youth. Today is my day. Uli hajanijua amenijua. That's why I'm looking round. Okay, unapata mzazi amesomesha mtoto, hizo ndo vitu sana sana zinaniuma, hizo za sexual abuse. Umemsomesha, mama amekutoa kamasi, amefanya hapa. Kuna wazazi, there are women who are even crying. Amesomesha mtoto ako nyumbani. Kwa nini ako nyumbani? Hata kama alipata E, alikuwa anapata hiyo aende somewhere. Lazima kukuwa na government polytechnics. Aende huko, atafute kitu ya kufanya, ajue kutengeneza simu, ajue kuna kazi nyingi sana. Si lazima uende masters. Sio sisi wote tuko na hiyo ability. Mimi nilifika class 8 and I'm very proud. Kwa sababu singeua mama yangu ndiye anipeleke secondary school. No, but ile kitu nimefanya in my community. Mimi najulikananga community yangu yote. Hii sura si mpya. My MPs know me. Kuna wakati nilikuwa north nikatoka nikaenda south, nabadilikanga hivyo nikiona hakuna kitu inafanyika. My MPs know me. Members of parliament wengi wananijua. Mimi nikikuchagua na kuchagua vile msichana anachaguanga mzee. Naangalia vitu mzuri unataka kunifanyia, epa. Sio ni kuchagua alafu badilike. Ukibadilika na mimi nakubadilikia na kuwa GNZ. Mimi si GNZ, mimi niyo millennials sio mnasema. But sasa ikifika ni hapa, inabidi ukue GNZ. Sawa? So nilikuwa nasema, nasisitiza, na naitisha wanawake wa Kenya. This is our motherland. Ufai ulale na mtu mzee upate kazi. Sawa? Hao wazee wenye wanatolewa wakirudishwa, nani anawarudisha? Wale tulichagua, si ni kweli? Ni kutujenga ama ni kutumaliza? Wanatumaliza. Sisi kama watoto, wazazi wetu ndio wanaumia. Tuliamka mapema kuwachagua. Hatukuwa tunawachagua watuue. No, tungejua mnauananga, hatungeenda huko asubuhi. Tungeenda tucheze futa ama tuende tulale nayo vile tunasemanga. Hapana, mimi nasema tulale nayo, tungelala hiyo siku. Sawa? Another thing. Nataka hawa wazee wenye wako hapa, wacheni mipango za kando. Kwa sababu once nimesoma, nimekosa kazi, sawa, mzazi wangu ananingoja nimsaidie. Sawa, sina option. Alafu mzee hapa anasimama ananiambia no. Come, you give me this, I give you this. Itakuwa option. Tuache kulea hiyo kitu. Kenya tusijulikane kwa behaviors like so. Sawa? Sasa nataka my youth hata ikuliwa umfai uliwe. So msiende kuwaomba ati wasiwaue. Wacha wakam kama na kam. Ikuje sana. Sawa? Mimi nasema mimi nalipanga taxes, naongeanga venye nataka. As long as my right nimeaccomplish, nalipanga tax, na sifai nitoe hongo kupata ile kitu nataka. Madam alifanya vizuri sana kunifundisha. Mimi am a house manager. Mimi ni mbochi. Lakini pia sifaiti right ya mtu, na fight yanga yangu. It starts with you. Sawa? Kama huwezi jifaitia, you can never fight for anyone. Sio kiburi, wanasemanga tunaongea sana. That's why tunaenda tukimalizwa. Unapata mtu kama Masi anaongea kitiko kwa kichwa yake. The next time unasikia nani anajua Masi nimpatie chwani. Chwani inamaanisha 50. Masi anatafutwa, anamalizwa. Unaona? Kufungwa midomo sisi kama mayouth. Nimeongea kwa sababu leo ni siku yetu ya mayouth. Na wacha nikuambie, youth akimalizwa, mmemaliza nchi. Tusikuwe kwa CNN tukionyeshwa Kenya. Kitambo tulikuwa tunaonyeshwa CNN, unaona ndovu imepita, unajua hiyo ni Kenya. Zebra, hiyo ni Kenya. Saa hii Wacha niwaambie, tear gas, mawe, hiyo ndio Kenya yetu. Na unaenda unavaa nini ati I'm proud to be Kenya. It is better to talk the truth. This is not the Kenya we want. And who is there to change? See, I'm a politicians. It start with you. And wakati unataka kuichange, kuwa na agenda. Sawa, si tu unachukua mawe ati huyu hajakufurahisha. No. Have agendas. This is the first step, the second, the third and the fourth. Ndio upate ile kitu unapigania. Usipigania kitu pia wewe kama youth, kama mtu mjinga. Unapigana tu lakini hujui kitu unataka. Pigana ukiwa na agenda. Wale watoto wote ama wale youth wote wenye wamemaliza universities na hawayuko shule, hawayuko kazi, it is so sad. It is so sad. Na hiyo pesa hakuna mtu atawarudishia ama arudishie wazazi wao. But pia nyinyi ukipata kazi yenye ya masters hakuna, kuwa house manager kama mimi. Pata hiyo 2,000 yako ikiwa safi. Wacha kukimbilia 10,000 ya kulala na mtu kama rika ya mzee wako ama babu yako. Pata hiyo 1,000 yako 2 na ni kitu imebarikiwa na Mungu. Hata ukienda ukipelekea mzazi wako ni kitu imebarikiwa. It starts with you. Ukionyesha mtu mimi si wa hiyo tabia, itakuwa rahisi sisi kama youth, especially women, kujieleza na tukiongea tunasikika. Asante. Na next time nataka hao ma-CS hapa. Hao ndio nilichagua hao na wanakulanga taxes yangu.
Makofi. Sawa, okay. Yes, please, in 1 minute, straight to the point.
Okay, my name is Stephen Kimani, and I come from Korokocho. I have a question. As one of the speakers just said, you have created this forum for you to listen to us, not you to tell us what you want for us, but we as the youth to tell you what we want. I'd like to ask a question on that issue of digital empowerment and literacy. As Madam Mercy there said, that education is the best equalizer. I can say, coming from the informal settlement, I know the challenges that we are facing as the youth. I can like to tell you as an organization, can you work more on empowering the youths in the rural and informal settlement with digital empowerment, because I believe it's the best tool that can be used to change the community. Not only that, it will also remove some social problems that the youths are facing, like the problem of being used by politicians. And as one of the speakers said there, you are trying to put hope on us. That hope can only be put by empowering us physically and giving us the equal opportunity to the so-called the youths from the Masmata. Let me use the ghetto term that we use. The privileged children who comes from the well families, we call them Masmata. So for us to have an equalizer between us who come from the informal settlements and those, I can tell you that the best tool that you can use is to empower us in digital literacy.
Wow, let us first answer those ones and then we take a second round of questions and then my panel is going to respond. So the first question that came in is on the youth awakening in advocacy, especially kwa hii movement ya Gen Z. And young people are saying the Gen Z walikuwa wanasema they are leaderless. Does that also mean that they were directionless? I think Mercy, you'll assist us in answering that. As Mercy responds to that, Crispin, who is the PWD rep, has also talked about how the Gen Z movement frizzled out and whether
how can the youth be rejuvenated? Because the fact that it frizzled out, as we saw in Nane Nane, does it mean that the issues that the young people are still pushing, ziliisha tu hivyo, or they are still there? Maybe you can answer those two, and then we go to the next panel. Please, in 2 minutes, I can see many of my audience would like to ask a question or something. Please, in 2 minutes.
That's a really good question, because it helps us think and really think deeply and clearly. You see, when we said we are leaderless, you would see our leader, not our leader as Gen Zs, the leader of the nation, okay? The president. You would see that he went out and said that wanasema wako leaderless, wanasema wako formless, but does that also wanasema wako faceless na tribeless? And so you see, it wants to look like it is a weakness, but it is not a weakness. When we say we are leaderless, this is what we mean. We have a constitution that has been put in place to fight for us. Look at the constitution as a human rights defender, because it assumes that none of us can speak. It knows that these are the rules, these are the responsibilities, these are the privileges of being a political leader in this country. What they wanted to do, actually, was to con us into a political moment. And how do they con you into a political moment? 1, get you to elect a leader. And if you think about it clearly, because we say we follow the Constitution and we want everyone to follow the Constitution, when you say, give us a leader, what you essentially mean is, get into an election, yeah, and then elect a leader, which Gen Zs basically are not against. But do you want to bring the IEBC and set aside a budget for the Gen Zs to elect a leader so that that leader would be constitutional? Secondly, political moment. Get you to form a political party. You have seen there are many people that have come out and wanted to register the Gen Z movement as a political party, wanted to register, I don't know the names, but we know that they wanted to get it as a political party. And what the Gen Zs are saying, what the young people are saying, the millennials, what we are saying is, this is not a political moment. This is an economic moment. There is no one who came out and said, I want to be a CS. There is no one who came out and said, in fact, in my county, I want to be a senator. There is no one who came out and said, huyu MCA nataka tumtoe nje, muniweke ndani. What the young people are saying is, make systems work. Follow the Constitution, implement the policies. We as a country have really good policies. The problem is they do not want to implement these policies. Now, when you go to hospital, again, there is no drugs. We are saying, equip the hospitals. Take interns there, post-interns, post-JSS teachers. A JSS teacher earns 17,000 shillings. And if you bring a political moment into this, then it beats the point of this teacher, 17,000 in this economy, cannot sustain them and their family. And so, the Constitution has provided for only one political moment. And that is the campaign before the election. Because the election is also a constitutional moment. So for the 5 years, we are only in economic moments and constitutional moments. And if we are dumb enough to be conned into a political moment, then that is our loss. So we are leaderless because we are calling everyone to action. As a doctor, what can you do? As a teacher, what can you do? As a care worker, what can you do? As a farmer, what can you do in your capacity? You know, so that you don't put one person to speak for you, and then when that one person has been taken or compromised or has died, then the movement fizzles out. We have addressed something that the Gen Z movement has fizzled out. We have seen that it wants to stop, and I want to answer that question. In war, take this as a war, because when during my presentation I said we are in a marathon, we are not in a sprint. These are people that have power, these are old people that have military behind them, and the police and the intelligence service, and then you take a 20-year-old, 24-year-old who only has a phone and water and a flag, and you want to pit these two against each other, and you can see that the balance is not balancing, the math is not mathing. It has not fizzled out. Sometimes people need to retract, re-strategize, think about what else can we do, because we saw during the first, second, third, and fourth protests, they were very peaceful. You would see that it was actually the Gen Zs with their phones and water bottles. And again, you saw that it was not the Gen Zs who were rioting. The Gen Zs were protesting. But now when it became infiltrated, a good soldier knows when to go back, when to go and re-strategize and think about what else can we do different. So this is just a moment like that. This is a moment to rest. This is a moment to rethink and re-strategize. This is not, it has not died. We are still here. All the youth are still here, and it is just one thing to get us to move. So this is a resting moment again. The Gen Z movement is as alive as it can get. Rest assured, when we say there's still people that are working, occupy hospitals, occupy MOH, occupy the churches, as you actually said, occupy the churches, occupy IEBC, occupy chief's offices, occupy Ministry of Education. They are still present. We might not be on the streets, but that does not mean that the protests were not successful. Once you have been able to shut down a metropolis like Nairobi, and there's no business going on, and it's only police in the streets and tear gas, you know, there is progress, and that should be given the credit that it deserves. We might not have been 1 million on the street, but that does not mean that the protest was not successful. That does not mean that it has fizzled or it has died. Rest assured, we are out here. We are so strong, you will not believe.
Viva Gen Z, viva! Viva Gen Z, viva! Now, Philbert, over to you. I can see you want to also add on to that. I would also want you to respond to Crispin, who has asked whether the youth space, is it PWD friendly, as we deal with the issues of young people, and also respond, is it okay, is it fine for men to cry when they are beaten by their wives? In 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. Allow me to just start with Mercy's point that was still hot. A number of people, I'm in so many WhatsApp groups where there is a lot of conversation around the Gen Z movement and what it has been able to achieve. I, as a political science student and scholar, I am still currently pursuing my master's in the same field. I would tell you that what the Gen Z movement has been able to achieve, we as millennials have not been able to achieve in the very many years that we've been in the streets. A bit of it has been able to do what? We've seen some results. But we have not had and by the way, there are so many strategies in political warfare. I call it warfare, there is in quotes. A number of the young people that we saw in the streets are not registered as voters. But by 2027, they will be ready. Trust me, any politician who quests for national leadership should be very afraid. And they will know exactly that this ideally is the team that they want to do what? They want to engage. When I saw this young man on TV, on JKL, speaking directly to the president and saying, know that you are a one-term president, I even felt shivers going down my spine myself, and I'm not even the president. But I saw the kind of courage with which he spoke, and compounded by the many other acts that we saw on the streets. Trust you me, this is a movement that has not fizzled. And if there is any Gen Z, any young person who's listening to me, listening to us, watching this, who may have felt, political moments can make you feel like, oh, tumeshindwa, ona sasa wameweka serikali, oh, Raila amejoin, and things like that. If you ever felt discouraged that hii imeisha, hii imeenda, haijaenda, take this as a call. You know how to re-strategize. Go back to the drawing board and know exactly where to do what, where to hit it. I belong to a WhatsApp group where I've seen people talking about the next phase. After you have achieved certain gains, you actually build on that to make your next move even stronger. And I think the next move should be in the civic duty of voting in the new leaders. You asked a question about whether men should be able to cry, but first things first. Right now, there is a conversation around meaningful and inclusive youth participation, and not just youth participation. When you talk about gender in totality, we also have persons with disability. I have seen many programs coming up. I personally took part, maybe I didn't mention this, but I also led a project that was funded by the British Council. It was called Skills for Inclusive Digital Participation. This was specific to women, vulnerable youth, and persons with disability. A gentleman asked at the back about digital empowerment and literacy. This project produced 4 manuals that are on the British Council website. They have since been taken up by the ICT Authority, and I think we currently have a digital skills curriculum. I take a lot of pride in it because I led the team of national expert level trainers. Back then I was working as head of programs at Nairobi Trust, and I was tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that that curriculum that is contextualized to the Kenyan context was made. So I can assure you, we had Association of Persons with Disability of Kenya also as part of it, and also ACWICT, Association of Women in ICT in Africa. These parties were here specifically to ensure that the needs of the various communities that they represent were represented. And with the persons with disability, there is a bit more that need to be done to ensure that not only skills, but also jobs that come with those skills are inculcated. Let me leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those insights. I want to go back to my panel, but before that, there were 2 more questions that were asked. One by Lois Chege on the issue of violence against women at the workplace, please, and also sexual violence. I would like Ruth to respond to that. And David Kimani has also talked about the challenges of access for young people in the informal and rural sector. As a programs officer in Youth Alive, I would also want you to touch on that. Please let us be very brief because I want to take as many questions as possible.
Okay, just responding to the question of gender-based violence, and I loved how she was able to represent herself, especially in this space. We are really pushing for ratification of an international convention, 190, that speaks into eradication of violence and harassment in the world of work. And it looks at the youth in different categories, beginning from, it touches on all workers. And a special interest for this session will be a young person who is on attachment, an intern, and the vulnerabilities around even being confirmed into employment, while you're placed in employment also, the positions and rather the postings that are allocated to you are those that will subject you to even, worse experiences at the workplaces. So we are very particular on this key convention that will ensure that as you're even applying for employment, you as a worker first, your rights are protected at the work, and you're not subjected to, emotional violence, even as you're submitting your CV, as you walk into the workplace to seek for inquiries about even the whole advertisement All these processes that will ensure that you as a young worker, you get employment. And even as you get employment, how do you report? And how are you also protected as a victim? And how does it also ensure that the perpetrator, the penalties that the perpetrator has been offered, does not give them a platform whereby they go back to the same, employment, like the recent case that we saw in the tea sector. So the Chebochok guy, yeah? So even just ensuring that we do not have such, experiences happening to workers before they get into employment, the processes of recruitment, and even while you are in employment. How are you protected as a worker? Right now, we have legislations that are not sufficient enough to really protect that vulnerable youth who's seeking for employment in the country. So, and I always say that as a young person, when you face this, I can share my contact later on. But when you feel that you're facing all these challenges, as you're seeking for, reach out to us so that we can also assist to amplify the issue that you're going through as a youth in employment, or even not in employment, because even in the informal economy, you can be a small-scale trader, but wherever you're operating from, you're being harassed by kanjos. Yeah, for you to operate your businesses, you have to pay tax. And tax in this case even translates to sexual harassment, or rather advances that are made to you by the people in authorities. So even your employment within the informal economy, your businesses, all these platforms, just reach out to us so that we see how we can assist.
Yeah, thank you. You'll be sharing your contact after this. Rama, young people in the informal sector, how do we engage them? Are they excluded from the digital economy?
I want to agree with my fellow panelists, and also with the person who asked that question in terms of how then do we feel, how then are we able to come with programming areas that are in favor of both the young people. And on that point, I wish to say that indeed young people needs are different. As a Rahma Isa who is coming from an informal settlement, my needs are quite different from youth who is not coming from an informal settlement. And we've heard instances that politicians are coming up with different programs. Let me say we're coming up with sports, pale, on a certain area. We're also coming up probably with programs around food security around specific area. But again, my question will just be as the person who asked that question went ahead and said it, are we involving these young people to come up with those issues? Are they the ones who are speaking to what they want to be addressed in that specific issues? And that is not to cut away issues around digital economy. The way we are coming up with these programs around digital areas, are we involving those young people to formulate those programs? So I'll say yes, of course, we've had instances whereby young people have been left out when it comes to digital programming, and also when it comes up to setting out priorities in terms of what they need within different sectors. And my call to action will be, it is important for each stakeholders, be it the government, be it different partners, whenever they're coming up with these issues, be it digital economy, be it social related issues, it is important that they put the young people at the core, because they're the very people who know what they need at that time, and they're only people who can guide us best in terms of how then will we want these issues to be addressed. So as an organization, we implement our programs in informal settlement. We implement in Korogosho, Githurai, Kawangware, and most of them are here, and they'll tell you, as young people, most our interventions are centered in terms of what do they need as young people from those areas. And I also want to encourage other players, whenever we are engaging the young people from informal settlements, let us bring them at the forefront of this conversation, because I always believe that the key to all these issues, and there are very people that they can guide us in terms of how best they want it to look like.
Yeah, thank you very much even for that assurance that young people in the informal settlement are at the center of your programming. And I think, David, you can also please reach out to Youth Alive for a further conversation on that. I want to go back to my audience for more questions, and I'm going to start from the front here. I've seen Dennis' hand up, and then we go to him. Dennis, your hand was up? Elisha Peter. All right, we can start there.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pamela Awitogol. I'm a house manager working with the Kudea. I'm a leader in Nairobi branch. I'm so much grateful to Oxfam, and I said thank you to Oxfam for the training you have given us so that we know our rights at the working places. Secondly, I would like to say much thanks to Mercy for the Gen Zs. What you did was very good. You woken the Kenyans. They were sleeping, but Gen Zs woken them up. That's very nice. And I'm just asking, can you get a strategy that can make you strong so that when it reaches 2027, these Wazee can come back, we dig with them at our shambas because they are of my age.
Makofi!
Yeah, because they are sleeping on their jobs.
Yeah,
they are sleeping on their jobs. So I just want to ask you, Jesus, can you create awareness so that when it reaches 2027, we don't want to see them on the ballots so that they come back home? Huh? My third question goes to Philomen. Can we get a way that we can create awareness to our youth so that they can be going to church to teach the Wazees how they can vote? Because these Wazees, when they have a fundraising, they call the MPs, MCAs. When the MCAs come there, they issue something like 100,000. We clap like fools. Oh, because of that money. But when it reaches the time of voting, they vote wrongly. Yeah. And these leaders of churches like pastors, reverends, when the president is doing a wrong thing, they can't say no because they have been called to the State House to it. And why I'm saying I'm proud of Gen Zs, by the time Mama Rachel was going to do a fundraising, you said, tomorrow let us see who's there. Did she go? No. And you are occupying the churches, telling the reverends, let them come. If you continue with that strategy, by 2027, our Kenya is going to be a new Kenya. And you know that I'm a demonstrator blood. Every time you are on street, you will see me. Yeah, it is my blood. I started from Raila till now. And let Raila not talk to you, Gen Zs, because he is not suffering. He has money. Yeah? As we are suffering down here, we don't want to hear even NCS talking about what. You continue with these people bumper to bumper. And us like parents, we should be on behind of you. If someone is killing your child, surely, are you proud? Yeah? Once your child is gone, you'll never get another one. And we are getting old. The eggs has gone.
Thank you. Next. I can see a hand back there.
Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Asanteni.
Please, 1 minute.
Nisikize tu, asanteni. My name is Isaac. I'm a clerk at ESC Youth Parliament. And also, Mika Gen Z, kwanza hii swali inakuja kwako Mercy. Mika Gen Z. Mimi ni clerk skatai. Lakini pia unapata mseka mimi naendaga kufanya kazi ka bouncer club. Alafu pia bado Mika Gen Z. Juu kuna watu hapa wamesema ati mambo ya tusiekane kwa gunia, lakini MC amekuja kwangu. Mimi nimelipwa, nichome taya, nigonge gari kadhaa. Si ndio? Nahitaji hiyo pesa, nahitaji kula. Tutatoa wapi hiyo pesa? Hapa nimekuja na transport yangu. Hakuna mtu amenifanda. Ndio niwasikize. Juu ya unemployment. Na pia saa zingine ukipata hiyo employment unapata unalipwa so 3, so 5, mahitaji ni nyingi. Si ndio? Nilikuwa nauliza natoa wapi hiyo do extra? Juu hadi nikikuja hapa hii ni masaa yangu. Sasa labda ningekuwa nimesukuma vitu, nimeingiza vitu kwa lori, nimepata do yangu. Lakini hii ni masaa yangu, hii ni pesa yangu. Sasa hii nitarikavaje pia? Aya, swali lingine bado. Najua mnauliza kai mkono hii. Hii ni mtu nimeng'oa meno. Hii ni meno nimeng'oa mtu, si ndio? Ndio nilipwe. Si juu ndio mimi hapa. Acha hadi niende hapa mbele ndio mnione. Nataka nione kila mtu, nataka nione habari zenyu. Hai. Nataka nione kila mtu, ndio mimi hapa. Unaona? Mimi nimejileta hapa juu sitaki kuconfess pia naweza kutwa. Lakini nimejileta hapa tu juu ya vijana kama mimi. Mimi hufanya kazi hiyo mambo ya klabu nini. Si vijana tufikiwi. Juu asubuhi mkifanya activities zenyu, si ndio tunaenda kulala. Si atufikiwi, sitafikiwa aje. Aya, nimejileta juu kuna kijana fulani pale alikuwa anaita au mabombe maspata hao. Mimi nimeona hao watu. Sinaona? Nimekuwa mali watu wa Raila wako. Sasa leo walikuwa wameenda Tanzania kufanyia mambo ya EAC. Nimeona hao watu. Na ndio tuwafikie tutafanyaje? Mimi nataka tuseme mimi nataka kuwa president. Haraka nafanya hii kazi. Pia mnivotie 2027 naweza amka. Mimi nataka kuwa president. Natakaga sana. Nataka ni change hii maneno yangu. Unaona? Mimi sitaki vijana wengine wako wanapigana kama mimi. Mimi libidi nianze kufanya boxing, nianze kufanya taekwondo ndo niende kupigana kwa klabu. Sitaki kwa hivyo. Sitaki. Na nataka nifikie hao watoto wa Raila. Juu mtoto amesomea mambo ya politics, si ndio? Amesomea mambo ya babake amemuonesha. Kaa Uhuru babake sasa alikuwa anampelekaga hizo ma politic meetings. Mimi nataka pia mimi nikuweka hao. Lakini sina hiyo opportunity. Nitafikiaje opportunity? Nitaingiaje kwa political party? Sina hiyo information pia. Asanteni, mimi naitwa Isaac.
Thank you. Santi. Yeah.
Yes. Here.
Where is my mic? Iko wapi yuko? And then as you come this way, please, I'll take yes. And then we come hapa mbele kwa panel.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Joan. I work at Kudeiha Workers. I am glad to be part of this team today. I am happy to be in the midst of Gen Zs because I am a millennial. And I'm glad to be part of this conversation. I want to speak to issues of care work because I believe the theme of today is also on issues of care work, both paid and unpaid care work. I remember last year when we were celebrating the International Women's Day, we were also invited by the Youth Alive Kenya, and they had a petition which we were all signing to it for the ratification of Convention 189 that speaks to decent work for domestic workers. This is an issue, a topic that have grown fond of it because it talks about the issues of the most vulnerable people and the most important people in our society. It all begins with care work. And then it graduates to paid care work when you are no longer, or you have gotten a job and you can't find someone to do what you used to do as a paid care work, you employ someone who is now a domestic worker. As we are forging for issues, for people to be accountable on, the government to be accountable on issues of its citizens, domestic workers are part of the citizens of this country, which they are vulnerable, and yet they also pay taxes like any other citizens, like those the politicians. So I remember last year also, the president promised us to ratify this convention. And up to date, it has not been ratified. As advocate of domestic workers' rights, I'll still call up the government. And I will ask you, Gen Zs, the next time you occupy, please remember to speak about this convention, because it's going to help those very vulnerable paid and unpaid care workers on issues of representing them, distributing the paid care work. Remember, this is a job that can be entered easily. And when we finish our high school or the levels that we are able to get into school, before we get a better job, this is a job that is easy to be entered in because it does not require much qualifications. And we are asking, if we are going to be the ones doing this job, we want to do a job that is dignified, a job that is valued, a job that is bringing food to our tables. So I would want to forge and ask the government out there, be responsible, fulfill your promises. You gave us a promise to ratify this. We want to see this ratified so that our domestic workers, our paid care workers, can have a decent job to do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll take this hand, and then you bring the mic at the front here, and then my panel is going to respond to those questions.
Hey, my name is Oli, and my questions really go to the people who were saying about capacity building and awareness and that type of thing. We've been saying this for the past how many years? Yeah? Maybe since Kenya got an independence. But now, the couple of questions that I actually want to ask is about public participation. For example, Robert, you said that public participation is actually where decisions are actually being made. But is it actually where decisions are being made? You know, we're actually talking about the challenges that we have. For example, I've been training youths in Kilifi, Makueni, Turkana as well, and we have issues of discrimination whereby you go to these public participations and you still just you try to raise your hand to speak as a youth, but then you're just told, hey, wait to Leah, and that sort of thing. People have mobilized each other. It's all about the numbers. Mkiwa mko wengi pale hivi, you will get your issues heard. So yeah, then the moderator has talked about coming up, with actionable points, and now this is to it. How do we define quality and like the quality and the quantity of public participation? What is it? What is it exactly? What are the indicators for this? For example, when you say about the X spaces, right? I've seen a very interesting thing. For about only 187, about 1,000 affidavits that were presented by the people, for example, the CSS, during the public participation in CSS. Only 187 or so supported the CSs, rather the president's nominations for this, out of 1,000. But you see, people have participated in these public participations, given out their issues, but they're not being heard. So you see, that is a problem, and how do we address it? And that's why I'm saying quality and quantity of public participation. We talk about the X spaces. For example, in Kilifi County today, there's actually an X space on the ADP, public participation. But how do we capture this? How realistic is this? What are the indicators for this? Another thing is to, still people saying about capacity building and awareness, but do we actually need that? Mercy, for example, you said that you're going to have, what's it called? Utenda around the country telling people about, the budgeting process and whatnot. That is good, but I'm sorry, but there's actually one problem that you're going to face. For example, taking a church, the pastor will preach and preach and preach, but we will only say that the pastor has done a good job if souls have been converted. We have to win souls. So you teach as many people as you can, but the problem still remains. It is the behavior change, right? And we cannot, when it comes to public participation and youth being involved in decision-making spaces, we cannot tie our success, or rather we cannot tie our indicators to the output. We actually tie, or rather we should tie our indicators to the outcomes. And the outcome is actually the behavior change, that after we get this information, what do we do? I work for an NGO, and this, like I said, this is what I'm doing each and every day. But still, each and every day I also have to ask my question, am I actually doing something that is going to be something, or just because we got the money, we're going to tick some boxes and that sort of thing. So to the organizations, we also need to be asking ourselves, we need to be realistic about what we say. When you say that we're supporting youth to write memos and petitions and whatnot, but then what is the sustainability of this? What happens the time that we do not help them? In most of the trainings that I do not tell youths to write memos or whatnot. This is literally what I tell them. Ukijisikia kuandika, usipojisikia achana nayo. Because we do this so that we can have, these really nice reports. Youths have written memos and whatnot. But are we being honest? Are we being honest in ourselves? Yeah, so those are my questions. So in terms of actionable points, how do we define, the indicators for public participation? And two, how do we beat this issue of behavior change? Let's not just say that we need awareness and whatnot. There is a lot of information out there about the budget process. The other day I was in this Express and someone says, hey, but there, we need these, let's say someone asks, how can we recall an MP and that sort of thing. So in terms of behavior change, I know about all the national days in Kenya, and I'm not saying that it is crap, but perhaps, and some other crap, and then later on I want to file my taxes and I don't know how to file my taxes, you see. But then the point I'm trying to bring is, can we have some of this civic education being enshrined in some of these curriculums so that you grow with it? Because by now, people are 25, 26, and then you're starting to teach them about the budget process. They're still trying to look for money. How does it make sense? So yes, let us define that, but also in terms of the behavior change, we need to do better than we do. Let's not do things just to tick boxes. We need to ask ourselves the hard questions. So Mercy, that's a really good thing. I really loved how you you ask a question to the senator, but this is a challenge that you're going to face. So please, before you start that initiative, please try to solve this before going forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for those questions. I'm keeping reminding you that everything that we are having a conversation around, there is a rapporteur that is very hard on the task, taking point of all the issues, because we say this is not just a talk shop. Every commitment that is coming out of this, every call to action is being recorded, and we are going to come up with a document, a communique that is going to articulate our position and our conversation from this International Youth Day. So I'll take a hand there, and then John, please, you can bring the mic here so that we also answer that round of questions.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Faith Diligent. I'm a software developer and an entrepreneur. I'm also a very proud member of Youth Alive Kenya, Uasin Gishu Working Group, as well as Tunaweza Youth Network, which is a program under Emerging Leaders Foundation. My questions will be directed to Mr. Robert Juma, who is the expert on matters leadership and governance. I have two. How do we measure the impact of our advocacy efforts in promoting youth leadership? I think that's in relation to what our moderator had mentioned. How do we measure the success of the efforts that we put in our advocacy efforts? And the next question is, how do we address the skepticism or resistance that we face from older generations regarding youth involvement in matters leadership? Like, for example, when we had the anti-finance bill protests, we faced a lot of backlash from some of our leaders who belong to a different generation, and some of their comments were really, really frustrating. So how do we deal with that moving forward in our advocacy efforts? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take a question here in front, and then we come back to our panel.
Thank you. I actually don't have a question. I have a comment. It will be short, I assure you, hopefully. I think at the heart of this conversation, we need to stop and we, I'm referring to millennials, who seem to be quite a number in this room, we need to stop delegating our liberation to the Gen Zs, right? There's something, I mean, we keep saying that Gen Zs, the next time you go, you know, the next time you're protesting, the next time, why aren't you taking charge of the same movement or being part of it in as active a manner as you would be in a space like this? And this, the constitution that we have does not protect only Gen Zs. It protects all Kenyans, right? So when the Gen Zs say that the constitution is their leader, then it's not just theirs, it's for the whole nation of Kenya. So I think, like millennials, and I agree with Blandina, I am marking that age group as well, that yes, we were raised different, but we have an opportunity to, I think we have people who are willing to be on the front line, but at a minimum, we need to be right behind them, yeah? So that's my first point. The second one is we also need to be careful or to rethink how we are framing this whole movement. If we compare even just how the media was reporting, the media in Kenya was reporting on Bangladesh vis-a-vis how it has been reporting on Kenya. So Kenya has been anti-government protests, right? Bangladesh was the same thing. They are protesting over around the same issues, right? But it was a student-led movement. So how we frame the movement and also affects, I think, the participation of people, how seriously government takes our issues. So I think framing is also something that we need to think about. And because, as Mercy has rightfully put it, and I completely agree with her, sai tunakunywa tu glucose, tunalamba glucose tukisema, tunarudi. Yeah, so that as well. And then lastly, Isaac asked, I think, very difficult questions to everyone in the room. And I don't think we can even attempt to address them in this. They can be addressed in this forum or by this panel even entirely. But if we were to go back to a very dark moment of our country, which is the 2007-2008 post-election violence, I think one of the things that, or one of the large campaigns that came out of 2007-2008 was the campaign against young people being used for violence. And maybe in our minds, we have compartmentalized violence. So because I am not, you know, killing my neighbor, I don't have a panga, I don't have a gun, I don't have whatever, then, you know, it's like, jutuna choma tires, it's not as bad as kubeba panga kind of thing. But violence is violence, right? And if we were able to, as young people, if we were able to rise above being used for political violence to the extent that we saw it in 2007, 2008, then perhaps if we are sold out to the idea of why it is that we are fighting for our constitution to protect us now, then maybe we can also rethink being hired now as goons in protests which are still being led by young people who are fighting for us as young people. So basically what it may appear like the political class is doing is using young people to fight young people, right? But we said no once, and I truly believe we can stand up against that again. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, I hope you've all heard that. And I think these are very deep conversations. These are issues that are coming out quite strongly. And I want to go back to my panel for one last round of closing remarks and responding to the questions that have come out from the panel. But I want to first talk about something that has been spoken by Pamela. Pamela has said the first thing that she would want to say is thank you. You know, as Africans, as a people, sometimes we forget to say thank you to those that are walking the journey with us. I always say that the donor community, the development partners are actually coming to address a failure by the system. If all our systems were working, if the government was doing what it is supposed to do, if all systems were working, donors would not have anything to be doing in Kenya. But they have chosen to work with us to address the gaps that are there, to awaken up, to make sure that we are alive to the issues. And this is something that we should always be very thankful to our development partners. We do not take these things for granted. We are always very happy when you work with us. So in the closing question, and this will go to all my panelists, as you give your closing remarks, please answer this question along with any other question that you would want to respond to. In regard to the challenges that young people face within your sector, within the sector that you're representing, what will be your call to action and a declaration on this International Day of Youth? My rapporteur is recording this so that we have the commitments, we have the call to action, and we are also going to sign a declaration at the end of this session once we have the closing session remarks for this session by the ED. So please answer that question and feel free to also answer any question that has come that we would want to respond to. Please let us make it brief as we end this session because we are really behind time. We can start from Ruth.
I think there's a slogan that I always love that speaks into nothing for us without us. And youth issues in this country is just headache. Right from opportunities, lack of opportunities, as we speak into unemployment, and also supporting skills. We see a lot of creativity around the work, and you know that the youth are every day, coming up with. And what we lack is even how do we make the best out of all these creative ideas that the youth are doing. So I always say that it is high time we support youth-led initiatives. And by this, I know we as young people, we can't do it alone. And we call for partnerships that will tailor the issues of the youth to address our problems. You know, as Mercy put it in the morning, and also Blandina echoed it in her speech in the morning, we don't want, to just have things, people just coming up with policies, coming up with initiatives that do not address the problem of the youth. So even as we just think around how best will the youth benefit from all this, as we speak into mentorship, we want the mentors who are coming in are young role models who've done amazing stuff that will even motivate the young guy who just came here and spoke into, I'm a bouncer, I work in a club, but things are not working out for me. Do we have success stories, and do we have people who can walk him through that journey until he just becomes the best version of himself in our society? So my call of action will be support youth initiatives. Let us bring out the best from what the youths really want. If we really say we want changes within the systems that we have, then it is a call for all of us to support the youth to make this successful. Thank you.
Yeah, please let us appreciate Ruth for those closing remarks. Thank you so much, and thank you for your call to action, which is well noted. Rama?
Advocacy is a process. We all know that. And I see public participation as just one of the avenues that we can use. But again, the strategies that we use as young people to engage in those public participation determine whether or not we are going to get the results that we want to see. So I want to tell each one of us that, of course, public participation works depending with how we are engaging in those public participation. I mentioned about memoranda as a key document that we train young people on how to develop. And how you your key messaging in that document plays a key role, whether or not the decision makers are going to listen to you or not. And in terms of how many memos are you going to present also plays a critical role in terms of whether or not they want to listen to you. And we've had instances whereby young people are going to the public participation on the very day, then the venue has been moved, the last minute. We've had instances whereby the budget documents are being presented the very day to the public participation of more than 100 pages for these young people to analyze. Tell me, how best will these people be able to analyze those documents for them to present their issues? But as young people, we can come together. Youth Alive work in form of action networks, where different civil society organizations belong. So this document, you can then be able to have access on it prior to that day, do a thorough budget analysis for you then to be able to present an evidence-based memoranda to the duty bearers. And remember, you're not going to present this document to only one center of the public participation, but rather in different centers. So whenever they're going to do an analysis, this is one document communicating to one issue. I'll say your strategy that you're going to use plays a critical role. And for me, my call to action will be, it's time to care. It's time to care for everyone. It's time to care for the women and girls. It's time to care for people living with disability. And it's also time to care for everyone who is undertaking the care work within the space. So it's time also for the government to start implementing the good policies that we have as a country. I'll say Kenya is one of those countries with good policies. But the questions come, are we implementing these good policies? We're investing a lot of resources in these policies. We're investing a lot of resources in conducting this public participation. But again, we're not implementing these policies, including fast-tracking the ratification of Convention 199.
Wow, thank you so much. Please help me in appreciating Rahma. Please continue doing the job, the good job you are doing at Youth Alive. The impact is being felt, and the voices of young people are being heard through your work. Thank you so much. Robert, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'd start by responding very quickly to a few things. On the issue of quality of public participation, it would be very important for different partners, both CSOs, we young people, as well as other partners within a given county or sector, to have technical working groups within the counties. That way, in case the public participation are not working as they should, then the network is able to reach out and engage with the county government and raise those issues. The other thing was, there was a question on advocacy efforts. For me, I'd say in terms of measuring advocacy efforts, the main one for me is behavior change. If you're able to see behavior change, then you can say that your advocacy has been successful. Because mainly on issues of advocacy, the main thing that we would want to change on any given issues to do with perceptions and behavior change. And that takes time. So if you want to do advocacy for 1 year and just chill and say you're done, you're going to fail. Advocacy takes time and behavior change takes time. So we need to link those two together. The other thing is, there was a question on system change and all that. I think it's also important for us to have meaningful intergenerational conversations. It would be very important to have conversations with our parents, with the older generation. Basically, come, let's reason together. Let us sit and get to have these conversations, because there's also some behavior as well that they need to change as old people as well. Yes, when an old man seated can see far than a young person on top of a tree, I think that was something we kept being told a lot. It's time for us to come down from the tree and come and sit on the stool with these old people and let us have a conversation. Because if we're going to change this nation, we're going to change it with the help of each and every generation. And then lastly, in terms of, or two last things. One, there was the issue of losing momentum. I think it's important for us to institutionalize the agenda. In whatever sector you're in, how can you take up the issue of social accountability from wherever you are? If you're in the education sector, ensuring that social accountability in that sector is working and you're able to call out the government. I think that would be very important. And then lastly, on issues of inclusion for PWDs, it is really important. When you see, when you go for this public participation, I see like here we have a sign language interpreter. You go to public participation forums, we don't have that. It is good that we start calling the government out, because these are the changes that we want to see happening in this public participation, because we want public participation to be meaningful, not a matter of ticking the box. This public participation, there's an act that basically provides what needs to be done for a meaningful public participation, and one of it is advertising 2 weeks before. But this has not been happening. Some of them are going to advertise in the newspapers and then change venues last minute, like it has been said. And my last sentiments in terms of closing remarks, for CSOs mainly, I would like to encourage us to engage in evidence-based programming. Let's just not do something because it has been done in any given institution over and over. Let us have a needs assessment, let us gather evidence, and let us program around that evidence. And the second thing is having multidisciplinary collaborations, whether it is in the private sector, in the profit-making, non-profit-making. Let us have these collaborations, because it is through these collaborations that we are going to realize change that is meaningful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert, for your insights. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Please let us give a better hand for Robert. And to our very own Mercy, please give us your closing remarks.
Before that, I'd like to answer the 3 questions that have been directed to me. Pamela, you said that we need a strategy to strengthen us as the young people, as the Gen Z movement, as the millennials. And when we started, the introduction was, I am founder of Kenya Ni Home. So we said everyone should do what they can to bring the difference. What is Kenya Ni Home doing to make change and bring the difference for now and for the future? On 7th of September, we will be launching the National Civic Education and Engagement Tour that seeks to educate the Kenyan child and the Kenyan voter, the Kenyan common mwananchi, on their rights and responsibilities. We also said that we need action points and results. So what are the results that we expect to see as Kenya Ni Home, or how are we going to know that this civic education and engagement actually worked? Number 1, get people who don't have IDs to have IDs. That is a result that we expect to see. So when we say we are moving from county to county, we are calling on the young people to wake up, come to the chief's office, occupy the chief's office, occupy the IEBC, so that you can also get a voter's card. So how are we going to know that this worked? Get an ID, get a voter's card. That is the result that we expect to see even before 2027. A gentleman has brought out a certain point of we are going to face challenges. I want to bring out very clearly that what the government does to you, it tells to you the defeatist mentality. And what is the defeatist mentality? It tells you, you see, what you're doing is not bringing a change, or if it will bring a change, it will take so much time. And so what do you need to do? Just stop and go on with your life and, go to these low-income jobs that we are getting you as housemaids and drivers abroad because we are trying to help you. And as youth, we need to not buy into that defeatist mentality. The wheels of justice may move slowly, but they surely move. And eventually, we are going to see the results. When I started, I told you about the Hunger Games. And President Snow said, a small spark is good as long as it is contained. So as youth, refuse to be contained, because they are in lies your power. When you cannot be contained, when you speak your mind, when we say occupy IEBC and you go and occupy IEBC, when we say occupy chief's office and you go and occupy the chief's office. Isaac brought out a question. He asked about how to get involved. I am going to answer that in my call to action. I have 4 calls to action on this International Youth Day. Number 1, search out and spread the light. Shine the light on the story behind the story. There is always a story behind the story that you know. We have politicians that bring bad governance. We have corrupt politicians. We have billionaires that are evading tax. So as Chege is busy paying her bills to pay the politician to stay in office, there is a big rolling mill farm that has evaded tax and they signed an agreement with the government to evade tax for 10 years, which was signed in 2013. Now it is 2024, they signed again with the government and they have evaded a tax total of 27 trillion shillings. So as you pay your tax from that 100 bob, when you're struggling, when you are in the care work, when you're a teacher or a doctor, there is a big firm that is colluding with the government that is selling you the defeatist mentality and telling you, please don't do it. You know, we care about you. We have looked for you. We have looked for work for you to go and be a driver, to go and be a house help. Why are you fighting? So search for the story behind the story. Look for it because it is always there. Democracy depends upon transparency. The second call to action. Use local, individual, community and community power to change the laws, to change the governmental systems. Because again, when President Snow tells you, may the odds be always in your favor, the system is designed in such a way that there is no time the odds will ever be in your favor. And so you cannot sit down and you know, look helpless and feel powerless when you are the sovereign in this country. Use local power, use your individual power as a voice, as one person. What can I do to bring a difference? Third, call to action, join an organization or start an organization that will bring changes to local, national, international, and global laws. It is actually possible. We are talking about the ratification of a very good initiative. And if you have not joined an organization, or if you have not started an organization, how are you going to know about it? How are you going to contribute your voice? You cannot afford to not be involved. Bottom line of 3 call to action is get involved. Get involved in whatever capacity you can. Get involved. The last call to action. Help a corporation understand that it must serve the public interest. Flood their emails, flood their tweets, flood their Facebook, their Instagram. We saw during the Reject the Finance Bill protests that the youth came out in large numbers and sent emails to IMF and World Bank telling them, you know what, stop, because this money, first of all, is not getting to us. And then what you do is you now lord over the politicians and tell them, now put these tax laws into work. And you cannot afford to just sit when you have a phone and you can write an email or you can tweet or you can, send a Facebook message. Get involved. The lady said that these protests have been labeled anti-government. You need to be awake to know that it is actually the government that is labeling these protests anti-government. Again, it is the defeatist mentality. And it tells you these people want to remove the president so that one person can be president. Who has said they want to be president? What we are saying is anti-corruption. No one wants corruption. No one wants bad governance. We have refused tribalism. We have refused classism. And so you want to put us into that cocoon of, I'm Kalenjin, I'm Kikuyu, so I won't fight for the people in Nairobi or in Mombasa. Stop. Get involved. Lastly, my declaration. They are not invincible. All we have to do is hide behind the trees, change the rules. That is something George Washington said during the Second World War. So wake up, change the rules. We are coming for them. Yes, they are not invisible. All we have to do, I will repeat, they are not invincible. All we have to do is hide behind the trees. Change the rules.
Wow, thank you so much, Mercy. We can listen to you until the cows come back home, but unfortunately we don't have all the time. So thank you so much. If you've not taken anything with you today, please take this home. Get involved. Philbert, over to you.
Wow, it's very difficult speaking after Mercy, but I will try. There is something, allow me to also just make quick responses to some of the questions that were raised, then I will give my call to action. There is something I did together with my group at Yali. This was way back in 2016. And Uraia, I saw Uraia somewhere on the screens. Uraia attempted to adopt it. This was a platform, it was a mobile-based, web-based platform integrated that was supposed to help young people. The problem statement that we were given was, how can we improve young people's participation in the civic processes? I was in the civic leadership track. We came up with a mobile app whose main goal was to help, instead of taking young people to the civic public participation processes, this was supposed to bring public participation to the smartphones and to the mobile phones that young people use. I think it's time, look at what technology has been able to do. We cannot fail to do some of these things. There are countries where, this question has been asked severally. We trust Safaricom with our M-Pesa. Why can't we trust Safaricom with our votes? Voting online. It is so precise. And it only knows if Philbert has voted once, it is Philbert who has voted. I trust M-Pesa with hundreds of thousands, and they know that it is only Philbert who has this particular number. Why can't I use that number to vote? Na ijulikane ni mimi peke yangu ndio nimefanya nini? Ndio nimepiga hiyo kura. There's so much that technology can do for us. And that is one of the things we're trying to address using that mobile app. How can we, instead of asking young people to go to the public participation, how can we bring those processes to a mobile platform where they are able to do what? To still equally voice their concerns. I think Uraia Trust, if you're here, that is something you may want to pick up. We still have the details. We are very willing to have that conversation. There was a question that I didn't want to leave. Should men cry? Now, this is more on men, my fellow men who are here. I will tell you, please cry. For your mental health, it is good. It is very healthy for you. But then again, I know you will say this, that within the social context that we are in, if you're seen crying, you will be labeled weak. If you must go into a closet to cry, please go there and cry. I don't know whether there's a national television here. I, Philbert Aganyo, I cry. If that is going to encourage you to cry, please do. It is good for your mental health. A number of men we have lost because they do not want to be labeled. I don't know how that means. And when we talk about gender roles and gender norms, there are some harmful cultural norms and gender roles that we may need to reverse. This is a broader conversation that time may not allow us to explore, but I'm willing to sit on another panel, Rahma, if you invite me, so that we have a broader conversation around that. Awareness for youth in religious advocacy. You asked this, how can we ensure that young people take advantage of their churches, their mosques, their temples to have their voices heard and to speak to their senior religious leaders. There is something I have been doing, and I'm here to make this declaration that I'm going to be doing this free of charge. I have been trained as a youth advocate by the UNICEF. There's a very elaborate tool they have called the Youth Advocacy Guide, which I feel every young person may need to be trained on. I'm one of the TOTs in Kenya. I think we are about only 3 of us who were trained by UNICEF. I've so far trained the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network, I've trained the Red Cross, I've trained the Horn of Africa Youth, the Youth Senate, a few representatives. I am available and I'm willing to give this training free of charge. If you're going to take care of your transport and the food that you will eat, it's a whole week's training. As a facilitator, I will not charge you. I will bring my team, we will come and have a training. Why is this training important? Because it will open your mind towards how can you shape your advocacy journey and your advocacy story that will also enable you to hold to account the leaders, not just at the national, but those that you have at your local level, including your churches, your pastors, your reverends, and so on and so forth. Opportunity pathways for commoners. I am also a commoner. And I want to say this, I like attaching my story to other people's stories because you have to begin from where you are. I don't drink, and there's nothing religious about it. Religion only came to compound that. But the reason why I don't drink is because there's a joke in my family that our dad drank our share. I saw literally what alcohol did to my family when I was growing up. Gender-based violence. It almost broke my family apart. So my big brother, we're only 2 brothers. My big brother and I said, our dad already drank our share. We don't drink. But I buy. Initially I was so radical that I could not even buy my colleagues. When we meet and we're having a good time with friends, nowadays my pocket may open and so don't be scared to come to talk to me. It's a personal choice that I took because of that. Why am I giving this? It's because if I had even a quarter of the mentors that we have currently, I don't think I would be here. I'd be probably somewhere, sitting in some global office somewhere. But that does not lessen the journey that I have taken. There are so many opportunities that we have. If not for my friends, I wouldn't have known about YALI. There is another one that I learned about in the YALI cohort itself, called the IVLP, International Visitor Leadership Program by the US Embassy. There is art, there's poetry. There are so many opportunities for young people to be engaged, and all you need to do is to improve on our digital literacy and digital capacity. There's so much information online that young people need to take advantage of, but a good number of them do not have the capacity and the means to be able to do it, to access this. So if there is something that we can do, and I've already compounded this in my call to action, let us try as much as possible to increase and to support young people's digital capacity. For me, digital capacity reigns supreme. 80% of our academic institutions are supported by a religion. Okay? The Catholics, the PCEA, we have so many universities, St. Paul's. At least most of these universities and academic institutions are supported by a church. Or we even have UMA, the Muslim university. There is always some religious institutional organization behind some of these academic institutions. So my challenge has always been, why can't we mainstream value-based education in these institutions? Why can't we teach accountability, for instance, or ethics as a common course across all the programming that we have? We want to teach politics. We want to teach all these things, yet we are neglecting the very basic things that we need to inculcate in the future of the generation. So that challenge goes to that particular organization. My call to action is one, but I will channel it to 3 different groups. That's because the Get Involved has already been spoken about extensively by Mercy. My call to action is simple. Live our faith. Be the sermon. Live your faith. Be the sermon. In my church, we have an activity we call Global Youth Day. Happens in March every year. and we've been able to rope even the other interfaith groups to join it. This is an opportunity for young people to go out and do acts of community service. Not just acts of community service, but to also, the sermon that you preach in church, you actually given an opportunity to live it for an entire week, to see how effective it can be. Many of us just want to listen to good sermons, but when it comes to being that sermon that you want to be preached, we shy away. So my call to action, the first category is to all of us as young people. Live your faith, be the sermon. Champion for justice, inspire the other generations that will come after you, be the sermon. The second category is to the religious leaders. Religious leaders, I feel I need to speak about this. Live your faith and be the sermon. The sermon that you preach on the pulpit, the sermon that you preach out there, live it. Be that sermon. Last is to the political class and even to our president. Be the sermon that you'd want to preach to other people. When you talk about justice, when you talk about inspiring future leaders, calling people to the table to talk, bringing values, accountability, fighting corruption, be the sermon that you want others to listen to. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Philbert, for those insightful remarks. As we close, thank you so much to my panel. Thank you so much for creating time. Thank you for sharing the knowledge that you have and also giving key commitments on this International Youth Day. So before we go for lunch, I will want to invite the Executive Director of Youth Alive to please come close this session for us as my panel is still seated. And then immediately we do that, we'll get a picture with the panel and we can proceed for lunch. I'm advised that your meal cards will be outside the door. Please, as we walk out after this session, please take your meal card as you walk out to lunch. So Dennis, please welcome. Please let's appreciate Dennis as he comes.
Can we give the panel a hearty clap once again? I know it's taken quite some time, but I think it was very good deliberation. Sio? Imekuwa sawa? Yeah? Tumesema tuongei tu. Tunaongea na moderate rapporteur. Uko na maneno? Yeah? I know that they are taking notes so that you can be able to look at all these issues and see how can you be able to take it forward. I don't want to, my colleague here is going to do the closing remarks, but just to thank all of you and for such a very wonderful intergenerational dialogue. Ulemesema umeona kuna from Shosh Manyanga all the way to people who are in the early 20s. So we have the whole generation here. Now, whatever issues you are clamoring for cannot be done by one generation. Sindio? It cannot be done by, na mwezi sema Gen Z, we cannot leave it to one group of people. And when there are mistakes or when there are issues, we say Gen Z wakufanya, Gen Z. But we see ni Kenya, tunataka hii Kenya yetu, si ndio? Alituambia hii Kenya ni yetu. Sasa ni lazima sisi wote tu tuna contribute kwa hiyo conversation. Anyway, asanteni sana. Wanasema, my last quote, nasema, the price for freedom is, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. So inalamisha lazima tukue macho kila wakati. Asante sana. Edmund.
Thank you. My role is simple, to appreciate all of us. My name is Edmund Magara. I work with Youth Alive Kenya as head of programs. First of all, I must give it up to the panel team for allowing us to, fetch from your well of knowledge. Ile information ilikuwa inatoka kwa hii team, nadhani uko unafanya PhD. It's both theoretical and applications, right? So ni vitu watu wamefanya kwa grao and they're bringing the lessons on board. So thank you so much. We also have to appreciate the donors and the partners that took part in this event. We have to give it to Oxfam. Thank you so much for the partnership that we've shared for a long time in some of these engagements we've had so far. Our partners, both from Uraia and Danita and ActionAid that were represented here, we really have to appreciate you guys coming along. We wouldn't forget our teams from Korogosho, Kawangware, Kiambu, young urban women. Now we do a lot of engagements in the community, so we really have to appreciate you guys for making time, to coming around, engaging, asking the questions, and actually contributing the whole thing. We have special category of people that we also took part in this, the youth serving organizations. So these are other youth organizations that we have the same agenda, we have the same mandate to support young people in Kenya, support young people in the continent. So from Siasa Place to ELF to VSO, and of course the Greater YSO Consortium. Thank you so much for being part of this event. I think the most key thing that we have to take forward is tukimaliza hapa, what's next? Michael, najua ulikuwa umesema story, there's a communique that's being developed, so I think there's a big question of what wanashinda kulia, so what's next after this? And that is a key thing. So at Youth Alive then, we are also very, very cognizant. How do we take this discussion forward? How do we collaborate with other people that are, interested in the same agenda? Things that, discussions that came out of this, key action points, things that, need follow-ups, gaps, learnings, lessons. How do we take this forward to probably integrate that into our programming approaches, to probably, partner with other people in the sector? We're really key in that. So we are going to be very, very intentional to, pick up on the communique, have more people on board, communicate the same going forward. Last but not least, I would want to say that there's more engagements that are coming up into the afternoon session. So the program keeps on till around 4-5 p.m. So stick around. Performances by young people, from art-based performances to, more fun and more engaging activities in the afternoon. So there will be engagements that are going on from 2-3 up to around 4-5 p.m. So stick around and network. That's the last agenda. At the end of the day, ukitoka hapa hivi, usitoke kama ujimse. Usitoke kama ujimse mwenye uko unajua. Please, go know 1, 2, 3, 4 people that you can collaborate. But from me to you, we really, really appreciate. Thank you, the Youth Alive team. We had a really strong team that were coordinating this, planning, mobilizing, all this communication that goes into planning activities. So we have really to give it up to you, led by Rama and the team at Youth Alive. So thank you so much. We really, really do appreciate. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Back to you, Mike.
One announcement. I'm told there is someone who has lost her pass. Betty Akoth. Please, if you are Betty Akoth, please see me after this so that you can get back your pass. From here, I'll request my panel to just walk here. Please, let's take a picture and we go for lunch.
DJ Sammy Lee Sparta 254.
Ngoma noma, yani kali, msera kali.
DJ Sammy Lee Sparta 254.
Wacha nisifu
Blendina, please join us. Purity, please join us on stage. To the official part of the program that will be handled by Marion from Youth Alive. Please, let's enjoy. This is our day.
Sawa. Habari zenyu? Mko fiti? Mimi naitwa Palma, ama spoken word artist na influencer. Nataka mnisikize, nataka kufanya spoken word ya police brutality. Sawa, DJ nipatie hiyo beat. DJ nipatie hiyo beat. DJ nipatie hiyo beat. Imekataa nini? Dakika moja. Master na nilikwambia tu cheza safe, ndio hii beat. Chezesha tu copy tena, hizi ina cable. Sawa, ni kama mambo imeenda mbaya but nitapiga tu akapela, sawa? Nimeshika hii mic na mkono wa kushoto na nikiangalia huko nyuma nasikia watu ni kulia tu. Police brutality imekuwa crisis na sinijuzi nimeona kwa news huyo kijana amemangwa. Nimetoka place yenye hewa mi hupumua kila siku ni ya mtutu wa risasi. Juu kijana ukiwa na dredi unaangushwa, kijana ukiwa na meno ya silver unaangushwa, kijana ukiwa madawa unaangushwa. Ama ndio maana hawa polisi wanajiitaga the cops juu kazi yao ni kuua tu. Na mbona temu ya kurikurut makarau nyi uchekiwa asif mko na meno zote, ama hizo meno ni za kuuma the common mwananchi? Ama siku hizi sielewi utumishi kwa wote, imegeuka ikakuwa vita kwa wote. Juu kila wakati ni kupiga tu citizens na the same information na tuipati kipasho huko Citizen TV. Ni fani, siku hizi mlinda sheria ndio wanavunja sheria kwa kumdhulumu mfuata sheria. I think sheria zimeandikwa tu kwa booklets pekee, juu kazi yenu ni kufire tu bullets anywhere. Rest in peace zimekuwa mob design, hata nikianza kumention sitawahi fika mwisho. Rest in peace kwa wale wote wamekufa in the line of duty wakitetea sheria. Rest in peace kwa wale wote wamekufa after kuanika waheshimiwa kwa mitandao. Na vijana wa ghetto hatujaipata uhuru. I think bado tuko under British colonialism. Ni sad, mtoto wa maskini akipata kitu watasema ameiba, na kikosa watasema anapanga mission ya kuiba. Ni so sad, unahamia mjini ukiwa na dream ya kuchange home, baadaye unarudi nyumbani dream zako zikiwa kwa jeneza. Ama siku hizi sielewi mko kwa mashindano ya the more people you kill, the more badges you get. Sielewi mbona wanasema justice is around the corner, ama sijui ni ile kona mbaya. Na justice mimi najua huku wa served free and fair ni mob justice pekee. Palma.
Wase Palma, 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 Palma. Wow, thank you so much. I want to give this session to the lovely Marion from Power 254 to run with the program. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Makofi kwake. And thank you so much, Palma. What a way to introduce us to the next session. Wasanii oe, kuna wasanii hapa? Any creatives? Anyone who documented the maandamano? Yay! Let's give them a round of applause. So before I start, my name is Marion Guy. I am the program manager of Power 254. And at Power 254, we work with young people. We are a youth-led organization, and we empower them through civic education. VITS KBL 65B. If you are here, probably you can go out. I think you need to check on your car. Asante. So as I was saying, at Power, we work with young people like you, and we do that through civic education on governance issues, human rights, and youth empowerment. And most importantly, we use art as a tool for social change. And that is why when you walk outside, I'm sure you've seen some very beautiful art pieces that were done with some of the creatives that we work with during the Maandamano period to just document what was happening in this country. We can also see a few pieces here. One of them is saying we are tired of Tumetenga. There's the one for the finance bill, and there's this one done by a creative. And so this introduces us to the second session of this meeting. And allow me to walk you through the story of where we are at as a country. So the past 2 months have been nothing short of a roller coaster ride, thrilling, challenging, and at times utterly jaw-dropping. We've witnessed the brave Gen Z and millennials rise up, standing tall against the powers that be, demanding change and accountability with a fearlessness that's both inspiring and unstoppable. Now, some might label these generations dismissing their efforts as youthful rebellion. But let me tell you, they are not to be ignored. They are the majority of Kenyans, the heartbeat of this nation. Through their solidarity, they've shaken the political tables, rattling the very foundations of authority. They've disrupted the usual deceptive narratives of the hustler government, the Mama Mboga sympathy ploys, and the Boda Boda propaganda. Not to mention, they've managed to humble a few arrogant leaders along the way. Some may ask, but where is the change? To them, I want to say, this is just the beginning. We are on the brink of rewriting Kenya's political story. Expect radical approaches, expect sacrifices, and expect a tribeless, inclusive future crafted by the hands of a generation that refuses to be silent. Remember Bangladesh 15 years of struggle before the triumph? Do you remember that? Can we also do the same for this country? Yes, we can. As they say, just because the lion isn't roaring doesn't mean it's asleep. As we celebrate these courageous young people during the International Youth Day, we must also condemn the human rights violations we've seen during these peaceful protests. Over 60 lives were lost, our young heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice for a better Kenya. We honor their courage, their memory, and their unyielding hope for a brighter tomorrow. Now, let's talk about the creativity that has blossomed during this period. Creativity that has turned into a vibrant tapestry of satire, symbolism, and sheer brilliance. Gabriel Oguda had us in stitches on X, tearing down the government with his now famous phrase,
"They will not believe."
They will not?
Believe.
Yeah, they will not believe. Njugush, with his hilarious skits, showed us the absurdity of our political system, leaving us laughing and thinking all at once. Symbolism was everywhere, from the streets to social media, whether it was the pigs representing the rot in government or the ingenious protest art that captured our collective frustration. Talented filmmakers in the house, talented filmmakers brought out their $1 million gadgets to document this pivotal moment in our history. While influencers took to the streets and used their platforms to educate and mobilize. And who could forget the media? Our African brothers and sisters standing in solidarity, and yes, even the baddies. Any baddies in the house? Yeah. Even the baddies who added that extra flair to the protests. The famous Nganyas. If you're on the streets, did you see the Nganyas? What were they doing? They were roaming, right? Celebrating the Kenyan matatu culture, and the musicians, DJs, and MCs who kept the energy alive, making maandamano not just powerful, but unforgettable. I could go on and on about the bittersweet, fun, and heartbreaking moments we've shared during this journey, but that's exactly why we are here today, ladies and gentlemen, to have an in-depth conversation on the recent happenings and the best way forward in engaging the youth in all spheres in decision-making processes, including the creatives in this country. Most importantly, establish how young people can leverage on their creativity to empower each other. Finally, I must acknowledge that there is a shift in our civic space, in our civic and political space. And it is important that we figure out the best way to move forward, inclusive of the young people who are at the forefront during the Maandamano. My name is Marion Guy, and now join me in saying, we the people.
We the people.
We the people.
We the people.
As enshrined in Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution. I will stop from there, and I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Oliver Wandai, the Executive Director of Uraia Trust. Karibu, Oliver. Thank you.
wakubwa wangu shikamoo, wadogo wangu marahaba. Asanteni sana kwa mwaliko wenu. Walionialika, walio katika busara zao waliona ni vyema mimi nije ninkuja. Tuelewana sote? Kuna yeyote ambaye haelewi lugha taifa? Si nyote mwaelewa? Tunkuja leo kusema enough is enough. Kwa alivyonitambulisha mwenzangu Marion, mimi naitwa Oliver Waindi, ambao sasa hivi kwa neema ya Mwenyezi Mungu nina nafasi ya kuongoza uraia. Wangapi wamewahi kusikia uraia? Asante. Ambao kitambulisho chetu kikubwa ni Constitution ya Kenya. Kijitabu kidogo, rangi ya kijani kibichi. Haidhuru. Nimepigiwa simu jana nikaambiwa bwana, kuja usisimue vijana, na mimi nikuja hapa kusisimua vijana. Nimekuja katika hali ya kuudhika na yaliyotendeka, lakini vivile katika hali ya furaha, naangalia upeo ambao uko mbele na nafurahia sana kwa sababu mbele kuko sawa. Mwenyezi Mungu kwa neema zake amenipatia miaka 51. Hivi ikifika tarehe 14 mwezi wa 10 nafika 51. Si kama nyinyi ambao mmefika hiyo miaka yote lakini mwajifanya kila mmoja anzaliwa 27. Mimi 27. Kwa hivyo tumekaa nchi hii miaka 51. Na kwa neema ya Mungu nimeona nchi hii ikiwa katika hali nzuri ambayo yalikuwa na matunda ya kutosheleza kila mtu. Na vile vile nimeona ikianza kupungua katika hadhi yake na katika hali yake hadi ikafika ilivyofika leo hii, ambao vijana wetu 66 wamemezwa katika al-inkishafi. Al-inkishafi ni katika makaburi yetu. Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha sana, kwa sababu mimi nina upeo na uwezo na nina nafasi ya kuzungumza na viongozi, kutoka kwa rais wetu mpaka katika viongozi wengine wote katika kila sehemu ya Kenya hii. Na ninapozungumza nao nazungumza nikiwa na hamaki sana, kwa sababu ningependa nchi yangu iwe nchi ambayo mimi katika kukua kwangu nimebalehe nikiwa naishi Mombasa, nimeona nchi ambayo ilikuwa nzuri sana, ambao watalii kila kunakokucha walikuja katika malori, katika mabasi na katika matreni wakishuka kule down. Ndio nchi ambayo nilikulia. Hakukuwa na ukabila, kulikuwa kuna nafasi ya kila moja. Hiyo nafasi ilienda wapi? Anapozungumza huyu kijana ambaye amekuja akapiga shairi yake, si vivi hivi tu. Ni huzuni kubwa sana kwa sababu vijana wetu, mimi ni baba wa kijana ambaye amepotelea katika drugs tu kwa sababu hakuna matumaini kwa vijana wetu. Tuliowachagua katika hali ya kututengezea nchi yetu ndio hao wametudhulumu. Tena takriban alivyofanya yule Judas Iscariot, wameharibu nchi yetu na ufisadi mwingi na ukabila na tabia mbovu tu. Simuelewa lakini halo najizungumzia ama tuelewana? Nisema ni kuja katika jukwaa hili leo kuonesha kwamba nimekasirika na yanayoendelea katika nchi yetu. Tuko 54 milioni. Tuna kila kitu katika rasilimali ambayo tunao katika nchi yetu Mwenyezi Mungu ametupatia. Si madini, si maziwa, si mito, si bahari, si ufuo, si wanyama, si miti, si matunda, si mboga. Tuna kila kitu, lakini zaidi ya hivyo ni katika akili zetu. Kila mmoja wetu hapa amesoma, na nasikitika sana masomo yetu sisi sote hapa tunaambiwa hakuna kazi Kenya bwana, ni tafuteni passport, kila mmoja kaoshe matako ya wenyewe huko Saudi Arabia. na ikifika kila mwezi wa 10, 11 vijana wetu wote wako katika masaiba kefu. Hivyo kwa apply green card ni haki hiyo. Hapa mimi ni executive director, kila kuna kukucha, na wenzangu hapa naweza waambia, ninapata barua ambazo hazipungui 10 za kuomba kazi, na kila ninapoingia katika ofisi yangu napata halaiki ya watu wananisubiri, aidha nipate internship, attachment ama kazi. Wote hao ni vijana barubaru ambao wana vibarua vya kutoka Kenyatta University, kutoka Maseno University, lakini hizi university zetu zote hatuzitambui. Kuna zingine zaitwa team university ambazo lazima uende katika internet ndio uambiwe iko wapi. Hao ndio wanapata uwaziri wetu katika Kenya hii, wanapata ugavana katika Kenya hii. Vijana wetu hawana namna, hawana hope, hawana matumaini. Tena wanapoenda katika barabara kuuliza, jamani, ni nchi yetu, tuomba haki zetu, alivyosema Bwana Marion, with the people, kwamba hii haki ni yetu. Sijapewa haki na Kenyatta, sijapewa haki na Raila, sijapewa haki na Moi, sijapewa haki na Uhuru wala Ruto wala nani. Haki nimepewa na Mwenyezi Mungu, ambao katika hekima yake akaona mimi sikuzalii wapi Senegali ama Mauritania ama South Africa, wewe na kuika Kenya. Sote tumejikuta katika nchi hii. Mbona tuharibie wengine? Naomba makofi kwanza. Subiri, tuendelee tusiendelee? Mimi nimeitwa leo kwa sisimua na tena kwa chokoza na kwa tia mori vile vile. Waliosoma tamthilia ama riwaya ama waliofanya fasihi, kuna kitabu kinaitwa Nyota ya Rehema, ambao kuna bwana pale aitwa Sulubu. Sulubu alikasirika, maana alisema, kitambo nilikuwa na matumaini kwa sababu nilikuwa na ndoto, lakini sasa hivi nimefika hapa hakuna ndoto tena. Tumemwagika katika streets sote Kenya nzima. Hivi tumekaa tunatoka na madamu na majasho, Raila akajitokeza kaa. Muona hiyo? Kitambo tunaita abrakadabra. Yaani nyinyi mko huku mwapigana na Ruto, Raila yuko pale angalia hivi. Mkitanabahi ndio huyo Mbadi, Wandai, Joho, Oparanya, nyinyi mko vile vile tu. Mpaka Ruto sasa hivi ana nguvu, amepepea kwenda zake Kigali. Hamkumwona jana? Lakini hatutakufa moyo. Miaka miwili iliyopita ilianza na Philippines. Tena vijana wadogo wadogo wakapindua serikali kule, lakini hawakutumia nguvu, walitumia kura. Kukaja mtu boom boom, kama una simu ya kisasa utaangalia katika Philippines elections iliyopita. Ni vijana wadogo wadogo waliingiza mwenzao aitwa boom boom. Ni mtoto wa rais wa kitambo aitwa Marcos, lakini aitwa boom boom katika lugha ya kimtani. Tena Senegal juzi, vijana wakakasirika na huo bwana miaka 8 akasema na enough is enough. Yule mwenzao aitwa Sonko alikuwa yuenda kushinda clean, akaamba hapana, kamiti akaingizwa. Lakini bado siku 10 kura zipigwe, vijana wakachangamka, Dakar, Zinkwa, wapi, miji mikubwa ya Senegal. Akasema mmoja wetu lazima ingie pale. Sasa hivi aliingia miaka 36. Hamjaelewa? Bangladeshi hapo kishavuka bahari, kukaja mama moja. Huyo mama babu wake alikuwa kiongozi wa hiyo nchi, tena babake akaja kiongozi wa hiyo nchi. Tena yeye tangu miaka 75 yuko pale pale. Vijana wakaanza, mtachoka. Vijana wakapigwa matia gas, mtachoka, sitoki. Mwisho wa kwisha, vyombo vyake vikatumika kulisha hawa watu. Matandakio yake, si mlimuona vijana katika vitanda vyake? Kwa sababu Waswahili walisema, wengi wape, msipowapatia watafanya nini? Kwani mlisomea wapi jamani? Hamkufanya fasihi? Wengi wape, usipowapatia watafanya nini? Tuendelee tusiendelee? Ilikuwa ni Bangladeshi. Saa 11 ndio huyo ndege New Delhi. Hatusemi tutafukuza watu hapa Kenya, lakini tuwasema lazima tusikizwe kama vijana, kwa sababu tumechezewa ya kutosha Kenya hii. Asubuhi leo nilikuwa katika station fulani, walioniona, walinisikiza. Nilikuwa nasema bwana, na nishaambia watu hapa nchi nzima hii, na nikamwambia mpaka maraisi, mpaka nikazungumza kina Mbadi tulikuwa naye miezi miwili iliyopita. Nafikiri kuna mmoja ama wawili ambao tulikuwa nao KICC. Wakati Mbadi alikuwa anambia Olive bwana, Ruto ni shoga sana 2 months ago. Asa juzi alivyochaguliwa nikampigia Mbadi, bwana imekwenda vipi kawa hivi? Olive hii ni Mungu. Haidhuru, isitoshe. Sasa asubuhi ya leo nilikuwa napiga watu historia. Na hii historia nimepigia watu wengi katika kila kona nchi hii. Mwaka wa 92 mimi nilikuwa first year Kenyatta University nikifanya undergraduate yangu huko. 92 nina uhakika hapa tulipo takriban 90% walikuwa hawapo katika sayari hii. Wacha ulimwengu huu. Sayari, wajua sayari, galaxy. Wengi bado mlikuwa Saturn na Pluto na Mercury. Tulikuwa wachache sana katika 92 hapa. Wangapi ambao walikuwepo 92? Okay, wangapi hawakuwepo katika sayari hii ya 92? Inua mkono, wacha basi niwaambie kitu kimoja. Mwaka wa 92 Ruto alikuwa treasurer wa chama kinaitwa YK92. Mwakumbuka historia? Ambao ilikuwa ni youth wing ya KANU ikiongozwa na Moi. Nimesema nani? Ruto. Aliyekuwa mwanasheria wao mkubwa alikuwa ni Wetangula. 92. Bado hamko katika ulimwengu huu. Mko katika magoti ya wazazi wenu, ndio ipande nini? 92. Tena ikaja Raila, baada alikuwa ni secretary wa elections wa party inaitwa Ford 92. Kalonzo alikuwa minister of education 92. Mudavadi alikuwa minister of finance 92. Hiyo ni miaka mingapi iliyopita? Nyinyi mwambiwa subiri uvuta mtangoja sana. 92 walikuwa ni hao. Tena ikaja 97 wote walikuwa katika bora moja katika nini ya Moi. Mjanisikiza. Na alivyokuja marehemu Kibaki 202 wote walikuwa mawaziri. 202 nani amezaliwa baada ya 202 hapa? Waliozaliwa baada ya 202 hawa wote bado walikuwepo tu. Leo hii ni mwaka wa 2024, bado ni hao tu. Alafu mkiwaambia wamejaza makanisa tele, kila Jumamosi wako SDA, ikivuka Jumapili wako makanisa, wanajua Biblia tangu mwanzo hadi mwisho, katika hali ya kuwakengeusha na kuwapumbaza na kuwachezea. Lakini mwenye makosa ni nyinyi. Juzi mlivyokuepo katika street mkaulizwa viongozi wenu ni nani? Sisi hatuna viongozi. Mtendaje vita bila viongozi? Sasa kwa sababu kuna vacuum katika uongozi wenu, Raila akajitokeza akasema yeye pia ni Gen Z. Mwacheka. Kumbe yeye mwenyewe ni burukenge katika msafara wa mamba. Mwanielewa? Lakini kutahamaki ni yeye ashapenya. Tena mwaka wa 2007 ilikuwa ni zamu ya Kalonzo. Akina Raila bado wamezubaa hapa Serena wanapiga hadithi, nani atachukua nini? Kalonzo ameshikana na Kibaki. Kibaki ambaye basi ni mimi president, Kalonzo. Kwa hivyo hii maneno ya kupenya katikati haijaanza leo, ilianza kitambo sana. Lakini tungependa kizazi hiki kikomeshe. All right? It has to come to stop. It has to come to an end. Kizazi hiki kina uwezo. Kati ya wa Kenya milioni 54, milioni 32 wako miaka 30 kurudi nyuma. Wana uwezo wa kuniweka mimi nikawa rais. Kwa hiyo wana uwezo wa kumtonyoka pangoni na kumregesha watakapo. Lakini kwa sababu nyinyi ni vibes cartel, sijui kina nani, inakuwa kwamba hamna seriousness yoyote katika kuapproach maneno ambayo yana affect. Leo hii, adhuhuri ya leo, katika jukwaa hili, naombeni kuwa tuwe young people. Ndio mimi nauliza, hata nilikuwa nauliza juzi, hawa vijana wetu watapata nafasi lini? If you are the ones that are always there. Mimi uraia nina wafanyikazi 500 kwa jumla, hapa Nairobi wako 30. Wengine wako hapa wawili. All of them wako below 30. Because I want to give young people that opportunity. But are you prepared to take that leadership? Do you have the qualities? Haitoshi wewe kusambaza tu. Kwanza nyinyi wasichana wetu. It's not about your body anymore. Your body comes to the brains. Mwamuona Kamala Harris. Mwamjua Kamala Harris? Ama nyinyi mwajua tu size 8. Kamala Harris ndiye atakuwa rais wa America in the next 87 days. But ni brains, beauty with brains. Don't destroy your life because of the beauty. Beauty comes and goes. The only thing that stays ni uwezo wako wa kustahimili, attitude yako, whatever is here and whatever is here. Because sooner or later, beauty fades away. And we want our young boys and girls to know that you can only be a youth for a certain time. All of us were youth. And if you don't take care of your youth, then old age will not help you. Utafika 40 na 50, mwili umeharibika kabisa. Either huwezi kwa sababu hamwezi, hata nyinyi hamwendi mazoezi. Hasa mwili unafika 40, hata wewe mwenyewe unaibu. How old are you? I'm 23. Na anapokuangalia wewe ni miaka 50 ama 60 kuelekea juu. Maana hayambatani wewe ninavyokuona wewe na miaka yako halisi. But ninavyosema ni kuwa can our youth, na ndio maana Biblia hata katika Quran kwamba invest in the youth because old age is coming. It pains me napona young people, including my own son, get into drugs and destroy themselves. Then tunaposema katika uraia, jamani nendeni mkachukue kura, hamtaki. Kwa hiyo tunapiga kura watu milioni 7 kati ya watu milioni 28. Hata hamshughuliki. Magazeti hamsomi, TV hamuoni, mkiona muona Verbal Battles hiki na nani, vituko tu kutoka America. Lakini the real things affecting you on the ground, you don't do anything about them. Take votes, learn what's going on, go out, be proactive. And when you're proactive, one day this old nonsense ambao anatusumbua hapa mbele will realize that young people have got the real powers. Hawaogopi sasa hivi because wanajua kwanza hamna bunduki, so you can't go to State House. Pili, hamna kura, so you can't go and vote them out. But I want to get your education, especially the girl child. Lunchtime tukizungumza na get your education, especially the girl child. Lunchtime tukizungumza na wenzangu hapo katika lunch hapo, nilikuwa naambia I feel very bad that young people don't even marry nowadays. Kwa sababu vijana hawana kazi na wasichana pia wanapenda wazee kama kina nitaje sitaje, wanawapenda hao. So vijana hawana wenzao wa kuwaoa. wasichana pia wanataka simu ya iPhone na kadhalika, so which their age mates cannot afford. So we've got a distorted generation. But the only way we can change that is to go back to the basics. The basics here is women were women and men were men. And when we reach that level where women will actually learn to say no to people who are inappropriately wanting them. Because I can tell you as somebody who is married, simuona mimi nina dhahabu hapa, alafu na kutongoza ingia box. The best I can do ni kulala na wewe tu na kukunulia chips basi mimi nende zangu. But the real loser will be you, not me. Maana mimi jioni na Roho, Sonko na kadhalika are not better than any of us here. We are all human beings, children of the high God, and we all deserve a chance. But if we are not careful, then they will keep on playing with us like this. Kesho kuta wataita half of you, kila moja anunuliwe chips, alafu shilingi 500, then mkashifu wenzenyu, then hii inaitwa dividing you and ruling you. But ombi langu ni tushikamane sisi sote. Let's love our country. Let's love ourselves. Because you cannot even change the future if you're not prepared to change yourself now. Get good education, real education. Hata na hii akina Sonko na akina Joho hii ya kutafuta kwa internet. I'm talking of real education. And you don't have to go to the university. I'm just saying real education. Hata kama unaenda Kenya Technical, ama unaenda katika hairdressing, but una real education that can help you. Skills is everything. Because hata unapokuja katika ofisi yetu kutafuta kazi, we are looking for people who can work. So we are not just impressed by umekusanya makaratasi ambao umetoa siji wapi kama kina Joho. No, I'm asking real papers that can help you. If you get good papers, you get voter's card, you get good vision ahead. I am telling you, 2027, Ruto home, Raila Sonko, Kidero, itakataka yote, and we'll get good people who care about us. And that day, on the 8th of August, the IEBC of that day, probably headed by me, will announce. And I'm concluding by saying I have a particular interest in promoting women. Uraia, 80% of our staff are women, by choice. Because I think men have messed us up, and we want to promote women. Uraia is going out of its way to promote women. Ata wala ambao wataka contest, we actually finance them. I want a woman, and I really wish one day we can have a woman who is the president. Hii takataka ya wanaume, wacha wakaangalia Arsenal huko na hiyo takataka nyingine huko, let women lead. I can tell you from takrimu zetu ambazo ziko katika ofisi, the best 5 performing counties are all led by women. Number 5, Machakos. Number 4, we don't have the super highways, but we'll have food in every home. We don't have the super highways, but we'll have food in every home. When women lead, we may not have the super highways, the internet, but we'll have water in every homestead. Where women lead, we may not have the best stadium in the world, but we'll have hospitals where women can give birth. When women lead, we'll have our children going and getting medicine in the hospital, and they will not die before they're 5 years. When women lead. Because when women lead, Kenya will be better. Amen? Thank you.
Makofi tena. That was very, very powerful. I think I'd like to say, young people, tumeambiwa we should do what? We should rise. It's our time to rise. Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, there's space for you. It's now or never, okay? So I'd like to, there's a video we'll play, as just a short clip that will lead us into the next session, which is the panel discussion. So I don't know, is it ready? The video? Is the video ready? If it's ready, kindly just go ahead and play it.
We would like to inform our viewers that we have received threats from authorities of intention to shut us
No more taxes!
The day Kenyans take this matter upon themselves, Trevor, there will be no one to call to the table.
Ruto must go! Ruto must go!
Tukasirike sisi wote. Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, sio ya politicians na familia yao na marafiki zao na side chicks wenye wanalipa pesa ndio waishi maisha mzuri. Ni yetu sisi wote.
Kenya is our country. Kenya is for us.
Wameshika simu ya iPhone, wanajiita Gen Z, wanafika kwa maandamano na Uber.
Kama ni ng'ombe tulipiga wazi wazi, na ikija kesi tena Jumanne nitapiga tena yes.
I am a photo expert, Mr. Speaker, and I can point out to you photos that were edited to look like they were in the streets of Nairobi, but they were not.
Now you may very well ask and very well wonder, given the numbers of people engaged on both sides, why it hasn't been stopped long ago. At bottom, it's a battle for information. This violent movement that takes several forms.
The government has mobilized all resources at the nation's disposal to ensure that a situation of this nature will not recur again.
At whatever cost.
Wipe my tears dry. With your smile convince my broken heart I will be okay someday. Take my wings and fly. Don't be scared to try and touch the sky. If you fall, I will be there.
Anapiga watoto wetu risasi kama wanyama. Hiyo ni masaka ya Kenya. Hiyo ameanza masaka Kenya.
Tafadhali mtuue sisi wazee. Mmetuasia nani? Sasa huyo kijana amekufa hapo. Mama yake amewaswa na nani? Kama baba yake. Akituua ataongoza nani Shetani?
It cannot be a matter of killing.
Huni mtoto wako analetwa kama maiti jioni. Huni ndugu yako analetwa jioni, utafanya nini?
Niko na ugonjwa watu wa gunshots karibu 10 na askari wenzenu.
Enda, mbio tutaua wengine wengi. Enda chukua wengine.
Sawa. Kutoka.
Ati utaua wengine wengi.
Okoa ila wengine.
All I have is support. All I have is support. All I have is support. Polisi ananichapa hivi nimefanya nini?
Man, come there, do more, man. Come with it. What am I gonna tell your sister, man? Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe, mimi na wewe tu.
For that, we will not forget, and young people of Kenya, we have a civic responsibility to change this country. It is now or never. Every time we watch that video, it reminds us of how we started the movement, the journey towards freedom for this nation. And I'd like to tell us that it's beyond the streets. We have to show up. We have to go for public participation. The budget process is starting, the next cycle. The circular will be out in August. Like we were doing on social media, go for public participation at the ward level. Make sure you know where is public participation happening. There are bills at the Senate, at Parliament. What role are we doing to ensure that we are participating in those bills? Because beyond the streets, we must also put an imprint of what we want in the policy and in the policy and lawmaking processes. And so, having said that, I'd like us to go to the next session, which will then be inspired by what we have just seen. We've seen a couple of creatives there. We've seen the media, both independent and mainstream media, independent and individual media personalities, just, showcasing what was going on the streets. And so I want to welcome our moderator, Mwende Ngao. Mpigeni makofi. So, Mwende Ngao is an award-winning storyteller based in Nairobi, Kenya, working at the intersection of media, tech, and culture. Her background is in journalism and film, and she's the founder and creative director of Zeda, a pan-African digital media initiative that works to platform women's voices through a magazine, podcast, and boutique events. She is passionate about telling stories that center African and portray us as complex and layered. She's especially passionate about women's rights, culture as a tool for change, digital rights and democratic processes, and uses all her platforms, including her strong social media presence, to highlight and amplify these topics. Once again, Mwende Ngao. Thank you. The next on stage is Mike Mushiri, a social media influencer. So Mushiri Mike is a distinguished social media influencer, renowned, recognized as the best influencer at the Digital Media Awards 2022, and honored with the Gold Award at the Kuza Awards by the Communication Authority of Kenya in 2023. Mushiri continues to captivate audiences with compelling content and impactful campaigns. He is also a visionary creative with an unwavering passion for social justice and social impact issues. With an innate ability to think outside the box, he utilizes his creative prowess to shed light on pressing societal matters and ignite social change. Beyond influencer marketing, Mushiri is the visionary founder of Civic Rise, a pioneering initiative dedicated to promote civic education. Through Civic Rise, Mushiri empowers Kenyans to engage meaningfully with civic issues, fostering informed citizenship and societal changes. Mike Mushiri again, clap for him. The next on stage is Ngatia, a storyteller. Ngatia is a storyteller with interest in different media. He has pursued tales through poetry, screenwriting, acting, and short stories. His work in orature has explored Kenyan history on stage, gaining prominence through a series of productions named Too Early for Birds, which he co-founded. Ngatia has performed around East Africa and is currently dipping into writing musicals under the NBO Musical Theatre Initiative. His most recent project is Diverse, a 2-hour-long poetry-based theatre production that premiered on April 21st, 2024. He is based in Nairobi, examining how our stories define identity while sipping on black tea. Ngatia for you. The next on stage is Muthoni Gitau. She's a podcaster and content creator. Muthoni Gitau is a multifaceted creative who has amassed over 5 million views on her innovative DIY content. As an interior designer, she blends aesthetics with functionality to create inspiring spaces. One of the most successful design projects was renovating an abandoned house from a colonial shell to a modern, aesthetically pleasing space on a shoestring budget. She's also a budding art director with 2 feature films under her belt, Cars Inheritance. Her work building sets for some of the most prominent productions in the country, like Black Boy Joy by Goofy and Legally Clueless podcast by Adele Onyango, showcase her versatility. With her podcast, Just Doing Life, she holds space for difficult conversations that uplift, inspire, and empower women to live authentically. Ladies and gentlemen, Muthoni Gitau. The next on stage is James Wamthai for Hapa Kenya. James is a content creator and a digital rights advocate. He is on the board of the Bloggers Association of Kenya, in brackets BAKE, and also serves as the director of partnerships. He is the founder of HapaKenya.com, an urban lifestyle news website. He loves reading, traveling, music, film, and football, and has a phobia for two-wheel contraptions. Ladies and gentlemen, James. And lastly, we have Gibson Maina from Brave Media, a human rights activist and community organizer. He was born and raised in Mathare slum. Let me just read it in his tone. I was born and raised in Mathare slum. I started my activism in response to extrajudicial killing of youth in poor neighborhoods. I am passionate about a global humanization project and organizing in social movements. I have organized at the community level with community-based organizations, nationally with local social movements, and internationally through the International League of People's Struggles. Ladies and gentlemen, Gibson Maina.
As she does that, thank you so much for that great introduction, and also for the other activities that have come before this. I was very moved by the video. I don't know if you guys were moved by that video. Were you guys moved by that video, or did I watch it by myself? You were? Yeah, that is the power of creativity. And so, as you've heard, this is a panel that is full of creative people, people that are doing amazing things in the creative, I don't want to say economy, let me say creative industries. So just to kick this off, because we are, running a bit behind, and I want us to get to the meat of the conversation. I'm a huge believer in starting from a place of joy, because for me, joy is protest. And so I would love for each one of you, as we get into the conversation, first things first, to tell me your favorite moment from the protests. I know there's a lot of terrible things that happened during the protests, but there are also some things that were highlights, that were joyful things. So each one of you to tell me your favorite moment from the protests, and as you're answering that question, also let us know how did you get into the creative space, and what do you feel your contribution towards the protest was? We can start with you, Wamadhai.
Check 1, 2. Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see all of you here. What am I supposed to start with? I'm sorry.
Favorite moment from the protest, and then how you got involved in the protest.
I feel like my favorite moment of the protest is seeing people uniting through music. I felt, some sort of like togetherness, Kenyanness. Music really brought people together. We saw that when, since the first time when people came with speakers, people who are sitting out, or rather standing outside bars, and the DJ would play on Moi Avenue, and I think seeing people uniting for a protest using art, for me, that was amazing. In terms of how I became an artist, I am a writer, podcaster, poet, many things. I've always been a creative. Like, I've always written, I've always performed since I was very, very young. So this space, I always tell people that I was born to do this. I do not do a lot of creative, as much creative work as I should, but I was born to do this, and I love it.
Thank you, Wamadhai.
I don't know who else enjoyed the part where when they would use the water cannon, and then the water was pink, and then everyone would go like, "It's a girl." That was my favorite moment. The second one was also when they'd throw tear gas, and you go like, "Yay!" Like, at one point, guys decided to just have fun. We're like, "Hey, kama tutakunywa tear gas, might as well enjoy it." And it sort of became a game, to the point where I remember at one point tulikuwa hapo GPO, and they would throw like tear gas canisters, and then we'd throw a ball, and then as they're throwing back the ball, we throw back the tear gas. So ni katko nacheza kati, but like awa wako wanajua tunacheza kati until like tear gas zirudi. So for me that was like one of my favorite moments, because I saw that, like, naturally, this was not my first time being in a protest. And naturally, the moment tear gas is just lobbed at people, wanakuanga like, time to go home. But this time round, ilikuwa like, hii kitu eventually zitaisha. So ilikuwa cha tuone, like, how many more we can take before they run out. They didn't run out. Unfortunately, they ended up doing other things. But for me, in that moment where it didn't matter, guys were like, we've decided we're going to be here, so no matter what, we're still going to be here. How did I become a creative? Just like Wamathai, from when I was very young, I used to just do things. My mom calls me Kameme. My job was to tell stories. So stima ilikuwa tu inapotea hivi kwa nyumba. So I'm like, hey, entertainment time. So that's how I ended up in all the spaces that I've been in. To how did I find myself in the protests and what contribution? For me, I think I helped mobilize people and shared as much information as I could. I was one of those people tulikuwa, nakumbuka tukisalimiana. I was collecting numbers and sharing. Well, people were sharing numbers, and then I was like, nimezipata ndo hizi. So that was me, and also just mobilizing. And then in the streets, I was sharing information in regards to where to avoid wamejipanga pande gani, so si tuende hivi. So I think that was like one of the things that I contributed towards the movement.
No, Wamathai wants to answer that question. Okay.
Yes, I didn't answer. Sorry, I have a terrible memory. I didn't answer the last question on how I contributed to the protest. I helped organize digital security trainings. We saw there was an internet shutdowns, so we are helping with that. We're also helping coordinate statements around the protection of protesters, the keeping the internet open and all that stuff. As an influencer as well, I led efforts to debunk information. There was a lot of disinformation. So through my organization and personally, I led efforts to debunk propaganda that was being and disinformation that was being shared by the other side. Thanks.
Niaje? Poleni nimeficha uso, niko na homa and I'm trying to be a responsible citizen. So I have very many favorite moments from the protest, but top of the chart is wale wase juu ya farasi bwana. The guys who went home with the horses, because I have questions. Like, first of all, why do you know how to ride a horse? Number two, how did you get the cops off? Number three, mulikuwa mnapeleka wapi? Right? So it's still, there's that video which is still top of my mind. Like, okay, this is the alternative ways that people contribute. Adi Mapinji, there's the guy who was pickpocketing the cop and taking the tear gas. I was like, you're just using your skills for the betterment of society for once. It's like, so Sarge, kuna ule mse alikuwa anaanguka nayo right kwa line ya polisi tu hapo. Is like, that's one of the most powerful moments of resistance I've seen. Yeah, so I could keep going on and on about my favorite moments. How I joined the art scene it's very strange actually, because I've been writing since I was a young kid, mimi mtu wa Ocha, mimi mtu wa Meru. But how I got into the space, I came from high school coming to Nairobi, and in my possession was some newspaper cuttings, and there were poets. There was a center spread with a bunch of poets. When I came across it, I was like, aya, watu wanafanyanga hii kitu na wako huko nje si ya kutumia tu wasichana. And some of the people on those cuttings were Mwende and Wamathai. So about 12, 13 years ago, I don't know if Wamathai remembers this, but I sent a tweet being like, mtu akitaka kuanza poetry anaendanga wapi? It was like, there's a place called Slum Africa, Westlands, Nini. So I joined the active creative space partly thanks to the people sitting on stage with me, and I'm very grateful. How I contributed to the movement, mostly through my poetry, and I also do a lot of work in history, so articulating and trying to connect what we're doing now with the past. This is not the first time this is happening. 100 years ago, Muthoni Nyanjiro led 8,000 people to try and free Harithuku outside Central Police Station. So we've had people do this over and over and over, so trying to connect that through stories. But eventually, I guess, the one that stood out was kupeleka mkokoteni hapo nje ya parliament and getting arrested for it. Oh, wako na yao.
Hey everyone. Hata sikuwa najua kuna mic side. Oh, okay. Are we introducing ourselves? Oh, okay. My favorite moment. Okay. This might sound a bit juvenile, but there's something about this the protest that felt really high school. Yeah, sindio? Iyo kukimbia, polisi wako hii side, tukimbia hii side. You know, the last time I felt that was in high school. Mimi nilikuwa high school, walikuwa na goma sana. Okay, nilikuwa Alliance. I'm kidding. If I was in Alliance, mngekuwa mshajua nikipanda hapa. It could have been in my bio. But anyway, the whole protest thing, si ati sikuwa na kazi, nilikuwa naenda migomo because of the excitement. But seeing people come together for that beautiful cause was really amazing. And also the other thing that I found really amazing and beautiful about the whole Maandamano thing is specific communities coming together to contribute to the cause, like the tech community coming together, and I keep saying this over and over, the tech community coming together and looking for new ways to disseminate information, the doctors coming together and forming an association, wakituambia kama kuna protest kesho, we'll have a booth in a certain point so that when you're injured, you're gonna be treated for free. Seeing even the PR, communications, influencers, and all that family coming together and assisting in whatever way they can, and every other specific group of people that came together to contribute to the cause. It was very beautiful and amazing. How I became a creative. Mi sijui kama niko na story ya since I was a kid. Sijui angake. Anyway, I think I've always been a creative. Sababu nilikuwa naenda church. I used to go to church with my mom. Tunakaa huko nyuma, and I used to enjoy praise and worship. Even when my mom used to take me to chamas with her, and wamama nasema wacha tusimame tuongoze ka chorus, my mom would look at me like wacha kama Isana hapa atatuongoza na damu ya Yesu. Yeah, and singers are creatives, right? Yeah, so I've been a creative like since, plus I was in the drama festivals in primary school and also in high school. But I guess you're asking how now I became now an influencer. I started doing comedy skits. So if you're not busy, you can go check out my videos on social media. I do short comedy skits. Yeah, and I'm a creative, an influencer. How I contributed to the protests. Also, another beautiful thing that was really birthed out of the finance bill protest was civic rights. A few months ago, if you told me I would be in a panel talking about things to do with politics and everything, ningecheka tu nikwambia it's a lie. But anyway, one of the most beautiful things that I think was birthed from this protest and Maandamano was civic rights. We were able to translate the finance bill in different Kenyan languages, 17 I think to be specific, including sign language there would be 18. Yeah. So yeah, and we are looking to do more and more stuff, translating other bills and other policies. Yeah, so that's basically it.
Habari zenyu. How I became an activist. I became an activist like what she said when she was introducing me. It was in a response to extrajudicial killings happening in poor neighborhoods. And beyond that, what was my favorite moment? My favorite moment, I think, was seeing grown-ass adults playing Bano in the middle of the streets. And also, the other fun moment was seeing, because we've organized many protests, but usually it's 50 people, 100 people turning up. But now seeing so many different people from different sections of society coming to the protest, that was a big, big, big thank you to everyone who showed up. So I think the third thing that was favorite thing for me was the showing up, that people showed up. When we called for it, people showed up. I think that was really, really great for me. In terms of contribution in the protest, I'm not sure I can say everything I did. I'm not sure I am allowed to say everything I did, but in short, I can say that I was a supplier. I supplied all the supplies you guys were using during the protests. We were doing the supplying and the distribution and all that kind of things. Yeah.
Fantastic. So like I said, this is a very, very powerful panel. I just wanted you guys to hear who's on this stage. So now we can get into the next question, which is really the point of this panel. When it comes to media. Media here also, legacy media, but also social media, where a lot of us tend to be. What do you think the role of media is in terms of youth empowerment and also in terms of youth representation? Anyone can take that question. We don't need to go in a line. Okay.
Is it in the context of the protest? In the context of the protest?
Yes, in the context of the protest, yes, but also just generally.
Media exists in the context of the country, in the context of where they operate from, and in this context is rather, as we're speaking about Kenya, and media should be at the forefront of not only informing, but trying to sort of link the pieces and making sure that everyone is heard, especially marginalized voices. Journalists are taught to give two sides of the story. As far as their trading is concerned, they are taught to give two sides to a story. But I've noticed, especially when it's contentious things, when it's things surrounding government, or like oppressors, the oppressed and the oppressors, they tend to give a lot of coverage and mileage to oppressors. And I feel like media in Kenya should evolve and focus on telling the truth, not both sides of the story, three sides of the story. Focus on the truth. Sometimes the truth is only on one side. For instance, when during the protest, the media were witnesses to crimes against humanity. In that particular instance, there is no need to have representatives from the police coming to defend the police. There is absolutely no need. Those voices are not necessary, because we saw on live TV the police shooting protesters. The only thing we need to hear about is from the DPP, the prosecutors, IPOA, and other people who work in that space, how those police officers are going to prison. End of story. So for me, I feel like in the context of that, media is letting, or rather, let down the country because of that, focusing too much on the oppressor and not and not the oppressed. I feel like when media now started getting targeted, when I say that is that journalists started getting shot, is when they started changing. Even you could see some of their headlines were 5 protesters shot, 6 injured. But shot by who? these guns don't how do I put it? They have to be operated by someone. So who was doing it? But after I saw last at the Nane Nane Mat, that was last week, the journalists were being targeted. They were shot with tear gas canisters. Now they dropped that passive voice, and now they are focusing on police disrupted the protest. And I feel like, to be honest, I'm not saying the media should attack anyone, but they need to report the truth, and they should stop, my opinion, employing passive voice when it's obvious what is happening, and using words like allegedly when they have witnessed whatever it is. They have camera footage, they have pictures and all that stuff. So yeah.
Thank you for that. So I'd love to hear from you, Muthoni, and then Gatia, on specifically now how the representation of the youth is in the media, especially with regards to how these protests were framed as the Gen Z protests as opposed to Kenyan protests.
One of the things that really stood out to me was the language that they kept using. It really stood out because I would read their headlines and then I'd get really angry, because I'd be like, why would you even think that that's something you say as someone who's supposed to just report what's happening? Even like the idea of the Gen Z protest, they started it. It was meant to minimize what the movement was doing. It was meant to minimize the protests. And as that kept morphing and changing, and it's like, oh, Gen Z movement, they'd come to the streets and they'd see, at one point, you had grandmothers that we saw shows running. There were shows who went to parliament in the morning and they were tear gassed, right? So it was a Kenyan movement, and their language never shifted from how it started. You see, like, when you think about the protest, there was a shift. Every time something was happening, there was a shift. But they kept that narrative from the beginning. I don't know if it's because they were paid, because there were also rumors that people were called to State House, Agado, and then even that idea of stop live broadcasting. But then it was like, we are going to stop live broadcasts. But bado mnaenda ku live broadcast CSs wakikuwa sworn in, nani. So it was very specific. You could tell they were being used. They were being used for propaganda. So it's very unfortunate. And even when they have young people, they put young people there in terms of, it's like a token. It's like, hey, see, your friends are here. It's not because you put them there to listen. You don't care for their opinions. You just want to be able to say, but our group has young people. I would like to equate that to the way we have women reps in the National Assembly. It's so that when they pass BS things, they can say, hey, but the women were in the room when this was happening. It's not because you're putting them there to listen to what they have to offer. It's because you want to be able to get away with things by saying they were in the room. So I feel like within the protest, I agree with Mathai, the media really failed. They failed the Kenyan people. And it's funny that when now they became targets, then suddenly they were like, hey guys, fight with us. Even when they protested, I was very pissed off by their hashtags. When they said, we are not criminals, who are? Who are the criminals? Because then are you suggesting that the other people who went to the streets before you were criminals? Because we are not criminals as well, but just, you can say what you are, as we were saying we are peaceful, right? You could have also just said, hey, we are the media. Why did you have to say we are not criminals? The language is very telling. You're trying to tell the oppressor, it's like atuko na wale, you get, it's like they wanted their own kabox. And even Nane Nane, I was laughing when I'd see, I was watching like some live feeds, and I would see, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe wametupia tear gas watu wa media. I'm like, walikuwa tupie kina nani? Because it's like, si hata nyi mko kwa street, kati ya gas inatupwa kwa street, na uko kwa street, si hata utasafa. But then it's like, and even another thing, they kept following the police. Media was standing behind cops. They were recording from the side of the cops. They weren't in where we were dancing with music, they weren't there. They weren't recording that. Where people were playing Banu, they weren't recording that. It's the independent media that was mostly capturing those moments. It was young people with their phones. And one of the things that I really loved about this is that basically everyone decided to become a journalist. You pull out your phone, you see something, you record it, you share it. So we have so many moments where we can say, actually, that's not true. I have a video. And for me, I'm like, everywhere we go, everyone is now a journalist. As long as you have your phone, you've been dubbed. I've knighted you as a journalist. Do the work.
Okay, so Ngatia, maybe you can just follow up on what Bundoni has said, because I was going to ask that as the next question. In terms of, we're looking at this protests have definitely kind of shifted what media could look like, the media landscape, in terms of the fact that a lot of the information that was coming out of the protest was actually from the people. At some point, I think I got most of the information from TikTok. I was literally going on TikTok to see what is actually happening, which was a very interesting thing. So what do you think in terms of what is then the role of the new media, and is that something that we need to get used to, or do we need to do two things at the same time, hold traditional media accountable and say, hey, we actually need this because it's important for the nation, but also at the same time realize that now we have this other whole animal that is new media?
Well, the animal is us. So first of all, I think we need to grow what we have now as traditional media watches and learns what they should have been and should be the entire time, because they are part of the people. And the point of having the media amidst us is to report to us about us. It's not, they're for the state for a reason. It's not to hold court for the powers that be. And if you treat people a certain way, then eventually they learn and figure out a way out of it. So once the people realize our stories are not being centered, the truth is not being transmitted as it should be, these stories are not being reported from our perspective. So people took charge, and people have been doing that in other pockets, Kunda content, so it's just employing the same skills onto the moment. And I'll just connect to the previous question as I go into this. The role, one of the roles of the media is setting the agenda. When they decide what we talk about, you have over 60 people killed by the police, but then if we decide what we're going to talk about is Jimmy Wanjigi, then what we're going to talk about is Jimmy Wanjigi. However, at the same time, when all that is happening, there are all these people online on a daily basis who are committed to us not forgetting Denzel Omondi and Credo Oyaro and everyone who's been killed by the police in this conversation, or even just that phrase, killed by the police, because then we need to talk about that and we need to dissect that and know what it means for us going forward. What the people have done is center ourselves in our own story, which is something the media has failed to do, because I don't know if they've forgotten the power they hold or are afraid of that power. But going forward, we can't leave institutions behind, since they've already been invested in, and we have all these professionals who are part of them and who are trained to do the job. So I think what we have in front of us is an opportunity to link the two, and really the onus is on them. The onus is on these institutions to join the people in the path that they've chosen. It's for them to decide on which side of history they need to be on. I had mentioned earlier I work with history, and it's unfortunate that when we're doing research, media reports, so the Macmillan Library has newspapers going all the way back to the 1900s. And it's unfortunate that when you're looking at those reports, they're the ones you have to read with a sprinkle of salt. It's not even a pinch of salt, it's like a fistful of salt. Because you look at what the media is reporting today, and you're like, okay, So if they've labeled this the Gen Z protest, and Gen Z should get their flowers for their contributions, but at the same time, they're not the only people who are out in the streets. It's Kenyans, and the issues were for Kenyans. And if the president, say, called us treasonous criminals or whatever, and the media picks that up, then how is it going to reflect 50 years down the line? I read newspapers from the 1950s, and more freedom fighters are being called terrorists. At some point, that term had to change to freedom fighters, but that's after they'd fought for a very long time. But an agenda was set then, and there's an entire section of the world that still remembers them as terrorists. So we have a duty as the people to continue on the path we have picked up. We picked up those cameras, we sent out those tweets, we made those TikToks. We can't stop now. Mike is here. He can't go back to not having civic rights. That's a conversation that needs to keep happening. We can't go back to not debunking the stories that are being put out. We can't go back to seeing bills pass and we don't interrogate them. That's the work the media should have been doing all along. All that research and all that work, that was their responsibility. But now we're here, and theirs is to catch up.
Thank you so much for that. Mike, since you've been mentioned and I was coming to you, the work that you're doing with Civic Rise of translating the bills, and you had started with first the finance bill in different languages. At first it was, which I thought was really amazing, it was basically crowdfunded, where you were asking people to, whatever language you can speak, just try and translate and send me the video. How is it going? And what are your thoughts in terms of when we talk about the future of media, and how really the traditional sense of media has always kind of been like separate from the people, and then this is sort of like a crowd-funded initiative where the people are creating the media. Do you think that this is basically going to be the norm?
I was supposed to use it. Okay. I think people should have eaten lunch jioni. Watu wameboeka bana. But anyway, yeah, so it was interesting because people were even coming forward and saying, I speak Luya, I will translate the finance bill into Luya. It was basically done by volunteers who were saying, I speak Kimeru, so I'm going to translate the finance bill in Kimeru. So that's how we were able to translate it into other many languages. And we're looking to translate, as I said before, we're looking to translate it into we're looking to translate policies and bills into Kenyan languages in the future. But now in regards to the question you asked about the media, I'm going to tie it together with creatives. I think currently, creatives and the media have the responsibility to sustain the momentum, because the fire has kind of gone down, because you can't compare the atmosphere now and how the atmosphere was back in June. And I think currently the responsibility to maintain the momentum is through media and creatives. Because when you mention media and creatives, what comes to mind is content and releasing information that is consumed by people, by Kenyans. So I think to sustain the momentum, the greatest responsibility majorly lies on the media and creatives. And at the beginning of the protests, we kind of thought the media was on our side, until whatever happened, because they were reporting things as they were. And then we don't know where things took a turn, and they suddenly started saying alleged. You're behind a police officer shooting a protester, and then unakuja kwa TV unasema allegedly. What do you mean allegedly? We are seeing on TV ameshoot, allegedly changed its meaning. And also I think through media and through creatives, the youth in Kenya have representation. I don't know how many of you know that the youths have been denied representation since 2019. Because representation in the Kenyan government is through the National Youth Council, which hasn't held its elections since 2019, despite a budget being set aside for it every single year. The last time the National Youth Council, which answers directly to the president, had leaders was back in 2019. And every year, 2019, 2020, up to today, 2024, there has been a separate budget for elections of leaders in the National Youth Council, which is supposed to be conducted by the Attorney General. It hasn't been done. Actually, a few months ago, I think it was during the protest, one lawyer protested that issue in court, and I think it's still an ongoing case. But nataka mjue hatuna representation in the government, and another form of representation we have is through the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, whose budget has also been cut by half, not even by half, by 55%. I was reading an article by Nation that in 2016, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund was given 225 million, and at the end of that financial year, they could not account for 180 million. Hiyo ni 3/4 ya pesa zote. Mnaget, like this government has no regard for the youth in any way. So I think through the media and through the creatives, we have major representation. And it's so funny because per the last census that were held, at least zenye nimesoma kwa internet, 47.6 million of Kenyans are the youth, people below 35 years of age. 80% exactly, 80%. You're 20%, and 65, I think, is it 65? 55 years and above are just 1.9 million, and around your majority wako kwa gava. The youth should realize we have so much power. There is power in numbers, and we make 80% of the population. Wacha hata nisionge.
So for you, Gibson, I really want to know, because you are an activist and you're part of an independent media outfit, what it's like running independent media, and we're getting into market territory a little bit. You don't have to tell us anything we don't need to know, but just that people, in terms of the way media runs, we have to kind of be honest that media is it's a difficult business. Because, I don't know, for you guys who maybe don't know, the way in which media makes money is through sponsored ads. So that's advertising, whether it's through, brands or, the government. Like in Kenya, the government is a huge advertiser and uses that to, beat the media. And of course there's subscriptions, but in Kenya subscriptions are not really big. I think Nation had tried subscriptions, Business Daily, I think that's about it. Is there anyone else that has not really? But yeah, so it's like subscriptions and sponsored ads and then grants. So that's why, some people were being accused of being funded by Ford Foundation. Some of those were like media outfits. And so it's, it's a hard business. So running an independent media platform that is, not really the mainstream, what are the challenges, especially when you are working in the space of human rights?
First of all, so I work for Sema Ukweli as the programs manager. And Sema Ukweli is a justice and human rights media organization. So we strive to tell stories of the most vulnerable, people from the grassroots where the news and the cases and the issues that they are facing are not being covered by the media. Let me first start by the first questions you asked across there. First of all, media should not have a price. You cannot one day be with us reporting the truth, the next day you go to State House and then you change the narrative that you are using before. Media should not be traitors. Media should not be collaborators and enablers of the oppressor. I think that's the bare minimum of what the media should do or should behave. We can no longer trust mainstream media in Kenya. And this is very sad because a large portion of our population doesn't take their news or get their news from Twitter like majority of us. There is a section of our population that only relies on mainstream media. All the truths they know about the world, about reality, is from the mainstream media. So if the mainstream media is misleading people, then you have a whole population being misled and being pacified and being taken around in corners. I think journalism should be a calling and should not be there for profit. And in that way, we can be able to get rid of this kind of things that we are seeing with the mainstream media, like passive narratives that are meant to stop you from continuing in the path that you are on. That was the right path, that was the path of light. In regard, I was told that it's no longer Gen Z, it's Gen Zote, that it's an ideology, it's about good governance, it's about having a government that is responsible for the people, it's a government that is pro-people and not pro-for-profit. Alternative media. We have to look at alternative media and going forward because we have to rethink alternative media and we have to rethink media in general, because I think it's very difficult for you to have a media house that is based on capitalists' ideas to be a people's media outlet. These people, when push comes to shove, they will always choose money. They will always choose the brown envelope. So how can we collectively come up with new ways of sharing ideas, of sharing information, of sharing knowledge without this mainstream media that are based or started for in pursuit of profit or in pursuit of making money? Yeah, I think that was the last point.
Yeah, you can add, and then from you, I know Wamada is burning to say something, and then I'm going to ask the last question.
He said something about some people relying on traditional media to receive information, and I think that's the biggest percentage of Kenyans. People who rely on TV, radio to get information, and I don't think people realize how much power the media has. And I realized it when I went for a funeral. I was going for my uncle's funeral. I'm waiting for someone to say my condolences. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for I was attending a relative's funeral, and then I was having a discussion with my aunts. You know, walikuwa wameniona Citizen. Oh, Gen Z wa family, Gen Z ndio huyu Gen Z. I was so, by the way, Gen Z media, hapa kuna media. This thing has grown beyond a certain generation. It's grown beyond, the movement has grown beyond Gen Z. It's now, as he said, Gen Zote. So there's this member of parliament, I don't know if his name is Kagombe. Kagombe. Yeah. Oh, you're allowed to mention it. Anyway, these are facts. He said that the movement is being funded by the Illuminati. And you'd listen to it and you'd think, hakuna mtu ataamini hiyo. Let me tell you, my aunts were asking me kama I'm one of the people who are being funded by Illuminati. That's how powerful the media is, because they showed it on TV and they were telling me, si tuliona Citizen, si tuliona Citizen wakisema mnakuwa funded by the Illuminati. And that's the power that media has. And I think we live in Nairobi, we are so blinded by everything that happens outside Nairobi. And let me speak as an influencer, as a social media influencer who is mostly active on Twitter. I thought to some point that the movement started on Twitter and has been majorly influenced by Twitter. But then we're slowly realizing that TikTok also has been quite monumental. It has been quite a big platform and a big contributor to whatever that has happened so far. And it's so interesting because who would have thought that TikTok would take such a political shift? And TikTok is also, I almost said TikTok, is also part of the media. So yeah, that's the power that media holds. So, and the sooner we realize it, the sooner we behave accordingly. Okay, so just to, because I'd like us to wind up because of time. Wamade, I know you want to add, but I'll just ask the final question. We've all said something very important. I think, Mike, you'd said it last, in terms of we all have a responsibility. Clearly, there's a lot of influence online. And one of the things that's missing, and which is the question I want to ask, is that when we look at some of the conversations, there's so much happening,
it's easy to kind of get lost. If you look at platforms like Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, yes, you can search with the hashtags and all that, but really it's like if you didn't get the content while it was hot, it's basically over. And it's one of the things that I really would want us to have a small conversation about is what next in terms of what is our role as media, as influencers, as creatives, in terms of holding memory, in terms of being, the ones to keep the story intact for ourselves, because a lot of people have already forgotten what happened. Some people I saw online saying the thing started on 25th, and I'm like, you guys, we're in August. How have you forgotten something that started in June? It started in June. June 17th was the first protest. How are you already forgetting? What is our job as people that create content, as people that are, journalists or in media, to keep that memory intact for ourselves and for future generations?
I just wanted to add something on old media. For a long time in this country, old media has moved to the other side. And I'm not talking about journalists, I'm talking about the owners of the media. They've aligned themselves after the second liberation to the other side, to the oppressors. And I feel like this is something that there's a shift, there's an obvious shift, and the shift that has happened is tech-enabled. So basically, a lot of media now that is independent, citizen-led, etc., is tech-enabled. So this is your WhatsApp, your TikTok, your blogs, whatever. And I think what we need to do, what we need to advocate for personally and in spaces that you're in, is to make sure that the internet is accessible to everyone, and devices are at a cost that a lot of people can be able to afford, and the actual access, the bundles that we buy, the Wi-Fi, etc., should also be accessible. Because I feel, as we are speaking about media, I feel like the journalists are fine, but the owners of the platform always find a way to mess up the reporting, and it ends up focusing on things that it should not be focusing on. So I think that is homework from me to every one of us here.
I was just about to cut you short. Yeah, please answer the last question.
Okay,
so we can wind up on what do you think we can do in terms of memory keeping, curation, archiving, etc.
So the biggest, I think, as a creative in this, in this time, I think this is the best time to be creative, work your craft, archive. Tell all these stories. It doesn't matter whether it's a video on TikTok, it doesn't, a poem. We need poetry shows about the protest. We need books, we need films, we need documentaries, exhibitions like the one that was by Waria and Power 254. We need all of that. We need all of our creatives to go back to the drawing board, and I need theater. We need to make sure that whatever happened this year will never, ever, ever be forgotten.
I agree with that. And I think the other thing we need to do is document. It doesn't matter what it is. When you see something, record it. You might not think it's important in the moment, but it might be of importance with time. When you talk to people who are mainly getting the information from mainstream media, correct the misinformation, guide them on the path and tell them, actually, that's not true. This is why we went to the streets. Hatukuenda juu sijui tulikuwa funded by Illuminati. it's because we are tired. It's because me personally, I'm tired of ABC. And I think we also just need to hold space for each other and just keep supporting, because one thing I know for sure is as a movement grows, you will lose some people. People will be bought off. We've seen that happen where one time someone's with us, kidogo kidogo, sijui kuna space, na nani wako huko ndani. So we have to keep the fight alive. The story can't end here. We've lost too many souls to let their story end with, at least we tried. That can't be how we end that story. The story has to end with, we tried and we conquered, and we are grateful that people ended up sacrificing their lives, and because of that, or after that, we kept going. So we can't stop at this point.
The responsibility of archiving and telling these stories does fall a lot on creatives and academics and all that. However, I switch over pia juu the people who actually hold the history are the people. So sisi wote tuko na responsibility ya just keeping the story alive. One of the biggest, most powerful tools we have as a society is gossip. Umbea na hiyo like mushene. All the channels that gossip goes through, that's where we need to keep these stories alive. Story kichange huko chini tunasema hapana. In fact, actually, Illuminati hii ni story wametuletea wenyewe. There are the things we hold zenye zinaenda into exhibition and all that, but home pia. Kama ulikuwa na t-shirt ulikuwa unatokea nao maandamano, isikuwe ya kulala, iweke. You're going to have to explain it to your kids. Kama ulikuwa na placard, usiwashe nayo moto, iweke. At some point that story will be relevant. And strong with Asana, what they said, what I'm going to do is mention names when it comes back to creatives. Palma uko hapa bado. Iyo album tupe Morio. Tunahitaji hizi vitu zikuwa documented. Mudhoni yako hapa, the YouTube videos. Omadhaya you run a blog. Mwende, iyo kitabu, me I'll follow up. And me I'll show up with a show on stage. Like we all need to do this together. Venye tu tulitokea pamoja, hivyo ndo tutazidi pamoja.
I agree with Ngatia. Anyway, I agree with Ngatia that it's a collective responsibility to keep it alive, to document everything, do what you can in whatever in your capacity. I wanted to say something. I really had a point. Yeah? I think imeenda. But yay.
Viva.
Nani must go.
Hivyo amesema. To finish off, there is a job for everyone in the movement, in the struggle, in the uprising that we are experiencing. You may not be able to come to the streets to run around for one or the other reason, but it doesn't mean that your contribution to the movement is invalid. So you should support us or support whatever is happening in any way that you can. I also want to say something serious. People died. So this is not a joke. So if you supported this protest, if you tweeted for people to go out on the streets, if you participated in the protest, then you're not allowed to vote for someone because ni mtu wetu. You're also not allowed to vote for someone because he gave you 200. That blood will be on you. So kila mtu ajipange vile anafaa kujipanga, hakuna vile tutafika hapo mbele tena mwanze kubadilisha njia. Kama ulikuwa na support progress, kama ulikuwa na support protest, pia kura, ukipiga kura yako, upige na akili. Lakini hiyo ni kuongelea mambo ya 2027 na sifikiri tutafika 2027 before the liberation. Viva. And so the next wave of protest should be daily. Wakifunga barabara, tunakaa nyumbani, hatuna shida. We've still achieved everything we wanted because CBD is empty. Wakiona nikaa tuko na jokes, wakosa kufunga barabara, tunaingia CBD. But we have to do it. But this time round, we have to do it daily. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Before your Monday ingine, tutakuwa na president mwingine.
Thank you so much. So I just want to close this. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you guys for being a great audience. I know you've taken a lot of your time, but thank you for being here. What I want to just say is that honestly, I am so proud of the young people of Kenya. It has been incredible just being, I've never been this patriotic in my life. I bought the flag, I bought the wristband. I actually felt like, wow, I'm so proud of being Kenyan. And even the idea of, the whole concept of Kenya ni home, of knowing that, you know what, we actually care about our country. We want our country to be great. Well, people are flexing that they're going abroad or flexing that they're wearing foreign brands. We want to flex on our country, that our country is amazing, that the people are amazing, that the young people of this country have so much to offer, and we want to grow our country. And so I'm really, really proud. Like, I've never been so proud to be Kenyan and so proud of young Kenyans. Thank you so much for your time. Stick around for the next panel. The conversations keep going.
Go. Ruto must. Go. Ruto must. Go.
Thank you so much. Tafadhali tuwapigie makofi. They did so well. Repeat. Yeah, so because of time, we'll move real quick. So I'd like to invite Randy Muziki to just perform for about 3 minutes. Then thereafter, I will welcome Jerry to take over the program. Jerry from ELF to take over the program. And thank you so much. Please stick around so that we wind up together.
Mwananyaga twakuhoya. Naweza saidia na mic ingine tafadhali? Mkoaje lakini? Ala, niko poa, nashukuru sana. Kwa sawa?
Check 1 2. As you old pirate, yes they robbed by, sent I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, and my head was made strong with the hands of the Almighty. Move forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help me sing? Oh, sweet songs of freedom, 'cause all I ever had, redemption song. Oh, redemption song.
So leo hata change my body, lazima nita free my mind kama misere. Sita betray him than kwa kusubmit cooperation. Kwa hii country imejaa patriots kwa jails na prisons, juu economy ni colonialist, na hii regime ina create poverty na kufanya ama youth wanakuwa criminals. Nimekataa kunyamaza kuona tunaoga mikono kuserve bullets. Leo hata kama history itaandikwa na pen, waambieni basi waiandike na rifle. Sina fear imprisonment kwa regime ina treat citizens kama slaves. Inatudina human rights na bado kwa public holidays tunaimba love, peace and unity. So niaje hii country most democratic time others wanakufoga detention cells na torture chambers. Niaje hii country most democratic time others wanakufa na njaa. Country ni prison, home oppressed, alafu a small minority na enjoy privileges. Exam papers zimechelewa kufika Turkana ati transport ni udu. Na ballot papers zilifika before 6 a.m. Wewe acha bwana.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, 'cause none but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy. We got to fulfill the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? just step on faith. We got to fulfill the time. Won't you help me sing?
So tutaunganisha stima, tutaunda barabara, tutajenga serikali la vijana ya bodaboda na mama mboga. So akaka slogan ikagasha goa goa. Mr. President ni route gani unatupeleka? Kusema education ni free na vile books ni expensive ni exercise our minds. Kusema education ni free na jana kuna mtu yalisare shule ndio alikosa uniform ni exercise our minds. So unafilaje sasa zenye uwezo wako na kuongoza national anthem na tujenge taifa, alafu Korogosho, Mathare, kwa Jenga wanabomolewa. So gunshots na sauti za pinga hata kwa speaker kwa mwananchi amenyesho inafanya hati zao even more weta. Alafu kuna sauti na ring kwa mind, mkinichagua hakuna mwananchi atabomolewa tena, mkinichagua hakuna kijana atapigwa risasi. Hebu nione kwa mikono wale wanasema tuanze na ile jamaa ya bottom up. Lakini Mkenya, soma story ya Jaramogi, utagundua Kenya bado hakuna wrong history kwa classes. Ndio maana youths legacy ya Mseka Steve wajui kazi tu ni biko. December 12 na celebrate Jamhuri Day, but story ya December 12 movement nani anainarrate? Mkenya, pambana, time ina fly. Na Daily Nation ni propaganda za orezoko kwa flights kujaribu kulan jobs kwa youths. Nation is sick, hata doctors wako mgomo. Hakuna budget ya kufit doctors, but kuna budget ya unconstitutional CASs at a cost. The Star News Bulletin, Mwakenya ni leakage kina Karen wanatumia kupass exams za history yenye stories za kina Ndudhu, Karari zimepigwa njama na kuerest kama role ya women kwa Maumau.
Watoto wangu we, mimi baba yenu, nina nguvu sasa ya kutoa Ruto ni hatari, aumiza watu, au wa vijana, itabidi aende. Watoto wangu we, mimi baba yenu, nimeamka sasa, nina nguvu sasa, Ruto ni hatari, aumiza watu, wa vijana, itabidi aende.
Guy, mwadhani wa igoro, hata wale waliko kwa scandal ya NYS bado wako kwa government offices wana earn. Meru walichagua governor wakidhani atapiga Kawira, lakini saa hii hakuna mwangaza. Nairobi Johnson bado wanasaka kwa government inanua curtains za 10 million. Niambieni nani wanabebwa mapasia Zakayo? Shuka. So ni kanisa ilitumika kuomba kura, wakasiwa na Biblia, but sasa wanatumia kifua kuongoza. Time constitution ilifaa kukaa tiba. So ni wazee wamekula chumvi ndio plot vile sugar itakuwa na mercury, ndio kufunga wananchi macho vile serikali inakopa. Mr. President, serikali ilikuwa ya mama mboga ama ya mama mwenye mashamba ya mboga? Tutaunganisha stima aje? Time Power News, story shocking airport imekosa lighting. Kizunguzungu majirani wanacheka wanaongozwa na kina Samia na bado hawana suluhu. Story ya vijana wa bodaboda, kwani ilikuwa to take for a ride ama? Na Mr. President, kwani story ya kuunda barabara mbona imekuwa ngumu kama kujaza maji kwa poti imejaa holes? We shuka bana.
Watoto wangu mimi baba yenu, nimeamka sasa, sitalala tena, Ruto ni hatari, aumiza watu, hao wa vijana, itabidi aende. Watoto wangu we, mimi baba yenu, nimeamka sasa, mwamke nami, Ruto ni hatari, aumiza watu, anyanyasa watu, itabidi aende.
So policies walitype alafu zikasainiwa na ball pen, na hapo ndo tulichezwa. Koti wakapiga perfume na expectaji wataheshimu court order. 21st century bado gava inatumia unga ku nation kuvote. Mkulima kahawa na golos after sales juu kutoa chai. So nani haoni Kenya bado hakuna. Nani hata articulate article 1 constitution vifiti. All sovereign power
belongs to the people.
All sovereign power
belongs to the people.
The people ni set flani ya rulers of protect wealth kwao. Sunday wamekram apostles creed, alafu Monday greed na drive na testimonies za vile 7 days without prayer inawafanya weak. So wewe hujasikia kiongozi wa Wanga alikuwa na bongo na bado alikuwa deceived na sweets. Mambo leo still ni ukoloni. Believe me, hata Mugabe angekuwa Kenya na angetaka anyone amuite roba ama ni roba. So tunaishi na country where the president anapenda the youth but most strategic jobs anapenda the old, na kwa hiyo mood still awari. Country yenye ina situation kama ni leadership nachagua humanity kwa leader wangu. juu kama leadership ni school degrees na certificates, basi hadi zile karatasi za Waititu zilikuwa true. Ni Ferdinand Alizimisinta Pret.
Nimulikie muizi.
Mulika.
Nimulikie muizi. Huyo nimulikie muizi. Huyo nimulikie muizi. Shika nimulikie muizi. Nimulikie muizi.
Kibao za peace wasanii wanaandika lakini bado wana amani. Kiongozi mwananchi alichambua already anamfichia white. Already anastokia ngano ya kubandika posters time ya campaign ya Turkana tunakufa njaa. Wanjiku hawezi afford kwa remove kulimwa roskoko na majani chai analia njaa toka time ya Nyayo. Afya center ni kama base fulani ya viongozi waendea snacks, docs ni less, hospitals ni less na zenye ziko hazina madawa. Doka na complain of protective gears ndio anatekisha ya 4M na last time nurses wali strikes ni jana. Si wages zinafanya mwalimu kwa takidato, si wages zina do natives kwa evicted Kariobangi, Mukuru na Ruai. Unanyomoke Ruai ginya hakiri. So equality kwa wapi time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya parking na aneka smoking zone na parking large kuliko cho fulani iko Dandora, Korogosho na Mathare. Equality kwa wapi time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya parking na aneka smoking zone na parking large kuliko cho fulani iko Korogosho, Dandora na Mathare.
Tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana. Tusipoziba tutajenga. Ndivyo walivyopanga Maulana. Tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana. Sikio la kufa halisikii dawa. Tusake zetu tungali vijana.
So tunataka police service ya police force. Utumishi kwa wote, si utumishi kwa kara wengine. Jukara wengine ni same na photographers kila time they've got a clear shot. Makara wengine ni kama kwa class walitoa sura viatu vile wamekuwa sharp shooters. Tulienda recruitment za makarao alafu tukaambiwa tuko na shida ya macho. Alafu after kutembea station tukapata afande amevaa miwani. So niambieni nani alifunga mwingine macho ama tulifungwa macho? Juu tulikosa za macho. Acha bwana. Yeah.
If I hear from you, I will reform. Ryan kilio. Hey you.
So unajua si wengi wata second hippies, but a minute of silence to all the innocents wamepass via bullets. So fala mjanja, mwalimu kwa class alisema that mkono mrefu ni mwizi. Mzazi wao akasema ati serikali iko na mkono refu na ati ndio anafaa kusaidia kushika mwizi. So morning na evening zote zishakuwa wake time. Jogo wa mtaa shawika already, kuna polisi fulani amekuwa triggered amekok kama yule bwana Besheba lia kuna mandugu watoka nitoke moja akiendelea natoka kwa streets. Tembea kila maili 7 uone vile leo amejaa Dandora na ghetto zetu. Pronounce letters A Kenya kama na P na dunga hii fulana but hii hood imeingiza baridi. Maboys wameenda exile more than 47 wamepass via bullets. Neti si Kenya tunaishi kwa mkopo. Bill of rights ni kama ni scam fulani. Boy ghetto amenyimwa haki. Human Rights Commission kama inaunga mkono nyoko armed. Boy ghetto limble sana mikono. Polisi atatake his life na bado kwa koti watasema alikuwa armed. Ni cases ngapi tumepeleka koti defendant wetu Amref akaambiwa poa bado tunagather evidence.
Hati sina makosa afande niwie radhi. Nimetoka kuimba. Na kitambulisho misina nimepoteza wale sijachukua na sijakataa kosa nililofanya, sijakataa kitambulisho sina, sijakataa chini nimeshaketi.
Wacha bwana.
So my son, Maisana ise chungana na huyo karau. Wakibeba site wanaona site kuliko twiga. Wametukosea respect every innocent bila scent. Wewe ni suspect every dema. Da cases wakima da kuokota hongo bila evidence. Ni evident alles lazima. Sentence bila justice. Zinawapea parents coma. No one anataka boy child cause the sentence ko pronounced death. Ni right of passage but at least is go from guns cause hata sisi tuta entertain hizo sheneni. Guns hizo guns tumieni kushoot corruption kuliko kuangamiza wa kids. So wamekuwa mabist kuliko KDF wa sons wanapepeta kibol. Our wives miscarriage wanaziget. Amani ni peace flani heartbreaking. Maboys wameficha white. Mahelo kwa brain wanapotelea kwa bangi John Jetson pedi. Cure. So polisi hata kama kwa class hukushika kitu, the only time takudi grade 10 ni time a bullet itaua innocent. Jeni kama collectional centers zimejaa the wrong people, ndio maana kwa streets hakuna mzazi anaweza state house gani iko na uhuru. Cricket rights, random mziki, hata tukuwe na homa aje, si ukas negativity kwa hii state. Shukran sana. Mimi naitwa Cricket. Cricket rights unaweza ni follow kila platform. Alafu niko na huyu jamaa wa power hapa hivi. Ni guitarist. Gitaa yako iko na strings attached buda. Anajua kucheza hizi chords sana, si ndio? Acha ajitambulishe pia.
Mimi naitwa 1 2 walizima. Mimi naitwa Randy.
Acha ni wadanganye unatenga.
Mimi naitwa Randy Mziki. Asanteni.
Viva Comrades Power. Okay, so we'll very quickly move to the final panel of the day. Thank you so much for being patient, sitting there and giving space to a lot of the conversations that are important for us to have. So now, without further ado, I will invite our very exciting panelists and start with Ian David. Ian, you're here. Please come on stage. So Ian is an ICT officer and elections observer at Elections Observation Group, ELOG, a citizen-led election observation platform dedicated to promoting free, fair, and credible elections in Kenya and in the African region. We also have with us Maya Edwin. You're here. Join us on stage. Maya is a techie, a senior software engineer working with Textually KFT as a front-end engineer. He's also a Google developer expert on web technologies whose work ethic is driven by a passion for creating user-centric products. And then we also have with us Miriam Beatrice. Karibu sana on stage. Miriam self-describes as an Afro-political feminist. She's a public policy practitioner by training and a scholar with profound interest in tech policy, local and international politics, and gender affairs. She currently serves as the programs officer for East Africa at Paradigm Initiative. Let's welcome our panelists once more. Now, we'll want to hear from, this was a youth assembly, a youth citizen assembly. So please prepare your questions related to tech democracy. We'll want to hear from you and your perspectives on how democracy can lead and help us push the narrative for young people. Okay, so let's start with please tell us, what is techno-democracy? Break it down for us.
Techno?
Democracy.
Hey. Okay, I'm going to do a wild guess. Techno-democracy. So I think it's a democracy powered by technology, or whatever initiatives that drives democracy. integrate technology to kind of ease the processes, online election observation, electronic voting, information verification or validation, and all that and everything. So basically that would be it. So using technology to kind of streamline the democracy or democratic initiatives that are private or citizen-driven or government-driven and whatever, all players involved, yeah. So basically that would be it.
For Ian, this morning, tumekuwa na very interesting conversation, and we talked about some of the divide between the Gen Z and the older generation. We've talked about the divide between Masmata, na watu wako in informal settlements, but there's also a technology divide. How can we bridge this?
Okay, thank you very much. Bridging the technology divide has become very easy currently. There's so much access to technology currently that is open to the public, even to the person that does not have that technological know-how to operate. So we've seen solutions such as ChatGPT that just helps you to consume information, simplify information that is so palatable to anyone who's interested to really read and get that particular information. So that is the shortening the divide of technology and the users, and I think this is the time that we should be taking advantage of that. Thank you.
Take advantage of that, right? So it's actually possible for us to start bridging the gap. To Miriam, you've been working now for years in youth-led initiatives, first at Emerging Leaders Foundation, now at Paradigm Initiative. Tell us, Kenya is now in a very political moment. We've called it political, and we've also called it economic moment. How can we actually use digital tools and technology to translate where we are now into real transformation on the ground, grassroots level, mama mboga, boda boda rider transformation using tech?
Thank you very much. When you say many years, people might wonder, I'm still a Gen Z. Mimi bado ni Gen Z. Nasi Gen Z, Gen Z. But thank you very much. Yes, I have been in this space for quite a while, a couple of years now, and there is definitely power in technology. And before I answer that question, you asked my co-panelist how we can bridge the digital divide. I'm particularly interested and very passionate about bridging the digital divide. And one of the things that we need to highlight is infrastructure and making sure rather that said infrastructure is available to everyone regardless of age, gender, whatnot. And by infrastructure, it also includes access to data. The data that we use, data bundles, right? And that speaks to an economic aspect, because if you are given an opportunity to either buy bundles to access the internet or bring food to the table, a lot of people will go for the latter. So while we are saying there are a number of ways to bridge the digital divide, there is still a section that we don't necessarily talk about as often, which is infrastructure and, so which directly leads to access to data. How can we translate the situation or the current political and economic environment to sustainable change? I think a lot of work is already going into it. One of it is breaking down complex policies, complex bills into tangible items and to tangible bites that young people can be interested in, can understand, can comprehend, and can action. Someone told me some time back, which I completely agree, that for us to see tangible action, especially in any demography really, is when people will understand the connection between their pockets, their daily lives, with blah, blah, blah. blah, blah, blah being the politics that we watch every other day. So technology, therefore, has an opportunity to ensure that the blah, blah, blah is making sense. And a lot of people have done fantastic work. The finance bill on ChatGPT breaks it down. If you want to understand a specific component, even better, still go to ChatGPT, and it's something that I anticipate will continue. Someone mentioned that the budget making cycle is almost here. We are most likely to see that momentum that we started with the anti-finance bill continue, which is great. Another way is because we are currently in a democratic space. We are guided by the Constitution. There is provision for public participation, and we spoke about it earlier today in the morning. Now disseminating this information, because it's one way to say that yes, there's public participation for a certain bill, but for as long as people do not know, we'll still have the same mostly paid people come for public participation to air their views. But with tech platforms and social media platforms, it creates a space to raise awareness and say that, you guy, my guy, at your ward, there's this thing that is happening and it's super important, and yet we have other people in ChatGPT, and we have Kina Mike Mushiri who are breaking the content down in language and just disseminating the information to every demography, every person in mashinani, in the urban areas. So, there's plenty of opportunities to ensure that technology facilitates and improves access to democratic processes.
Wow, guys, wow, right? Lisema yeye ni Gen Z. We'll want to ask Miriam, by the way, if her response means that we should all be on X or on ChatGPT or on kuna watu wameuliza hiyo ni nini. They're not Gen Z. But what would it actually mean for us to engage? So hold on to your questions. We want to get to what you have to say as our audience. Back to we already have such a huge trust deficit. I know we all were following your hashtag Afande Please. Like in Kenya, somehow the police can identify you, find you at a restaurant. And if we think about other countries that have gone big with tech and are using it for their quote-unquote democracies, we have places like China. I don't know if you guys ever saw that documentary about how there was a journalist, a BBC journalist who arrived in China, and then they did an experiment, and she was identified by location within 6 minutes. So how can we even envision a world where Kenya, we are giving that much responsibility to government? Are we ready for it? And it's not just government. Someone here today talked about if we trust Safaricom with our money, we can trust them with our votes, and I shivered. Can we trust even our tech companies with the big responsibility of our democracy?
Yeah, thanks. Just tapping into Safaricom. So Safaricom, we provide a lot of data to Safaricom, but there's been legislation that cuts across, even involving transfers of money between different, there's always legislation. And then in terms of China, I've seen something like that. So they're using this technology called blockchain that allows the government or whatever person to create a digital identity that has specific information that you can make private or public. Okay, so for example, if we had the same kind of setup in Kenya, think like eCitizen, and you're applying for various services, you can always submit what that particular service actually needs only. But then when you see, for example, so long as you provide your ID number, for example, on the eCitizen, they can be able to know who your parent is, where they were born and everything. But then with this technology like blockchain, it provides you with an ability to control how much the government can actually access, and they can only access what you allow them to actually access. And we've had experiments even in the US and I think Georgia, the state as well, so we've been experimenting that. In terms of also kind of making sure that identifying people and all that and whatever. There is using blockchain as well. You can also, for every transaction or request that is made, can be made public. So, for example, if I had this digital identity and a certain police officer in a certain police station was tracking me, I can decide to make that information public or not, and I can know who actually tracked me and where he was at what particular time. And you can never, I can't delete it, they can't delete it. So a lot of governments are kind of trying to build legislations around blockchain, the technology, and how they can also tap into digital identification, allowing citizenry to kind of participate in government processes, identity, and all that, and also controlling how much the state can actually access about them and all that. And also providing visibility to them and to whoever they want to kind of track all those transactions that would kind of encompass their individuality in terms of identity online and all that. So yeah, there's a great opportunity around that. The main challenge with many countries is legislation. The same thing we have with crypto. They need to come up with a legislation that will control how that would operate, but it's very much possible and doable on smaller selected scenarios and stuff. So a good example would be, for example, the finance bill. So the constitution says that we need to collect feedback and public participation. You go to the court and the parliament committees cannot verify that, yeah? So if it was made a digital bill, people can actually provide feedback and you can actually have a digital footprint of or record of what actually happened. And you cannot alter the opinion of the people, whoever participates in that particular digital transaction as well. And yeah, so all these technologies are there. I think there's been a lot of conversation internally with governments and other stakeholders to kind of create legislations that would drive such adoption, but very possible.
Thank you for that. Very techy. Ian David, perhaps help us now translate it to what it will mean for us in 2027. And are we already starting to see digital tools and technologies being applied to our processes of elections? If not, what should we be tasking the government to do? So where are we? And what should we be tasking the government to do so that we can start to see some of the gains that technology would offer for us to grow our democracy?
Okay, thank you very much. I think historically, looking at our elections, elections have been gradually evolving. Our elections were fully manual at some point, and slowly we are adopting technology in each and every phase. We started with voter registration, where we brought in the biometric voter registration kits, which moved later to the EVIDs, the electronic voter identification kits at the polling station on election day. We went to the results transmission systems, which sends information directly from the polling station to the tallying centers, and then now to the tallying process itself at the National Tallying Center, both at the constituency levels and at the national level. So I'd say it will not happen overnight, and in this, they still need for legislation, guidance on how are we going to use this technology, because Kenyans are a very suspicious lot. They want to question every move. But the reason Kenyans are questioning, asking a lot of questions is because there's no information coming out even from the EMB themselves. Yes, we brought in solutions, electronic solutions, but how do they work? Are they adhering to the Article 86 of the Constitution, where electoral systems are supposed to be simple, verifiable, accountable, and has a trail audit? So at the end of the day, if this information is not coming down to Wanjiku, they will always have to question that process. What happened to the server? Mbona hizi zinatofautiana na huku? So this is brought about by lack of communication from the EMB, just to be clear on what these systems they are bringing on board are all about. So it becomes a challenge even for EMBs to administer these particular technologies that they are bringing in. But if we can have an electorate that is really involved in public participation, in the formulation of these particular policies, why won't they adopt this technology? Because even around the world, we've had elections in Estonia last year which were 53% digital. Brazil had theirs 100% digital. And that is just outside. Locally, I can give you, how many, do you have alumni of University of Nairobi here? University of Nairobi does its election fully electronically. Within 30 minutes of close of polls, we already have results. People are already deciding outside. Why should we not extrapolate this to a national level? Like, why don't we just put in policies that can guide us towards this? And Kenya has one of the brightest minds in technology. Why can't we harness this? So as an organization, we try to really recommend to the Election Management Board, which is IBC, please try to just improve efficiency in your processes. Introduce technology, explain the technology to people so that it is understood. It is not shrouded in a lot of secrecy. So from where we sit as an organization, as ELOG, as observer, as citizen-led observers, there is a lot to be done by the EMB, but I agree, it is very doable, and I think that is one path that we should truly create a roadmap for adopting technology in our elections, so that they are simple and inexpensive. We run one of the most expensive elections in the world. So technology would come and really cut this cost to probably 3/4 of it. So why don't we just get on board with this? Yep. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ian. You've mentioned something. We are a very intelligent group of people. Miriam, perhaps maybe before we hear from our listeners, young people are innovative, very smart. In fact, we are fighting a narrative that young people are not smart. Young people are very smart. Whether or not they speak in Sheng or in fluent English, they are as intelligent enough to carry on conversations on every aspect of our social lives. How can we ensure that they are leading the process, they are at the center of decision-making processes, they are meaningfully engaged, and how can we use tech to drive this? Even as you tell us if we should all be on X and all social media platforms.
I have my reservations on that, but yeah, we are known as the Silicon Savannah for a reason, Kenya. Most of the innovations, a lot of people look at M-Pesa up to date and wonder how is it even possible to transact, using mobile phones, and as other countries are still catching up. We are a leading tech mind in the not just the region but globally. How can we ensure that we are leading the process? I think shaping the narrative, being the people that we are shaping the narrative and defining what the narrative is for us, and calling truth to power, and on instances where a narrative is, someone is trying to shape the narrative on our behalf, calling that out. I really like the panel that was here just before us and saying, you know what, mainstream media, you're not doing as we expect you to do. I was just hoping a bit more media people would be in the room just to relay the information. So basically just ensuring that we are the creators of our own narrative and driving our own narrative. And when someone tries to define the narrative for us, we have the voice, some of us are keyboard warriors, some of us would go on television and say, this is not what we are trying to say, we are leaderless, but it doesn't mean that we do not have a vision for ourselves. So just ensuring and being woke, technically, just being woke and, just to ensure that no one takes advantage of the narrative that we are trying to push. Should all of us be on X? Should all of us be on Facebook? Should just the entire Meta, parent company? What alternative are we offering as Africans? That's the question I've always asked. But while we are there, we need to be very clever in how we are navigating the platforms, because we need to remember that these big tech companies, I'm trying to be very politically correct because I know the internet never forgets. And when I'm coming to vie for presidency in 2030 something, this will be pulled up. But yeah, we just need to be very clever in how we are navigating our relations and just appearing on these big tech platforms and social media platforms. And yes, I was saying that we need to understand that when these platforms were created, they did not necessarily have the black young woman from a marginalized community in Kenya or Tanzania. Most of them were formulated for people who don't look like us. And I'll give an example. It's very, very easy for which country did you mention that had elections, particularly an English-speaking country, when hate speech is circulating and you report that this is happening, for that content to be taken down. But do you know how long it takes for problematic content during elections, since you're talking about elections, particularly maybe in Swahili or in Sheng, to be taken down? To even find channels to report that this is problematic content, it takes a bit of time. So that's just an example to show that when these social media platforms were created, they did not necessarily have people like me or you or you or you in mind when they were being created. So that calls for, while us in policy are pushing for responsibility from their end, we also as individuals, as users, have a responsibility to, number one, take care of ourselves, take care of our content, moderate what we are sharing across, just have a cyber hygiene kind of mentality. I forgot the question. Now I'm veering off completely and I've started preaching. But yeah, there in between my mini sentences, I believe I have answered your question.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much for that. If we can hear from the audience, do you have any questions to our panelists, comments, observations? All right. So, okay, there are two questions at the back.
Hi, my name is Bina from Badili. I've enjoyed the conversation. I think my question would be to our last panelist and ALOG, even in light of us looking at the role of tech in elections and misinformation and all that. One of the things that was a concern in our last election was the fact that when we talk about madoa-doa during election here, meaning violence, Twitter does not pick that as violence because you're not saying it in English, It's like right now when we say anguka nayo, Twitter is not picking it up as, rightfully what you mean. So how do we navigate that, even as we look at our upcoming elections or even just conversations around electoral processes? I think in Africa this year we're having 17 elections across the continent, and our local lingo can mean something so harmful that we may not be able to take down in good time, and it spreads much, much faster. What are some of the ways we are navigating that? Thanks.
So we'll take the last other question, then.
And good job to the panelist and the moderator.
Thank you for this opportunity again. My question is not really directed to anyone in particular, but I'd like to know, I think my main concern is when we talk about involving technology in leadership and governance, what risks lie. Let me just read it. I had written it down. What are the risks of data breaches or cyber attacks in a techno-democracy, and how can they be mitigated? And also, how can citizens' privacy be protected in such a system where technology has taken center stage in leadership and governance? Thank you.
All right. So I think before we have comments and responses from our panelists, I will just have them also share with us their closing statements as they respond to those two questions that we've had. Thank you so much for your contributions. So please tell us, as you respond to these questions, what, for people who are working in that tech space one way or another, what should we look out for? What's your call for action?
Okay, I'll try to remember. So first thing about fact-checking, a lot of these digital companies, let's say social media companies, have been evolving and are using Kenya as an example to integrate their involvement with different countries through public policy offices. All right? So, and you'll find that most government nowadays are very outspoken in terms of kind of controlling this digital activism, and you'll find that most of these companies tend to adhere to human rights stuff and also using localized fact-checking. For example, if 100 people on Twitter report your account, it will be blocked before they decide your case, yeah? So we can give a plus to that. There's been a deliberate move towards that, and they also have a requirement, I think, by law to have public policy offices. So in trying to make sure that whatever content that runs across their platform is fact-checked, does not incite the public in some negative way, and also abide by the laws of the country. That's why Kenya can decide to shut down Twitter or whatever, either of those platforms. So we can, it's actually evolving. And then also, a good example will be Google and the Amazons and stuff. They've set up engineering teams, very big offices here in Nairobi, and their skill set or their mandate of these particular offices cuts across all these kind of scenarios, the technical bit, legal bits, and all that. So we don't need to worry about that. So nowadays it's very easy to fact check anything online and stuff. And then there was a question around our data. So in every setup, it depends on the type of technology you're using. Most government host their own servers. That's why usually this guy is saying open servers, because there's something called on-premises, on-prem hosting. So basically, internet is basically a collection of computers. Okay, so you decide now to have a mega computer in Nairobi or in the State House, and all other computers that run government system connect to it. That's the central place and all that. And we obviously have people in charge of those, and they can actually easily tamper with the data and all that. Then that goes to the responsibility of those that are policymakers in terms of the type of system the government uses, and they need to kind of involve pro-modern ways of doing stuff and all that. That's why I was mentioning stuff like blockchain. Countries like the US, the China, they're using digital, so you control, the same way you have your national ID, like the same thing they were trying to do with Huduma number. But then you don't know what data is, you don't have visibility. For example, today you don't have the visibility of what, for example, a citizen has of you. But when you're applying for a passport, for example, you'll be shocked that they know who your grandmother is. Something you are not, you don't know yourself, right? So stuff like blockchain would provide these mechanisms that will allow citizenry to kind of control how much you can actually control and all that. And people are actually moving towards that. In terms of elections as well, so it's also the type of technology. So if they involve the public in terms of vetting and scrutinizing the type of these system providers that are being used, we can always point out such things and kind of try to get answers from those people who actually influence decisions on which companies we can actually use to provide us this particular system. So it's more of transparency in terms of acquiring this particular or the right technology and all that, and also involving the right mindset around the same. So for example, if I look at Ministry of ICT, if I went to Ministry ICT, the ICT, I'll find that the old school guys who used to, for example, in quotes, use old programming languages to build systems, but the world has evolved, all right? That's why you'll find them, they cannot build a small or a very interesting stuff like e-citizen that is owned by the government, because the way of building those systems has actually changed. We don't have those skill set to build it as we used to build it in the earlier days. So what they do is have to now contract. Even Nairobi County government, they're contracting Jumbo Pay to process these payments. If we had the same thing like, for example, the US has a State Department of Engineering, they can tap into these young guys and they can build this amazing stuff. We have like a very tech-savvy young generation in Kenya, and they work for international companies. You don't see them. You only see them in these two places, but they're very young guys in their 20s and they're very bright. So government and all those that are involved can actually tap into our skills internally and give them a chance to kind of demonstrate these skills in terms of technology, and we can come up with homegrown solutions like M-Pesa and stuff that would help us navigate that space. So that's it. My closing remark is in terms of, it's all about policies. All these things is basically about policymakers. Everything about life, basically, so long as in any country, is about those people in charge of making these policies. So involving the right people in making certain decisions. For example, we're just talking about technology. You can involve more young people. If you're talking about funding education, you talk to the young guys. You don't talk to those who've already gone through the system, right? If you're talking about mama mbogas, you need to go and involve them straight up and not assume someone from outside would come and help you influence the right decisions for them. And that's why we had things with the finance bill, because the right people were not really engaged. And if they were engaged, they were not listened to. So there's that. And yeah.
So I'd really like to respond to Bina's question. Local dialect. Our local dialect is not being flagged as mis or hate speech on these platforms. What these multinational companies, those social media companies, did at the height of the election period was that they brought on board local organizations. Remember, ELOG was one of them, to become content moderators so that you can give context on what really mean these specific words mean, so that they can be easily flagged by the system. But as we did an audit behind the scenes just to ask them, so how many cases were flagged, because we had given new terminologies that are currently flowing, so the madoa-doa and sorts, suit, and the rest. And we asked them, so how many accounts were you able to flag with the terms that we gave you? There was never a response. So at the end of the day, they still need more to be done, because from what we see, this was being done as a lip service, just to tick a box. Yes, there's an effort being made towards curbing hate speech on their platforms. Even recently, when Twitter introduced community notes, still we are not clear on who are the people who are putting together these community notes. So it is very important so that these things are, these particular organizations are out there, so that we can reach out to them, can kindly put this in the bit of community notes that you're sharing, in, depending on the topic that is being discussed on social media. In terms of mis and disinformation, ELOG has done extensive work in just detecting and debunking mis and disinformation in both traditional media and social media. And there's been a lot of homegrown solutions that I would really suggest the public to get on board. There's been iVerify by the Media Council of Kenya. Just share information that you feel you're not sure about, and they'll try and debunk it for you. There's been PesaCheck, there's been AfriCheck, there's been Midan Check. So there's been solutions, but the problem has been these solutions are not getting to the people. Our next frontier should be how do we get this particular solution to the people so that they can actually make use of them in our fight against mis or disinformation. So my closing shot will be, the Gen Z protest has really awoken a monster that really needs to be fed. The Gen Zs are looking for information, but getting the right information to help them make the decisions that they need to make is the biggest problem right now. We really need to invest on dissemination information that are right in terms of, let's say, for elections. What information is there for election for the Gen Z? We need to really come out very strongly to share information. And the fact that they need this information fast and furious, the timeline or the period that this information is needed should also match their energy. You don't want to respond to something that was raised last week, you want to respond to it a week later. So a lot of proactivity in the sector is needed and a lot of collaboration as well. Thank you.
Right. Love that question, and it's true. Usually this sort of content is not taken down. What platforms will say is they have AI content moderators, so that the lexicons that you're talking at, they're called lexicons, the words for context, for them to understand the context, especially during elections, then an AI-powered system would be able to automatically take down that content. Now, what we are advocating for, especially at Paradigm Initiative and the different circles that we influence or have the power to influence policy, is that we are saying it is not enough for AI systems to take down problematic content, especially during elections. We want human content moderators, because I would understand that madoadoa in this sense means this, and madoadoa in Tanzania would mean this, right? So we want another layer. While AI is good, it's doing a lot of the work, that we have a human face, someone that understands, like a whole office. You can't tell me that Meta, for example, is not able financially to put together a whole office of human content moderators. That's on content. There's another question on emerging technology. How is it influencing democracy, good governance? We've talked a lot about elections, so that's just the route that I'll take. I know a lot of us, or I presume a lot of us have seen, videos going around of either Obama, him as a person, you would think it's his voice, but saying something completely different through deep fakes. And you would be surprised how these deep fakes are able to influence how such a large, group of people cast their votes. So while a few people would understand that this is probably AI generated, using that during elections is becoming very problematic, because maybe our parents, even our parents' parents, and even people our age, we can't say that everyone has an understanding that this is AI generated. So deepfakes during elections is very problematic. Another issue that I have seen and actually written about is the move for governments to, be digital, move all our government services to the digital platforms. Was it this year or last year? Last year, our eCitizen platform was hacked. No, it was disrupted, as they'd like to say, and over 5,000 services, government services, could not be accessed. Now, this is what the government and the ministry is intending to do, that by a certain time, probably the end of this year, next year, about 18,000 government services will be moved online. Well, that is a good move, and it's something funders want to hear. We get excited, we are a digital country and we are moving things digitally. In the case that we do not put systems and guardrails on particularly cybersecurity, and this system is either interrupted, disrupted, hacked, that presents an array of, challenges and problems in the democratic context. Number one, people's data is at risk because you don't know who has access to your data, third-party data. third-party disruptors, if we have a repeat of what we saw with eCitizen, but now that was just 5,000 services, ID, passport, etc., and now we want to put over 18,000 services online, then it creates a problem that we really need to think about. Misinformation, disinformation, we've talked extensively. Plus another, very many challenges I can think of. I can see your eyes. Please stop looking at me like that. I'm finishing. Solutions. I think while the government is pushing very hard that we digitize our systems. I've said this, and I'll keep saying it in every platform that I'm given. It needs to coincide with cybersecurity, and we need to, invest heavily in ensuring that, this move towards the digital scene is also, our data is protected and everything therein. Okay, my closing remarks. One of my favorite t-shirts that I have is written, "Technology is power, and those who have it win the war." We claim that as Gen Z's Pro, Gen Z's Pro Max, it's a whole Gen Z's, but just the Gen Z movement, one of the strongest advantages, one of the advantages we have is we are tech savvy. A lot of us have access to information, and this is just for anyone out there who's feeling like, we've done so much, nothing seems to be changing. Just remember that the war is not over, and technology is power, and those who have it always win the war. I had, as I conclude, I promise, that there's a communique that will be put out, and we'll put a list of things. This one comes from me. If I do not see it, ELF, I'll come, and the organizers, that as young people collectively, we are saying, and we are speaking very loudly, that access to internet is access to human rights. And let whatever happened on July 25th be the last instance that we are seeing internet disruption. I feel like people should have taken that with a bit more seriousness that we took with it, because in the current age, disruption, even a second of internet disruption, disrupts people's livelihoods. It disrupts, the economic sector. It disrupts the entire socio-political and economic aspects of our lives. And it is a subtle way for the powers that be to say that we have access to how information moves, how you create awareness, how you mobilize, how you conduct your advocacy. So as young people of this country, Gen Z, millennials, and so on and so forth, in that communique, let us put it in bold and speak very loudly and say that we are saying no to internet shutdowns and internet disruptions. Because if they dare, we are still following. Personally, it's something I'm taking on because we don't want to let it go. But let that not be something that was the first time in Kenya. We would go to panels in different countries and say that, in Kenya we've never had internet disruption, even when Raila was swearing himself in, when we've had, difficult times. But just because a certain group of people are going to the streets to protest, you feel the need to shut down the internet. It is not something we are proud of. We are just going back, given all the gains that we've gained. The Constitution has given us so many gains, access to information, freedom of expression, and so on and so forth. All this to say, if you forget everything I have said, let this not be precedents that we want for our country. And as young people of Kenya, we are saying, keep the internet on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was so powerful. She said technology is power, and those who have it will win the war. Maya has told us that everything is about politics, is about policy, so involve the right people. Ian David has highlighted the fact that the Gen Z movement has awakened awakened a monster, and it needs to be fed with information. So this is a vital conversation. Let's take it online, take it to the elections observations group, take it to Casually, take it to Emerging Leaders Foundation, take it to Paradigm Initiative. Let's take this conversation and keep having it online. Thank you so much to everyone for your patience. Marion?
Okay, thank you very much, Njeri, for that session and the panelists that we had. My name is Dylan Mogaka, and I am here to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the team that organized the entire assembly. So if you would allow me. So I serve as the assistant coordinator at YSO, and YSO, we are a group of, is a network of youth groups, youth-focused and youth-serving organizations. And as we draw the curtain on this significant event, I would like to task us with reflecting on the profound journey that Kenya has come. At 61 years of age, we have recently borne witness to the excellence of collective action, the power of shared vision, and the indomitable spirit of the youth. As we come to a close, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all that made it possible. To our esteemed panelists, moderators, and the artists that performed, we are incredibly grateful for the insights and experiences that you've shared. To the team behind the scenes, we appreciate the work that you have done tirelessly to see out the event success. And to all the participants and attendees, your presence here is a powerful reminder that change begins with each of us. And as we were told, get involved. So as we leave this gathering, I would like it to be a constant reminder of the beginning of a new chapter where the flame of the youth shines even brighter, guiding us towards a future we all believe in. Let us remember that youth together under one voice is not just a slogan, but a call to action, a philosophy that will carry us forward. Thank you and safe travels as you return home. DJ, you have the floor.